Fired publicly and labeled deadweight, I defeated the director by using my knowledge to secure a $350 million deal and resign with a $180 royalty. The air in the conference room smelled like dry erase markers and frantic ambition. It was 8:30 a.m. on a Wednesday. The kind of dreary Chicago morning where the sky resembles a bruised sheet of aluminum and the coffee in the break room tastes like battery acid filtered through a gym sock. I was sitting in my normal location, the back corner, away from the sunlight and the beautiful mahogany table where the visionary sat. I'm Emma. I'm 42. People forget my face after 5 seconds, and I work as a senior patents and compliance specialist. That sounds boring enough to cause comas during cocktail parties. But I am the reason this corporation hasn't been sued into a smoldering crater in the ground. We were attending the Q3 strategic planning session. Nathan sat at the head of the table. Nathan was our new director of innovation, and he looked like he was created in a lab financed by LinkedIn and hair gel. He was 32 years old. Wore clothes that were too tight in the calves. And used terms like synergy, paradigm, and ideation as if they meant something. He'd been with the company for 4 months. I've been here for 10 years. He was earning 2.5 times my pay to do a PowerPoint presentation that I had essentially authored for him. We anticipate a significant increase in revenue, Nathan declared by slapping the whiteboard with the back of his hand. He had the vigor of a golden retriever, who had recently consumed a bag of espresso beans. With the release of the Gemini X module, our cooperation with Titan Corp will expand vertically. We're talking about a $350 million valuation shift, folks. This is the big leagues. And the IP is completely locked down. That's when my left eye twitched just a little. A microspasm of professional displeasure. I cleared my throat. It was a dry, quiet sound, but the acoustic vacuum of the boardroom made it sound like a gunshot. Nathan, I replied, maintaining my voice level. Just a clarification on the IP lockdown. Nathan paused mid-gesture. He gazed at me as if I were a printer that had jammed. Emma, we are in a flow condition here. Can we park the details on the lot? It's not a detail, I explained, adjusting my glasses. You classified the Gemini X neural architecture as completely owned proprietary assets, yet the underlying optimization method, patent 5621, is marked as pending in the internal audit system. It has not been fully assigned to the legacy ledger yet. The room became quiet. The CEO, David, who left the backbone of a chocolate eclair on a dashboard in July, looked up from his phone. Emma, Nathan sighed with exaggerated patience. You've gotten over this. Legal said we were fine. Titan Corporation is ready to sign. Stop looking for problems where there are only answers. You're ruining the vibe. Nathan. I am not trying to kill the vibe. I'm trying to prevent us from committing contract fraud. Patent 5621 is the structural load-bearing wall of the entire deal. Titan Corp reserves the right to freeze the contract if the assignment chain is not clean. Nathan laughed. It was a barking laugh, sharp and contemptuous. He looked around the table and invited everyone to join in. Several junior vice presidents chuckled uneasily, eager to unite with the new alpha dog. This is exactly what I'm talking about, Nathan said, turning his back to me. Old school thinking, obstructionist. We are a rocket ship, Emma. You're trying to check the tire pressure while we're breaking the atmosphere. I felt heat rush up my neck. Not humiliation, but wrath. The cold, harsh rage of a person who understands how the machine works being lectured by a child who only enjoys pushing the buttons. By the way, if you appreciate witnessing a corporate train catastrophe in slow motion, please consider subscribing. It allows the computer to locate additional people who despise their bosses as much as I do. I'm telling this tale here because HR will not listen to it, and I need witnesses. Thanks. The meeting went on for another hour. I did not speak again. I basically took notes with detailed timestamps. I jotted down every promise Nathan made, every risk he dismissed, and every regulation he labeled optional guidance. Nathan clapped his hands at the end of the meeting, when everyone was shuffling their papers and checking their smartwatches. One last thing, housekeeping. He directed his eyes directly at me. He had a malevolent glimmer in his eye. He wasn't merely irritated by my interruption earlier. He felt outraged by my existence. I was a vestige of the previous regime, a speed bump on his approach to the suite. Nathan spoke loudly enough to be heard in the corridor. We've been evaluating the discretionary budget for the end-of-year incentives. And we've decided to shift our remuneration structure to promote development attitudes, Unfortunately, Emma, based on your performance today and the general attitude opposition you've demonstrated this quarter, I'm canceling your annual rise as well as the bonus that was previously discussed. The silence that followed differed from the previous silence. This was not weird. And that rate of Martin. If you on too fresh, it was horrifying. Publicly depriving a senior employee of their bonus in front of the entire executive team. It was an aggressive, borderline psychopathic power move. We need team players, Nathan said, smiling but not reaching his dead shark-like eyes. Not anchors. Perhaps this will encourage you to support the vision. David, the CEO, did not say anything. He just glanced down at his notepad and drew a circle over and again with his pen. I felt blood draining from my face. My hands, resting on my notebook, grew numb. 10 years. I had missed my niece's baptism at this company. I'd labored through the flu, my divorce, and my mother's death, ensuring that their parents were submitted, compliance audits were clean, and their asses were covered. And this man, this fitted suit full of sawdust and hubris, was ripping it all apart because I dared to correct him on a paperwork error. I did not cry. I did not yell. I did not flip the table. That is what they expected. They expected the woman's emotional reaction. They expected me to break. Instead, I stood up. I capped my pen with a firm click. I gathered my notebook and tablet. I replied, I understand. My voice remained steady. Terrifyingly constant. Nathan blinked. He appeared unhappy that he didn't get a tearful scene. Good. I'm glad we're clear. Crystal, I said. I went out of the conference room, my heels clicking rhythmically on the gray industrial carpet. Click. 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 It sounded like a countdown. They believed they had broken me. They believed they had replaced Karen in the office. They chuckled as the door shut. I could hear them. What they did not know. What Nathan, with his immense arrogance, had neglected to check. What David couldn't recall was the exact history of patent 5621. Nathan was correct about one thing. It was the backbone of the $350 million transaction. But he was mistaken about who owned it. He considered it a company asset. I knew for sure it wasn't because I authored it. I knew where the bodies were buried, since I was the one with the shovel. My cubicle was in the compliance annex, which is corporate speak for the dark part near the server room where we keep the individuals who perform the actual work. It hummed with the white noise of cooling fans, and the slight ozone odor of overheated electronics. I enjoyed it here. It was far from the glass-walled offices where folks like Nathan checked in and looped back. Here, reality existed. When I paid for myself, I sat on my ergonomic chair, because the ones provided by the company were meant to progressively disintegrate the human spine, and placed my hands on the desk. My breath was shallow. My heart pounded against my ribs, like a caged bird. But my thinking was cooling down, solidifying over into a block of complete clarity. He had described his attitude as one of resistance. I opened the drawer. It was structured with such precision that a surgeon would weep. Post-it notes are color-coded by urgency. A spreadsheet of filing deadlines that I manually updated because the automated system was prone to glitches. The file was located in the rear, nestled inside a plain manila folder called Miscellaneous Legacy. I didn't open it immediately. I simply rested my finger on the tab. Allow me to explain something regarding patent law. It's dull. It is excruciatingly boring. It's a universe of little semicolons that determine the fate of millions of dollars in filing dates, stamped to the millisecond. In this universe, close enough legally means complete failure. Nathan is the type of man that thinks big. They think broadly. They believe the details will sort themselves out. They believe that because they are the directors of invention, the cosmos will conform to their will. However, the cosmos does not care about your job title. The universe cares about paperwork. I accessed the digital record for patent 5621 on my twin monitors. The system lagged, and the spinning wheel of doom mocked me for a moment before the file appeared. Title: Adaptive Neural Network Optimization for High-Volume Logistics. Emma Jacobs, the inventor, is currently pending. There it was. The word would cost them everything. Pending. I closed my eyes and let the memories flood over me. It was 4 years ago. I was going through a divorce. My ex-husband, who believed that faithfulness was a suggestion rather than a commitment, had left me with a pile of debt, and a house that I couldn't afford. I put myself into work to avoid drowning. I spent nights, weekends, and holidays at this office. The company was struggling back then. They needed to address the latency difficulties in their AI model. The engineering team was stumped. The visionaries were in a frenzy. So I did what I do. I fixed it. I was not an engineer by trade, but I understood the rationale. I was familiar with the compliance structures. I wrote the algorithm myself around 3 a.m. on Saturday, fueled by stale vending machine coffee and insomnia caused by staring at an empty side of the bed. I filled out the provisional patent application myself. I listed myself as the inventor, because technically, I was. The typical procedure called for legal to provide me an assignment of rights form within 3 months. I would sign it, surrendering ownership to the firm in exchange for, often, nothing. Perhaps a generic thank you card, and a $40 gift card to Chili's. But 4 years ago, the legal department was in disarray. The former general counsel was sacked for embezzlement. Files were lost. Emails were removed. The assignment of rights form for patent 5,621 never arrived. I recall waiting for it. I remember checking my inbox every day for 2 weeks, and then I remembered when I stopped checking. I remember believing it was their responsibility to secure their assets. I'm just the compliance lady. If they had treated me well, if they had given me the respect, compensation, and recognition I earned, I would have stepped into David's office years ago and said, "Hey, we missed a signature here." I would have corrected it because that's what I did. I corrected things. But today, Nathan stood in front of the entire leadership team and told me that I was not a team player. He'd removed food from my table. He'd derided my dedication. I looked at the screen. The patent had been awarded 2 years previously. However, without that assignment paperwork, the rights remained with the inventor, myself. I own the algorithm. I own the code that powered the Gemini X module. I own the engine from the rocket ship that Nathan was so thrilled to pilot. I felt a smile tugging on the edges of my mouth. It was not a pleasant smile. The wolf smiled as he realized the sheep had forgotten to shut the gate. I reached for my cell phone. I did not contact a lawyer. Not yet. First, I had to lock the door from outside. I started a new email draft. Subject: clarification of IP status. Nonetheless, I did not email it to Nathan. I did not send it to David. I entered the email address of a woman named Lily. Lily was the top compliance officer for Titan Corp, our $350 million partner. We'd met at a few boring conferences over the years. We had bonded over our dislike of buzzwords and our fondness for meticulously structured spreadsheets. I typed carefully, my fingers dancing across the keys. "Hello, Lily. We're simply conducting some basic housekeeping before the big merger. You confirm the paperwork you have on file, on the chain of title for the 5,621 patent family. Our new director seemed to believe that everything is automated. But you know how concerned I am with the specifics. Best wishes. Emma." It was completely harmless. It was useful. It was the type of email that a conscientious, dull compliance specialist would send. But for a lady like Lily, it was a fire alarm. It was a subtle coded message that indicated, "Check your records. Something is wrong. Press send." Then I minimized the window, opened my daily task spreadsheet, and returned to work. I had audits to file. I had compliance inspections to complete. I was going to be an ideal employee. I was going to be exactly what Nathan desired. Quiet, inconspicuous, and efficient. While I worked, I envisioned the email moving across fiber optic lines, bouncing off satellites, and arriving at a server in Chicago. I pictured an unseen string tightening around Nathan's neck. He sought a paradigm shift. I was going to give him one. At midday, while the rest of the company went out to eat pricey salads or visit the gym to relieve their corporate anguish, I remained at my desk. I unwrapped the turkey sandwich I had packed from home. Dry bread, good protein, and I called a number I hadn't contacted in 6 months. U.S. Patent and Trademark Office. "This is Arthur." A gravelly voice responded. Arthur, a 70-year-old retired patent examiner, now worked as a consultant for those who could afford his hourly cost, or, in my case, for folks who have been bringing him homemade scotcheroos every Christmas for the past decade. He was the oracle of intellectual property law. He knew the code better than the folks who created it. "Arthur, this is Emma." "Emma, what do I owe the joy to? Finally leaving the circus to work for the firm?" "Not yet, Arthur. I've got a hypothetical for you." I enjoy hypotheticals. Usually indicates that someone messed up. Assume an employee generates a patentable asset during non-work hours on their own time, and files it individually. Assume the corporation lists the asset in a commercial contract, but never makes a formal assignment of rights. Assume the employment contract at the time included a sunset clause on IP claims that expired 2 years ago owing to a merger restructure. There was silence on the line. I heard Arthur take a cigarette puff. He was one of the few remaining persons who smoked indoors. Damn the possible fines. What about the 2018 merger? Arthur asked. The one in which they dissolved the LLC and reorganized as a CC corporation. That is the one. Emma. He wheezed. A sound that was half laugh and half cough. If they did not sign the assignment before the corporation was dissolved, the IP does not belong to the new CC Corp. It belongs to the phantom of the previous LLC. Furthermore, because the LLC is no longer active, it falls back to the originator. Is it watertight? I inquired, peering at a stain on my cubicle wall. Watertight? This is a bank vault, kid. Without that signature, they are selling an automobile for which they do not have the title. If they try to carry out a transaction based on that IP, it is fraud. Straight up. Why are you asking? Just checking the tire pressure, I explained, using Nathan's words. Thank you, Arthur. Give them hell, Emma. I hung up. Confirmation. The weapon was loaded. 10 minutes later, my desk phone blinks. It was Lily from Titan Corp. I put on my headphones and adjusted my voice. I needed to come across as helpful, a little bewildered, and completely non-threatening. Emma, hello, I received your email, Lily said. She sounded nervous. Good. I'm currently looking at the diligence room data room. You're wondering about patent 5621, correct? I explained, tapping loudly on my keyboard to portray casual busyness. Nathan is our new innovation specialist. Extremely high energy. He stated that the Gemini X deployment is completely dependent on it. I merely wanted to ensure that the cross-reference numbers matched your records. Our legal drive has been a bit of a muddle since the relocation. Emma. I'm looking at the file, Lily explained slowly. I saw the patent grant. I see the technical specifications, but the chain of title folders is empty. Oh, I commented, that's unusual. Perhaps it was misfiled. I'm currently searching the USPTO's public database. Lily claimed her typing was as frenzied as machine gun fire. Does it list the owner as you, Emma Jacobs, individually? I faked astonishment. That was the initial file. But presumably there is an assignment document. I mean, we are about to sign a $350 million agreement. Legal would not have missed it. Emma and Lily's voices fell. Titan Corp is powerless to intervene until there is an assignment. A risk compliance protocol severely prohibits integrating third-party intellectual property without complete indemnification and ownership transfer. If this technology belongs to an individual, does your director know, Nathan? Oh, he's so confident, I said. He informed me today that I shouldn't worry about the technicalities. He stated that the IP address is locked down. He's lying, Lily stated bluntly. Or, he is an imbecile. He's very visionary, I said. I need to flag this, Lily stated. I have to put the payment schedule on hold until this is resolved. Emma, if this is not rectified, the board will punish us severely for failing to conduct due diligence. I understand. Lily, you must carry out your responsibilities in the same way as I must. I'm sending a formal request for information to your general counsel, copying your CEO. That sounds like the appropriate move. Good luck, Lily. I hung up the telephone. I sipped my lukewarm water. The fuse was lit. The request for information would take a few hours to pass through our company's bureaucratic digestive system. Legal would get it. Worry. And begin searching. They would not find anything. Then, they'd call Nathan. I checked the time. 1:15 p.m. I opened my inbox and composed a request for a personal day for tomorrow. Reason: mental health and stress management. I wouldn't be present when the bomb detonated. I wanted them to sit in the rubble alone. I spent the remainder of the afternoon doing just what I was hired to do. I reorganized files. I updated the compliance logs. I was a ghost, haunting a computer I had previously destroyed. Around 3 p.m., I noticed Nathan strolling past my aisle. He was giggling into his headset, likely telling a recruiter how amazing he was. He did not even look at me. To him, I was just furniture. I was a copier that would periodically jam. He was unaware that the furniture had just cancelled his golden parachute. I packed my bag at 5 p.m., sharp. I took my own notebook. I took my favorite pen. I left the company laptop on the desk. "Good night, Emma," James, the security guard, said as I swiped my badge at the exit. "Good night, James," I responded, smiling. "I imagine it will be a quiet night." "I hope so," he said. It would not be. By tomorrow morning, this building would be a battle zone, and I would be sitting at home in my jammies, observing the fire from a safe distance. I awoke at 7 a.m. Naturally, without any alarm. For once, the sun shone through my condo's blinds. It was quiet. There are no buzzing fluorescent lights. No mention of quarterly deliverables. I prepared decent coffee using a French press, not the sludge from the break room urn. I sat on my balcony, wrapped in a blanket, and watched the city wake up. My phone was on the kitchen counter, face down. I had set it to not disturb everyone other than my immediate family. But I could feel the vibration, not a steady hum, but a rhythmic, urgent pulse caused by a smartphone receiving too many notifications at once. Bzzt. 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 I had a sip of coffee. Dark roast. There are hints of cherry and chocolate. Delicious. I am back at the office right now. 8:30 a.m. The stand-up huddle would start. Nathan adored stand-ups. He had everyone stand in a circle and catch a foam football while declaring their power objective for the day. It was infantilizing and demeaning. I imagined the scene. Nathan threw the ball. My power aim is to complete the Titan Corp signature. Thwack. He catches the ball. He grins. He glances around for applause. Then came the interruption. I walked into the kitchen and glanced over my phone. The screen was full of notifications. David, the CEO, missed 5 calls, while HR missed 3. And 12 emails were categorized as urgent, high importance. Rebecca's text message and accounting information. "Girl. What's going on?" Legal is running around as if their hair is on fire. Security officer James sent a text message. Mr. Nathan yells at the printer. "I thought you should know," I smiled. A request for information from Lily must have arrived in the general counsel's mailbox late last night or early this morning. I opened the first email from David. Lily Malin. Subject. Urgent IP documentation 5621. Emma. We received a question from Titan Corp. About the assignment of the Gemini module patent. They argue that the file is incomplete. I need you to grab the physical file and bring it to my office right away. This is a top priority. David sent it at 8:15 a.m. I scrolled upward. Subject. Where are you now? Emma, you are not at your desk. I don't care about your personal day. We have a crisis. Get in here immediately. Sent at 8:45 a.m. Nathan followed up with a text. Only one. Call me. No. Thanks. There's no explanation. Just a command. I put the phone back down. I was not going to call. Not yet. I envisaged a frenetic search. The paralegals are rummaging through the file cabinets. IT personnel are searching the server logs. They would locate the patent file. They'd locate my name. Then they would search for the transfer document. They would look through the digital archives. The file was not found. They'd look through the physical Iron Mountain boxes. The file was not found. They would review the old merger documents. Clause is invalid. By 10 a.m., the realization would have sunk in. It wouldn't be a panic yet. It would be confusing. Surely it's simply misplaced. They would respond, surely we didn't build a $350 million strategy on code we don't own. So I decided to do some gardening. I own a tiny collection of succulents. They require minimal care, but when they flourish, they are stunning. Similar to the patent law that they were now ignoring. I watered them gently. At 11:30 a.m., my phone rang. This time, it was not the office line. This was a courier service. Hello, Miss Jacobs. Speaking. I have a priority package for you from Titan Corp Legal. Requires signature. Are you currently at your listed home address? I am. I'll be there at 10. Lily was quick. She wasn't simply highlighting the risk. She was locking the gate. When the courier arrived, he gave me a big envelope. I signed up for it. I opened it on my kitchen island. It was not a lawsuit. It was a notification of contractual suspension. Dear Miss Jacobs. We have identified you as the sole legal owner of patent hash 5621, as a result of our due diligence examination of Titan Corp's prospective collaboration with your company. Because we have no record of a licensing agreement between you and your company, we are thus advising you that all integration of the Gemini X module involving your intellectual property has been discontinued, effective immediately. You're ready to start a direct conversation about licensing. Would you like to negotiate independently of your company? Sincerely, Titan Corp's legal department. I laughed. An authentic belly chuckle. They had completely circumvented the company. Titan Corp recognized a sinking ship when they spotted it. They were reaching out to the captain of the lifeboat. My phone vibrated again. David left a voicemail. I chose to listen to this one. Emma. His voice was tense and high-pitched. Emma. Please pick up the phone. Titan Corp suddenly froze the accounts. They gave us a legal cease and desist notice, alleging you own the technology. What the hell is going on? Nathan claims you sabotaged the database. I need you to explain this now. Nathan would call it sabotage. He could not imagine a world in which his failure was his own fault. I poured myself another cup of coffee. I sat down at my personal laptop, a custom-built safe non-comp computer. I wrote a reply to Lily at Titan Corp. Received. I am open to a chat, but first I must handle some internal issues with my current employer. Please keep the freeze in place until further notification. Then I finally responded to Robert. A short and accurate SMS message. I have a personal day scheduled. I'll be in tomorrow, at 9 a.m. If you wish to negotiate the acquisition of my personal intellectual property, please prepare a meeting space and have legal counsel present. You'll need these. I pressed send. The key had been turned completely. The door was locked, and I was the only one with a way out. When I came into the foyer the next morning, the silence was deafening. Usually, there's a hum, phones ringing, people talking about sports, and the clatter of the espresso machine. Today was like going into a wake. The receptionist, Kelly, a sweet girl who typically wears bright scarves, was pale. She saw me coming in and immediately grabbed her phone, whispering something important. I swiped my badge and it beeped, indicating that it was still current. Good. They were not stupid enough to shut me out. Not yet. I boarded the elevator to the 4th floor, which houses the executive suite. As the doors opened, I noticed them. A group of people dressed in suits stood in the corridor, staring at tablets and shouting in quiet, hostile tones. Nathan was there. He looked awful. His tie was loosened and his top button undone. He had black rings beneath his eyes that no amount of LinkedIn filtering could conceal. He was pacing back and forth, gesticulating violently at the general counsel, a man named Michael, who appeared to want to disappear into the carpet. It's a glitch, Nathan explained, his voice cracking. It's a clerical error. She's a compliance specialist, not an engineer. She didn't invent anything. Just filed the paperwork. The paperwork says she's the inventor. Michael shot back. And the paperwork says we don't own it. Titan Corp isn't freezing payments because of a glitch. They're freezing them because we're trying to sell them stolen goods. It's not stolen. It's company property. She worked here when she made it. Did you sign the assignment form? Michael exclaimed. Did you check the file? That's her job, Nathan yelled. She's the compliance officer. It's entrapment. She set me up. I stepped out of the elevator. The sound of my heels on the marble floor broke through their disagreement. Click, click, click. They all turned. Nathan's eyes widened. For a split second, I believed he was about to lunge at me. But then he noticed the frown on my face. I was not smiling. I was not scowling. I was entirely blank. It was the visage of the auditor, the tax collector, and the unavoidable. Emma, Robert remarked, leaving his office. He appeared 10 years older than he did on Tuesday. In my office now. Good morning, Robert, I answered politely. Is there coffee? I haven't had my second cup yet. This isn't a social call, Nathan yelled, approaching me. You think this is funny? You think you can hold the company hostage because of some filing error? I paused and stared at him. I did not raise my voice. I lowered it. It's not a filing error, Nathan. It's the law. Remember details? You told me to park in the lot. Well, the lot is full, and you're being towed. Nathan's mouth opened and closed like a fish on the dock. I walked past him and entered the boardroom, where he had stripped me of my bonus 2 days earlier. Robert followed me inside. Michael followed. Nathan came in last, looking like a cornered rat. We sat down. The situation had changed physically. I sat at the head of the table. I did not seek permission. I simply took my seat. Robert paused, then sat to my right. Nathan sat opposite me, trembling with wrath and terror. Titan Corp has frozen the $40 million initial tranche, Robert explained, his voice trembling. They are threatening to pull the contract entirely and sue for breach of good faith. Our stock is down 9% in pre-market trading. Emma, tell us how to fix this. Fix it? I inquired. I tried to fix it on Tuesday. I told you the assignment chain wasn't clean. You told me I had a bad attitude. We're past that, Michael said. Emma, let's be reasonable. We know you filed the patent, but you did it while employed by the company. Implied ownership statutes. Michael, I do not quote statutes at you, I cut him off. I know the law better than you do, which is why you used to pay me to handle compliance. The job was done outside of business hours, and the filing was done personally. The company had 90 days to execute the assignment of rights, but you did not. The corporation then dissolved and reorganized. The rights did not transfer since they were not mentioned among the LLC's assets. They went with the inventor. I took a folder from my backpack and slipped a single piece of paper across the table. A notarized affidavit from the USPTO proving my exclusive ownership. Patent 5621 is mine, I stated. And since Gemini X cannot function without 5621, Gemini X is effectively mine, too. This is extortion, Nathan growled. You can't do this. I'm not doing anything, I explained. I'm just sitting here. You are the ones who sold something you did not own. That is fraud, Nathan. Federal fraud. Do you know what the penalty is for deceiving a partner in a merger of publicly traded funds? It includes prison time. And not the good type of prison with tennis courts. Nathan became pale, and the blood drained from his face so quickly that it resembled a magic trick. What do you want? Robert inquired, sounding despondent. He knew I had them. I want to negotiate, she responded. But not for a raise, and certainly not for a bonus. I turned toward you. I want to discuss the terms of your surrender. Outside the glass walls, the office was motionless. Within, the temperature had plunged to absolute zero. We can fire you, Nathan yelled out, for gross misconduct. Insubordination. Go ahead, I said, fire me. Then I walk out the door, call Lily at Titan Corp, and sell them the exclusive 5621 license straight. They'll cut you out of the agreement completely. You will lose $350 million. You will be sued by your shareholders. And you, I pointed at Nathan with a manicured finger, will be unhireable in this industry for the rest of your life. Nathan slumped back into his chair. So I said. I opened my notebook. Let's talk numbers. Robert was the first to speak, rubbing his temples in the manner of a guy whose headache was quickly turning into a migraine. Okay, Emma, you have made your point. You have the advantage. To complete the Titan Corp transaction, we must get the rights to 5621 assigned to the corporation. What's the price? It's not a flat fee, I said calmly. We're discussing a licensing agreement. Licensing? Michael? The general counsel whimpered. Emma, we need a complete buyout. Titan Corp needs a clear title. Titan Corp wants the tech to work legally, I clarified. They don't mind if you own or license it as long as the chain is valid. I am willing to provide the corporation an exclusive perpetual license to use patent 5621 inches, the Gemini X module. But I will maintain the underlying intellectual property. That is highly unusual for an employee, Michael murmured. So is publicly canceling a senior specialist bonus because she identified a legal risk, I argued. But here we are. I looked at my notes and said, here are the terms. First, a retroactive royalty charge for the usage of my intellectual property for the last 2 years based on the revenue earned by the beta modules. That comes to $180,000. Nathan choked on air. It's 180 grand. You're crazy. That's the friends and family discount, I informed you. If I take it to market, the valuation is higher. Second, a 1.5% going forward royalty on any gross income earned by the Gemini X line. 1.5% of gross. Robert stood up. Emma, that is millions of dollars over the course of the contract. We can't give an employee points for the package. Then don't, I responded, closing my notebook. I'll gladly sell it to Titan Corp. They offered me a very significant consultancy package. This morning, I decided to rise up. Sit down, Robert screamed. Then softly. Please sit down. And I sat. Third, I proceeded as if nothing had happened. I would like a formal written apology signed by both of you, recognizing that the purchase was delayed due to executive oversight and a failure to follow compliance warnings. This will be reported to HR and conveyed to the board of directors. I'm not signing that, Nathan responded, his face flushing again. That's an admission of incompetence. Yes, I replied. It is. I will not do that. It will ruin my career. Nathan, your career is already on life support. I'm just deciding whether or not to pull the plug. I turned to Robert. If he doesn't sign, no deal. The IP stays with me. The Titan deal dies. You explained to the shareholders why you lost $350 million to save the ego of a man who has only been here for 90 days. Robert looked at Nathan. Not friendly. It was the face of a man calculating the math and determining one variable was throwaway. He'll sign, Robert replied. Nathan gasped. Shut up, Nathan, Robert growled. You caused this. You fix it. You sign the paper. Finally, I added, getting to the bit I appreciated the most. I want my title changed. I'm no longer a senior specialist. I'd like to be recognized as an external consultant for IP strategy. I'll work remotely. I'll establish my own hours and report directly to the board. Not the head of innovation. Do you want to be a consultant? Michael inquired while still employed. No, I replied. I am resigning today. The license agreement will be between the corporation and my newly formed LLC, Jensen IP Solutions. This will be my first client. The retainer will be equivalent to my existing income plus royalties. I was quitting, but they couldn't get rid of me. I was firing them as bosses and rehiring them as customers. If we agree to this, Michael continued slowly, you sign the license right away. We can send it to Titan Corporation. By noon. The moment the wire transfer for the back pay hits my account and the apology is signed, my response was, yes. Albert sank in his chair and gazed at the whiteboard, where Nathan's growth strategy was still scrawled in red marker. It now appeared juvenile. Do it, Robert said quietly. Draw up the papers, Michael. But Robert. Nathan began. I said. Do it. Robert slapped his hand on the table, shouted Nathan, get out of my sight. Nathan rose up and looked at me, venom in his eyes, but fear beneath it. He knew he had lost. He picked up his notepad and went out of the room, shuffling more than strutted. I remained seated. I'll wait here while you draft the agreement, I told Michael. And be sure to use the usual template. I'd hate to have to correct your work again. Michael nodded, looking like he wanted to puke. And I poured myself a drink of water from the pitcher on the table, which was cool and pleasant. They begged and folded, and I hadn't even raised my voice. It took legal 3 hours to prepare the documents. I spent that time in the break room eating a bagel and watching the news on my phone. People walked by staring at me with big eyes, and the rumor mill was churning. Emma sued the firm. Emma is the new CEO, and Emma is a spy for Titan Corp. Michael returned the papers, which were thick. The truth was more dull and lucrative. I sat in the conference room, pen in hand, correcting errors while I read through 30 pages of legalese designed to cover their asses while admitting defeat. This indemnification clause is too broad, I replied, striking out a phrase. Limit it to the scope of the 5,621 patent family. Michael sighed and jotted a note. But the most significant element, the part they glanced over because they were so focused on the money, was Clause 14, Section B, the right to technical integrity, which sounded harmless, simply normal boilerplate about maintaining the quality of the licensed product. But I worded it very carefully. The licensor, me, reserves the right to audit the implementation of the licensed technology, Patent 5,621, to ensure that it runs within the given boundaries. To prevent asset deterioration, the licensee, the company, must obtain written clearance from the licensor before modifying, altering, or optimizing the underlying algorithm. In plain English, it meant they couldn't modify my code. Nathan's entire plan for expanding the Gemini X module included tweaking the algorithm to run faster on less hardware, which was a dumb concept that would destabilize the entire system but save them money in the near term. It was a classic innovation director thinking to ruin the product to correct the margin, but with Clause 14b, he couldn't do it. If he tried to change the code, I could revoke the license for breach of technical integrity. I was effectively locking the hood of the car, so they could drive it but not interfere with the engine. Is this clause standardized? Robert inquired, looking at the paper. It's normal for a high-value AI license, I lied effortlessly, and Titan Corp will be expecting it. They don't want you to damage the engine and blame the vendor. Fine, Robert responded. Just sign it. I did. Emma Jacobs, president of Jensen IP Solutions, says things look good on paper. Then I handed the apology letter across the table. Sign, I urged. Robert signed swiftly, as if he were signing a speeding ticket. Nathan is in his office, Robert explained. Do you want me to bring him in? 9. No, I replied. I'll go to him. I took the paper and headed down the hall to Nathan's office, where the door was closed. I opened in without knocking, and Nathan was on the phone with his back to the door. No, brother. It's only a tiny hitch. We are still crushing it. Yeah. Yes. I'm handling it. When he heard the door, he swung around and hung up the phone. Sign this, I said, throwing the document across his desk. He looked at it. I, Nathan Parker, acknowledge the failure to secure IP rights. I can't believe you're doing this, he continued, his voice cracking. You're ruining the team dynamic. There is no team, Nathan. There are only those who perform the work, and those who claim credit for it. Today, the bill became due. He picked up a pen, his hand quivering, and signed the untidy scroll. Thank you, I murmured, taking the paper back. Are you happy? He inquired. You've received your money and won. Are you happy? I gazed at him, thinking about the years of missed vacations, the growth mindset lectures, and the yoga retreat his wife was presumably planning right now with his non-existent bonus. I'm not happy, Nathan, I explained. I'm compliant. And right now, it feels the same. I walked out. On my way out, I went by payroll. My wire transfer has been processed, Rebecca murmured, giving me a thumbs up. Hit your account 2 minutes ago. Thanks, Rebecca. I returned to my desk, picked up my bag and succulent, left the work laptop and the ID badge on the keyboard, and headed to the elevator. The doors opened, and I stepped inside. As the doors closed, I saw the office for the final time. The gray carpet, the buzzing lights, the cage where I had spent 10 years. I was no longer a prisoner. I was the warden, and the air outside the building tasted different. It was still Chicago air, chilly and crisp, with a subtle odor of exhaust, yet it felt lighter. I strolled to my car, a decent sedan that totally paid off, and sat in the driver's seat for a long time. I checked my bank account on my phone, and the amount was big, hilariously long. The back pay, plus the first royalty advance, was more money than I had made in the previous 5 years combined. I drove home, didn't blast music or scream. I listened to a podcast about architectural history, which was pleasant. The next several weeks were a blur of quiet victory. I set up Jensen IP Solutions in my spare bedroom in about an hour. Got a very costly chair. And purchased a coffee machine that cost more than my first car. Nathan is on a rampage, according to the office gossip that Rebecca and James passed along to me. Rebecca texted me 3 days later. He tried to upload a code update to the Gemini module, but it said they needed your written authorization. He literally flung a stapler, and I smiled. Clause 14b is in action, and Robert is forcing him to undertake leadership retraining. Another text stated, which effectively implies he has to go through HR seminars all day. Titan Corp. Announced the official beginning of the Gemini X Alliance, and the press statement included a quote from Lilly, the compliance chief. He looks like a deflated balloon. We are excited to work with the company name, and leverage Jensen IP Solutions' robust, independently tested architecture. Security and integrity are our primary objectives. She had mentioned my name in public, confirming that I, not the organization, was the guarantee of quality. My phone started ringing, not from Robert, but from other businesses, headhunters, and legal departments at other IT behemoths. They saw the news release, and searched up the patent. They discovered that a freelance compliance expert had brought a $350 million transaction to its knees and walked away with the keys. We need someone to audit our IP portfolio, one VP at a biotech firm told me. We don't want an Emma incident on our hands. I'm quite expensive, I informed him. We expect you to be. He responded. I accepted the job. I worked less, earned more, and never had to sit in a synergy huddle again. The best part, however, was not the money, but the email I received from Nathan approximately a month after leaving. Subject: Request for variance. Nathan, You must alter the latency parameters of the 5621 algorithm to match the increased server load. Please sign the attached waiver so that we can edit the code. Nathan had to plead, beg, for permission to do his job. I waited 24 hours to respond. Dear Nathan, after reviewing your request, I discovered that changing the latency parameters increases the chance of data corruption by 0.4%, which exceeds Clause 14b's acceptable quality threshold. The request was refused. Best Emma Jacobs, President. I imagined him reading it, a vein popping in his forehead, and I took a sip of my expensive coffee. Compliance isn't the enemy, Nathan. Arrogance is. And I was the auditor sent to collect the debt. Midwest Tech Summit is the kind of event where everyone wears lanyards that cost more than a Honda Civic and drinks champagne that tastes like apples. This year's event was held in Chicago, and I wasn't there as an employee, but as a speaker. My panel was titled, The Invisible Asset. Why IP Compliance is Your Most Dangerous Liability. And the room was packed. After the panel, I walked through the mixer in the main ballroom, wearing a new navy blue suit that was tailored and sharp as a knife. I was holding a glass of sparkling water when I noticed Robert and Nathan near the buffet. Robert looked tired, his shoulders slumped, and Nathan looked desperate. He was scanning the room, eyes darting around, looking for someone important to talk to. He spotted Lily from Titan Corp, who was standing with a group of investors laughing. Nathan fixed his tie and slapped Robert on the shoulder. They began to approach her, attempting to network and pretend everything was fine. I rushed to intercept. Not rushing, but simply slid. Lily, I yelled out, my voice warm and projecting nicely over the crowd. Lily turned and her face lit up. Emma. Oh my God, that panel was incredible. The way you mentioned the zombie LLC loophole, genius. She took a step back from the investors and hugged me. Nathan and Robert paused in mid-step. We were 10 feet away, close enough to see but too distant to include. Emma, Robert said, nodding stiffly. Good to see you. Nathan didn't say anything. He simply glanced at my badge. Emma Jacobs is president. Jensen IP. I replied. Hello Robert. I said. How is the latency project progressing? Still trouble with those parameters? Nathan blushed a deep, ugly purple. We're managing, he said. We've actually updated our vendor policy, Lily remarked, staring coldly at Robert. Any future IP integration for the Gemini project will go through Emma's firm for certification. We no longer trust your internal audit staff. No offense. None taken, I said happily. That's going to add weeks to the timeline, Nathan complained. Then you best start filing your requests earlier, I replied. And Nathan, make sure you use the right form this time. I rejected the last one because you used a deprecated template. The investors around Lily were watching, perceiving the power dynamic, and they saw the exhausted CEO, sweaty director, and woman standing between them and the money. We should go, Robert murmured, taking Nathan's elbow. We have a dinner reservation. Enjoy, I added. Remember to obtain a receipt. Nowadays, compliance is strictly enforced. They walked away without looking back. They resembled two individuals who had been mugged, but had never seen a firearm. Lily returned my gaze, smiling. You are absolutely ruthless, she murmured. I'm just thorough, I explained. I took a sip of my water, and the room buzzed around me. I checked my phone and saw a notification from my bank. The quarterly royalty payment had just cleared. I looked at the sum. It was enough to retire, buy a house in Italy, and do whatever I wanted, but I wasn't going to retire because I was having so much fun. I stepped out of the ballroom into the chilly Chicago night, and hailed a taxi. Where to? The driver inquired. The airport, I told myself. I have a consultation in New York tomorrow. Someone forgot to sign a waiver. I relaxed back in my seat and watched the city lights rush by. Nathan was correct about one thing. It was a paradigm shift. But he didn't realize he was the one being altered. My mom called me the backup daughter my whole life. At my engagement dinner, she said my sister deserved my fiancé more. Mom always nicknamed me the backup daughter. At my engagement dinner, she suggested my sister deserved my fiancé more. Since childhood, Sophia, my older sister, has been the golden kid. She was beautiful, smarter, and more talented, and my mother told me every day. My mom asked why I couldn't be like Sophia, who received consecutive A's, when I got a B on a test. My mom thought my soccer attempt was sweet, but she reminded me that Sophia was a volleyball state champion. My parents liked my fine college, but not the Ivy League Sophia went into. My entire childhood was spent as the backup daughter in case the real one died. I left at 18 and stayed away for years. I met Ryan after building my life and career. Ryan fulfills all my dreams. He likes me as I am and is nice and supportive. He proposed 5 months ago, and I accepted immediately. To celebrate, we had an engagement dinner with both families. Charlotte reassured me that having my mother there would be fine and might be a fresh start. The first hour of supper at a fine restaurant went smoothly. My mother behaved well and complimented my clothing, shocking me. Sophia arrived late. She arrived in a too formal white outfit and began discussing her promotion. When Sophia entered, my mother's eyes brightened up as usual. Sophia's achievements dominated the following 25 minutes. I attempted to get back to the engagement, but my mother kept bringing up my sister. My mother stood and suggested she might toast. I hoped she would eventually compliment me. She lifted her glass and said Ryan was a great man and pleased for him. She then looked at Sophia and remarked it was too bad he met the wrong sister initially. She laughed like a joke but continued. Sophia would have suited Ryan better, she said. Sophia was prettier, more successful, and more deserving of him, she added. She stated she hoped Ryan realized what he was getting with me but that upgrading was still possible. Silence fell across the table. Ryan's parents appeared shocked. Ryan looked like he wanted to disappear. Sophia just sat there smiling like she agreed with everything. The heat in my face made my hands shake. 24 years of being told I wasn't good enough returned all at once. I got up and informed my mother I had something to say. I informed her I saw her. Sophia texts 2 months ago when I set up her new phone. Each text about me behind my back was visible. My mother called me embarrassing. Sophia said I was outperforming Ryan. Mother mumbled that I misinterpreted. Sophia thought I was dramatic. Ryan got up and told them to go. My mother sobbed and said I was wrecking the family. No, I said. She damaged it. 24 years ago, she said I was never good enough. After they left, Hannah's mother hugged me and said I handled it better than they did. That wasn't all. My mother doesn't know I screenshotted every message. The family group chat with our aunts, uncles, cousins, and grandparents will get an exciting update. I wait 20 minutes in my car outside the restaurant, lingering over the send button. Our family group chat has screenshots waiting. Nothing can be undone after I transmit. My hands are still shaking from the confrontation, yet I feel clearer than in years. My breath fogs the windshield and my palms are cold on the steering wheel. Again, I read the screenshots. Every nasty text is there. My mother called me embarrassing. Sophia said I outperformed Ryan. Their black and white strategy for tonight. Press send. The message reaches 40 relatives. The screenshots show every harsh text between my mother and Sophia, including the plot to have Sophia flirt with Ryan tonight. In seconds, read receipts appear. 13715. My phone buzzes with messages. The screen flashes repeatedly. I watch the notifications pile up, but don't open any. Someone calls, then another. My phone is silenced and placed in the cup holder. Ryan finds me in the parking lot and silently takes the passenger seat. My phone is gently turned off by him. I cry while he clutches my hand. To ensure our safety, his parents drive us home. I sit on the couch thinking about what I did as Hannah's mother pours tea. Her inquiries are absent. She touches my back in little circles while sitting next to me. Ryan and Clara's father converse quietly in the kitchen. Just the deep rumble of their voices, not the words. Hannah's mother stays in our guest room. Next morning, I turn on my phone. 200 alerts. That figure makes me queasy. Hannah's mother is awake and helps me sort texts. She sits next to me on the couch with her reading glasses and tells me which family members support and attack me. Uncle. She apologizes for not protecting me and stops justifying my mother's actions. Her voice cracks as she says she should have been braver. 3 cousins from my father's side start a group chat without my mother, Sophia, or Grandma. They recount my mother's criticism of me over time. She mentioned things at family gatherings I didn't attend. My relative says my mother claimed I was lucky to have a job given my poor ability. Another relative recalls, my mother said I embarrassed the family by not being as accomplished as Sophia. Her malice is worse than I thought. My mother texts me rage-filled guilt trips, calling me ungrateful. She claims I humiliated her in front of the family. She wants the communications be deleted and apologized. She threatens to visit my residence if I don't react. Ryan alters our door code and instructs building security to keep her out. He calls when I'm reading texts and describes my mother physically. Sophia texts Ryan directly to try something new. She apologizes for the misunderstanding and requests a private conversation to resolve it. Charlotte immediately screenshots and gives me her message. So he disables her number without responding. He's unhesitant. First call from father 3 days after supper. His voice is tired. He thinks my mother was emotional but concedes her dinner speech was improper. Please investigate family therapy. He says. I refuse to fix something my mother doesn't think is broken. His silence lasts. He hangs up after saying he understands. Ryan's best friend Ethan brings takeout. Ryan's parents alerted half his family about the situation, so they're following it. His mother had a poisonous sibling and breaking touch was the finest decision she ever took, according to Ethan. Validation from non-family makes me less crazy. Ethan shares his mother's boundary-setting journey over supper. My first laugh in days comes from him. Rebecca texts me 3 days after Ethan leaves. She requests coffee. My mother made excuses to keep us away for years, so I haven't seen her. She agrees to drive 2 hours to me. Meet in a small cafe near my apartment. Although Rebecca looks older, her grin is warm when she hugs me. She gets us lattes, and we sit by the window. She says she witnessed everything in the group conversation and reached out. She claims she's seen my mother mistreat me from childhood. Someone accuses another of poor parenting. Another person recalls a 10-year-old wedding that ached. Anger and blame dominate the conversation. Ryan eventually turns off my phone's notifications. He says to stop reading tonight. Knowing my grandmother is protecting my mother after everything she saw makes me ill. Ryan orders takeout and we watch a movie, but I can't quit worrying about my phone messages. I get a letter 4 days later. The envelope has my mother's writing. Thicker than I expected, my stomach lowers. After sitting on the couch, I open it. In my mother's neat cursive, 6 pages fall out front and back. She's devastated I won't return her calls. She says the dinner toast was a joke and I misinterpreted it. She claims I'm misremembering my upbringing and that she's always loved both her daughters equally. She said she was tough because she wanted me to succeed. She mentions helping me with homework or driving me to soccer practice, like it erases everything else. Sophia is distraught by my actions and I'm killing our family, she writes. She claims I'm selfish and nasty for not forgiving her. The letter repeats the manipulation in numerous ways. Never apologizes for her words. She never apologizes for her dinner comments. She accuses me of being oversensitive and carrying grudges. The last page says she'll forgive me if I openly apologize to her and Sophia in the family group chat. She signals lovingly. Like nothing she wrote cruel, Mom. My hands shake after reading it twice. Anger grows in my chest till I up and move. I grab my keys and inform Ryan about walking. He offers to join me, but I need solitude. I walk around the block 3 times in the cold to calm down. My mother still doesn't get her mistake. The victim mentality persists. The letter worsens everything. Ryan finds me on the couch staring at my phone that night. I sit next to him, and he asks if I want to go away for the weekend. He suggests driving somewhere peaceful and not checking our phones for a few days. Constant notifications and family problems weary me, so I agree immediately. We pack up the next morning and drive 3 hours to a mountain B&B. Small and pleasant, with hiking trails nearby. We travel through the woods the first day without discussing my family. Charlotte points out interesting birds and trees. We sit on rocks along a stream to listen. The second day, we hike to a valley-wide overlook. We observe clouds, while eating sandwiches we packed. My phone is always in my bag. I can think straight without the buzzing and messages. I realize how much energy I've spent my life striving to please my mother. I made every decision considering her opinion. Every success seemed empty knowing she'd compare it to Sophia. Wanting her praise shaped my career. On that hilltop, staring at the view, I realize I'll never get what I want from her. She won't view me as I need. The thought should hurt. But it's soothing. I'm done trying. Charlotte holds my hand and we sit until sunset. On the way home, I feel lighter. Distance showed me that my mother's opinion doesn't define me. Back in the apartment, I turn on my phone. New messages await me. Some are from my Uncle David, but most are from the family group chat. He's seeking a skilled mediator for a family meeting. He told me about a family conflict therapist. He writes that we can resolve this if everyone sits down and talks honestly. Though he means well. The idea tires me. Calling back. I thank him for attempting to help. I decline to sit with my mother and Sophia. He sounds sad. He acknowledges that families are hard but dislikes seeing them split apart. I claim I didn't tear things apart. I'm finally responding to my mother's years-old act. He pauses before saying he understands. He says the invitation stands if I change my mind. His promise is to always be there for me. I appreciate his effort, but a mediator won't help. My mother would use it to victimize herself again. My call ends with David, encouraging me to take care of myself. I swear. I receive an Instagram message from an unknown account. The profile image is blank, and the username is random. Characters and digits. I almost delete it without reading. But something compels me. Look. Her message says she heard everything from common friends and wants to reconnect. Megan, my high school best friend, sent it. After graduation, she went to college across the nation, and we lost touch. Though I haven't thought about her in years, her name brings back sleepovers and late-night chats. We schedule lunch after I message her. She chooses a restaurant between our apartments. She jumps up and hugs me when I enter. Though she appears different, she laughs the same. We order food and discuss the past 7 years. She discusses her employment, residence, and dating. She mentions my mother. She always believed my mother was nasty as a teenager. She recalls coming to my house and seeing my mother laud Sophia while ignoring me. She recalls a school competition where I placed second. My mother lamented that I couldn't be first like Sophia. Megan wanted to say something but didn't know how. She was a child when my mother scared her. She regrets her timidity. Nothing she could have done. I say. 3-hour conversation and phone number exchange. I pledge to keep in touch this time. Seeing her again feels like discovering a part of myself I forgot existed. 2 days after lunch with Megan, a new Instagram account messages me. The messages say Sophia is the true victim. Her narrative states I turned the family against her and she never sought to hurt me. According to the messages, she followed our mother's lead and didn't know what to do. I scan them for an apology or acknowledgement of her actions. No substance, just excuses and blame. The account says she's in therapy and self-improvement. She hopes to repair our connection. The tone is off. She sounds like she's reciting a screenplay about what I want to hear. She's not understood for her harm. Every message is screenshotted and added to my phone's behavior folder. I block the account. Another user with the identical profile photo messages me within an hour. I block it too. Sophia persists, but I'm done giving in. Our Saturday dinner hosts are Ryan's parents. His mother makes pot roast and his father sets the table with lovely dishes. Ryan's mother requests a private conversation after dinner. While Ryan and his father clean the kitchen, we go to the living room. Some boundaries are good and appropriate, she argues. She advises that my mother may escalate before accepting them. My mother doesn't handle loss of control well, she says. Schedule weekly appointments. Left her office feeling less bad about all I've done. A specialist says I'm doing well. That's more important than imagined. Elizabeth contacts me 3 days after my last therapy appointment to invite Ryan and me to dinner on Saturday. She claims it'll be her, Michael, and their 2 kids. No conflict, just family. I agree before overthinking. Charlotte takes us to their suburban home on Saturday. As we enter the driveway, my hands shake. This is the first family gathering since the engagement dinner, and while I trust Elizabeth, old patterns make me apprehensive. Michael opens the door and hugs us. Teenagers Hannah and Tyler wave at us from the living room. House smells like cooked chicken and garlic. Elizabeth comes out of the kitchen washing her hands on a towel and hugs me longer than intended. She whispers thanks for coming. Dinner is normal like never before in my household. Talking about work, school, and kids' sports teams. No one mentions Sophia or my mother. Nobody compares or backhandedly comments. Elizabeth stands with her wine glass when dessert arrives. She wants to toast my engagement like I should have at the restaurant. Ryan is blessed to have me, she says. She responds, I deserve someone who sees my worth. Hannah and Tyler lift soda cups, and everyone drinks. I blink frantically to avoid sobbing when my throat tightens. Family should feel like this. Family contacts increase over the week. Alicia, my second cousin, writes me a long message about her mother. Alicia says her mother always favored her brother and made her feel unimportant. We chat for 2 hours over coffee. She knows the strange guilt of separating from a parent, even if they damaged you. She says she went through the same thing 5 years ago and found happiness after stopping to heal the relationship. We exchange numbers and agree to talk. Uncle from my father's side texts me support. 2 more cousins post heart emoji comments on my old images on social media. I'm developing a family that sees me as a person, not the backup daughter. It's like beginning over, but better. I'm amazed that my relatives now appreciate me. The bar was so low before. Phone rings while making breakfast. Caller ID shows my grandmother's number. I almost don't answer, but curiosity wins. She speaks immediately when I answer. She worries about my mother's health. She says my mother went to the doctor with chest pains due to stress. When my grandmother says I'm to blame for not forgiving, her voice shakes. I breathe and speak calmly. I deny responsibility for my mother's health. You can't manipulate me with health scares anymore. Grandmother gasps like I said something terrible. She calls me cruel and says families forgive. I remind her that family members should also respect each other. She cries and asks how I got cold. I tell her I learned boundaries from therapy, not coldness. I end the call before she finishes. My hands shake, but I'm happy I didn't give up. Wedding magazines cover our kitchen table as Ryan and I sit. I cried when his parents offered to pay for the wedding. We start a guest list. Ryan records his family and friends. I list Elizabeth, Michael, Rebecca, my father, and other relatives who offered genuine support. The list doesn't include my mother. Neither does Sophia's. Ryan asks if I'm sure. I concur. He squeezes my hand and whispers, "Okay." We tally the names, and decide the wedding is small, maybe 45 guests. Ryan wonders if that concerns me. It feels right, I say. These individuals care about us. Making these choices feels strong, not sad. I'm not inviting out of duty or fear. I decide who celebrates with us. Email. Notifications appear on my phone at work. I neglected to block Sophia's work email. The subject line states, "I'm sorry." I open it despite knowing not to. She describes her therapy in 3 paragraphs. She now recognizes that our mother's favoritism made her rely on being the greatest at everything. She says she never learned true relationships, because she was too preoccupied pleasing our mother. She wants to be sisters and wishes to re-establish our friendship. Read twice. The entire email emphasizes her struggles. She discusses her anguish, therapy, and realizations. She never apologizes for particular actions. She doesn't smile when our mother says I'm not good enough. She never says she'll flirt with Ryan. Not my hurt, but her victimhood in the email. I close without replying. I don't give her closure, because she wants it. Our next session involves writing a letter to my mother with Dr. Miller. A border letter, she calls it. It takes several revisions to get it right. The letter says, I won't see my mother until she apologizes for the harm she caused me throughout my life. It lists examples without being cruel, and asks her to stop blaming me for her own actions. Dr. Miller reads the 1-page, single-spaced letter and nods. She says it's clear and firm without being mean. We print it and I sign it. I take it to the post office and send it certified mail so my mother can't say she never got it. The counterwoman asks if I want insurance. I almost laugh. My mother's response comes 3 days later, but not in a letter. She posts on Facebook about how she's a devoted mother being punished for loving both her daughters equally and that some children don't appreciate parental sacrifices. She's heartbroken and doesn't know what happened. The post gets 15 likes and a dozen comments from people who don't know the full story. Several family members who weren't in the original group chat message me asking what's going on and request the screenshots of my mother and Sophia's text. 3 relatives respond within an hour saying they had no idea things were this bad and they're done making excuses for her behavior. My mother's Facebook post stays up for 6 hours before she deletes it. I screenshot it first. Ryan tells me to come home early from work on Friday. He won't say why, just that I need to be there by 5. I leave at 4:30 and drive home nervous. When I walk in, he's wearing a nice shirt and has a weird smile. He tells me to change into something comfortable and then we're leaving. I ask where we're going, and he says surprise. 20 minutes later, we arrive at his parents'. I recognize the cars in the driveway as Ryan opens my door and leads me to the backyard, where Elizabeth and Michael are with their kids. Rebecca is there, and Ryan's best friend Ethan came with his girlfriend. My father is uncomfortable but present near the food table. Our lunch list includes my father, my aunt, Elizabeth and Uncle Michael, Rebecca and Megan, Hannah's family, and 45 other names, all of whom make me happy. The next Tuesday, I see one of my mother's friends in the produce section. She spots me before I can turn down another aisle, and walks over with a tight smile to ask how I'm doing in that fake concerned voice people use when they're just fishing for gossip. I tell her I'm fine and try to move past her, but she steps in front of my cart and says she heard about the engagement dinner and my mother's heartbreak. She looks at me like she expects me to apologize or defend myself, but I look her in the eye and tell her my mother broke my heart for 24 years and one uncomfortable dinner doesn't compare. If she's so concerned about my mother's feelings, maybe she should ask her why she thought it was okay to tell me my sister deserved my fiancé more. The woman's mouth opens, but nothing comes out. I push my cart past her and leave feeling proud of myself for not apologizing or shrinking to make her comfortable. My hands shake while I finish shopping, but it's adrenaline. I'm learning to defend myself without feeling guilty. In my next therapy session, I tell my therapist about the grocery store interaction and my father reaching out. She listens carefully and then asks how I feel about losing my mother permanently. I say I don't know because I'm not sure I ever had the mother I needed. She nods and says I'm mourning the relationship I needed, not the one that existed. I've been waiting my whole life for my mother to become the parent I deserved. But that was never going to happen. She says it's normal to grieve the parent I wish I had while accepting that the real relationship was harmful. Realize it would look like the life I'm building now. Megan calls me that weekend and asks if I want to meet some of her friends. She's having people over for dinner, and thinks I'd like them. I agree, even though I'm nervous about meeting new people who might have heard about the family drama. Megan introduces me to 6 other women her age, and nobody asks about my family or brings up anything uncomfortable. We eat and talk about work, shows we're watching, and places we want to travel. One woman tells a funny story about her terrible boss, and another talks about marathon training. Their questions about my job and wedding plans are genuine, and nobody compares me or makes me feel like I need to prove myself. The conversation flows easily, and I realize I've been so isolated by family drama for years that I forgot what normal friendships feel like. After leaving that night, I have 3 new phone numbers and plans to meet 2 of them for brunch next weekend. I text Megan to thank her and she says she's glad I came and that her friends liked me. On Monday morning, a delivery person brings a huge bouquet of flowers to my office. My coworkers gather around as I read the card, which says, "She forgives me," in my mother's handwriting. I stare at it for a moment and then laugh out loud. She forgives me like I did something wrong, like she's the bigger person for overlooking my terrible behavior. When my coworker asks if everything is okay, I tell her these flowers are from someone who doesn't understand that forgiveness works both ways. I find a nursing home 2 blocks away. I donate the bouquet to their activities coordinator during my lunch break. She's thrilled, and says the residents will love fresh flowers in the common room. I don't text my mother or call to say thanks, and the silence feels powerful. Ryan asks if my mother sent anything else that evening, and I tell him about the flowers. He shakes his head, and says he can't believe she still doesn't get it, but I think she finally does. She just doesn't want to accept it. 2 weeks later, Ryan's mother calls to invite us to dinner. When we arrive, his whole family is there, including his aunt and uncle and some cousins I haven't met. His mother pulls me aside and asks if they can officially introduce me as their future daughter-in-law at a family reunion. I say yes and thank her for thinking of me. 3 weeks later, Ryan's extended family warmly welcomes me to the reunion. His grandmother hugs me and says she's heard great things about me. His cousins ask about the wedding and want to see venue pictures. One of his aunts pulls me aside and tells me she can see how happy I make Ryan and that's all that matters to his family. Nobody asks invasive questions about my family or makes me explain anything. I spend the afternoon talking and laughing with people who chose to welcome me into their lives. When we leave that night, I tell Ryan his family is amazing, and he says they think I'm amazing, too. For the first time, I'm part of a family that wants me there. I'm sitting at my desk one afternoon and realize I haven't checked my phone for messages from my mother or Sophia in days. The constant vigilance I lived with for months has faded without me noticing. I used to wake up every morning and look at my phone, bracing myself for manipulation or guilt. I tell my therapist that evening in therapy, and she smiles and says, "This is what peace feels like, and I should pay attention to how different my life is without their toxicity." I tell her it feels like breathing easier. My therapist says, I've done the hard work of setting boundaries, and now I'm experiencing the reward of that work. She reminds me that peace doesn't mean excester. Nothing bad will ever happen, just that I'm no longer in crisis mode. I'm grateful for my progress and lighter life as I drive home. Elizabeth calls 2 weeks later to invite Ryan and me to supper. She says only she, Michael, and a few other family members will support me through everything. She says she's considering introducing a new ritual for our family members who value healthy connections. She sounds thrilled when I say I'd like to come. Saturday night dinner at her house. Rebecca and 2 other cousins I haven't seen in years are there when I arrive. Everyone hugged me and said they were proud of me for opposing my mother. We eat lasagna and garlic bread without mentioning my mother or Sophia unless it supports my boundaries. Elizabeth raises her glass and proposes quarterly meetings. We're the respectful family. Everyone agrees, and I found something I didn't need. Family dinners should feel like this. Instead of anxiety and comparisons, relaxed and laughing. Ryan and I celebrate our 1-year dating anniversary 3 days later. He takes me to our first date restaurant and orders the same cuisine. He informs me over dessert that he's been pondering about my changes in recent months. He loved me more after seeing me stand up for myself at the engagement dinner because he recognized my strength. I told him I was afraid creating limits would alienate people, but it really improved relationships. He grabs my hand across the table and says, "That's exactly what happened. Protecting myself didn't cost me love. It just cleared out the fake love to make space for the real thing." I agree and am glad for his support. A week later, Emily, a distant cousin, messages me on Facebook. She lives 3 states away, so we've only met at huge family functions. She said she heard about my mother's situation through the family grapevine and wanted to contact her. In her family, her brother is the favored and she's always been treated like she doesn't matter. She requests advice on how to handle it. I reply about treatment, limits, and understanding that you can't make someone value you if they don't. After an hour of messaging, she praises me for being honest about how hard it is. Using my grief to help others feels unexpectedly significant. I record some of our conversation and show it to my therapist at our next appointment. She grins and adds, "This is part of my healing." 2. A few days later, my father calls to offer coffee. He seems nervous and fatigued when we sit. He started going to therapy himself and won't speak more, but my boundary letter made him recognize certain things. He says he enabled my mother's actions for decades and pretended it wasn't horrible. He confesses he failed to safeguard me as a child. I appreciate his responsibilities even if it's too late to undo the past. If he maintains my rules about not discussing my mother, I agree to continue our monthly coffee dates. He accepts and we finish our coffee discussing his garden and my work. Sophia emails my work address 2 weeks later. Though the subject line states final message, I read it out of curiosity. She says that she understands I don't want a relationship with her and won't contact me anymore. She wants me to be happy and is moving on. There's no particular apology for her actions. I just hope things work out. I read it twice and erase it without reacting. I'm not responsible for her closure or happiness. Her inability to apologize for her acts tells me everything about her change. Ryan and I spend all Sunday afternoon on our wedding guest list. After putting it off because it would be complicated, we sit down and go over everyone. Finally, 45 persons are listed. His family, my father, Elizabeth, and Michael, Rebecca, and a few supporting relatives, our close friends, and my therapist, who's helped me heal, are all invited. Ryan feels the list is significant. These are folks we picked, or who chose us, not obligation guests. The list feels correct, and I don't feel terrible about who's missing. Next week, I write my wedding vows. Not generic promises, but personal and honest. I write about forming a family on respect and love, choosing each other every day, and improving ourselves. Ryan starts crying midway through our rehearsal dinner practice when I read them. His parents hug me after I finish, and his mother says she's honored to be part of my new family story. The father of Hannah says they've always wanted a daughter, and are pleased it's me. His family's acceptance surprises me because it's so different from my upbringing. Hannah's mother contacts me upset 3 weeks before the wedding. She says my mother wrote to their house to persuade me to invite her to the wedding. Page after page, the letter describes how hurt she is and how she deserves to be there as my mother. Hannah's mother reads me a few words over the phone, and every sentence is manipulated. I thank her for telling me, and we decide she'll write back that she shouldn't interfere in our decisions. Hannah's mother says she'll respond tomorrow and supports my restrictions. I'm grateful his family protects my decisions without my request. Rebecca calls me a few days later to offer motherly duties on wedding day. She claims she'll watch for my mother's uninvited arrival and handle it. Ryan and I discuss it and hire venue security just in case. The wedding security business says they deal with unwelcome guests more often than people believe, and will make sure no one crashes who isn't on our list. Knowing I'm safe lets me enjoy my wedding instead of worrying about my mother. Rebecca texts me later that night to say she'll always support me, and I believe her. I wake up cheerful and enthusiastic the week before the wedding, not anxious. When I get ready for work, I realize I'm not prepared for anything to go wrong or someone to ruin the day. That afternoon in therapy, my therapist says this is what happens when you're not continually bracing for criticism or rejection. Says, I've done the hard work of removing toxic people from my life, and now I get to experience what peace actually feels like. I'm marrying someone who loves me exactly as I am. I'm surrounded by people who celebrate me instead of tearing me down, and I don't have to perform or prove my worth to anyone. The relief of that realization makes me emotional in the best possible way. Elizabeth's house smells like vanilla and flowers as I arrive for the bridal shower. Women have gathered in the living room to rejoice with me, not out of necessity. Rebecca embraces me at the door and whispers that she helped Elizabeth prepare everything, causing me to cry, instead of worried. I wake up peaceful on wedding day. Rebecca and Megan bring coffee and bagels to my flat after Ryan went for his parents' place to get ready with the guys. It's quick and pleasurable to shower and start my hair with them. Rebecca's disastrous first date last month and Megan's puppy eating her shoes make us giggle. No competition or stress. They both help me put on my dress by working the little back buttons. Finally, looking in the mirror, I feel beautiful without being told. The outfit fits well and Charlotte's mother's bracelet sparkles. Rebecca shoots a million shots, and Megan becomes tearful, and I understand this is how wedding preparation should feel. No one is comparing me, criticizing me, or making fun of me. 3 women celebrating a good occasion feels perfect. The ceremony site is perfect for Ryan and me. We had 45 people in a tiny yard with flowers and chairs. My father nervously changes his tie, while we wait in the back room for the music. When we walk down the aisle, he extends his arm, and we enter the sunlight. Ryan, who is up front with the officiant, starts crying when he sees me. My father walks gently to savor the moment. He leans down and whispers, proud of me, halfway down the aisle. For once, I accept a family member's compliment without looking for hidden criticism or waiting for the other shoe to drop. I can see my father crying as he hugs me before passing me off to Ryan at the front. The ceremony is wonderful and simple. The officiant discusses love and commitment before Ryan begins his vows. His voice shakes as he swears to always value me, even when I don't. Be my family after my biological family failed me and prove every day that I deserve love just as I am. Half the guests are crying at the end, and I'm barely holding it together. I fulfilled my promises to improve things together. Ryan kisses me after the officiant marries us, and everyone applauds. The reception is in the same garden with glowing string lights. Michael toasts after we eat, speak, and dance. He says the strongest families are chosen, not born into. And how watching me set boundaries and build a life on my own terms has influenced family members to reassess their relationships. He adds, this room full of people who actually love me is more like family than any holiday gathering ever was. Many nod in agreement. I forget about the missing people when Ryan and I dance to our first song. My mother and Sophia aren't on my radar or likely to wreck things. I'm present with the folks that express their love by actions, not words. My mother's absence doesn't dampen delight. It shields me from criticism and allows me enjoy the day. Charlotte's parents locate us by the dessert table at night and hug us. His mother feels she gained more than a daughter-in-law today. The differentiation of her daughter matters more than I can describe. I thank his father for welcoming me entirely and that they're proud to call me family. I'm creating a new family story where I'm cherished and celebrated, not compared to others, and my mother's tale about me being the backup daughter doesn't matter. I feel lighter than I have in years as Ryan and I say goodbye to the last visitors and travel to our hotel before our journey tomorrow. Ryan and I spent the first few days of our Hawaii honeymoon lounging on the beach and ignoring family drama. However, one evening while viewing the sunset, we discuss our future parenting styles. Ryan says our kids should feel loved and supported. And I concur immediately. We promise not to compare siblings or play favorites and to recognize each child's unique skills. I tell him our children would never wonder who is loved more and will break my mother's cycle of favoritism and comparison. Using my pain to improve feels like the ultimate victory over my mother's legacy. Like I'm turning all that hurt into something healing and protective for the next generation. During the honeymoon, I realize I no longer define myself by Sophia or my mother. I don't compare myself to my sister or my mother while defining myself. I'm no longer backup daughter. Just being myself is enough. Instead of my mother's judgment, my inner voice tells me I'm worthy as I am. One morning, I look at Ryan sleeping beside me and reflect about our life together, and am grateful for every hard decision that brought me here. Setting limits lost me relationships, but helped me become someone I enjoy. My father's number rings 3 months after the wedding while I'm at a coffee shop. He says he needs to talk, and his voice is quieter than usual. He claims to have separated from my mother and moved into a motel. After a time, he says that witnessing me establish a life without her poison helped him realize how much her actions harmed his happiness. He sounds exhausted but relieved. Like he's dropped something heavy after years. I promise not to pressure him on his long-term choices. So I'm delighted he's taking care of himself. We talk about nothing important for 20 minutes more. Normal discourse without my mother's influence. I sit with my coffee after we hang up and think this is what happens when you stop accepting abuse. Other folks notice it too. My therapist assesses my development over the past few months at my usual therapy visit the following week. Since I have such tremendous self-worth, she offers monthly sessions instead of weekly. She tells me that healing isn't a straight line, and I'll still have bad days, but my work has made my mother's voice not rule me anymore. I can accept criticism without feeling I deserve it. I can set limits guilt-free. Accepting love without conditions is possible. I leave her office and walk to my car, proud of my transformation from the lady who apologized for being. Ryan and I host our first apartment holiday dinner in November. His parents, my father, Aunt Elizabeth, Uncle Michael, Rebecca, Megan, and Ethan, are invited. I cook as Ryan sets the table in the morning, and when everyone arrives, warm voices and laughter fill the flat. Nobody compares me to others. No one insults with compliments. Elizabeth brings me a pie and hugs me in the kitchen, saying she's glad I'm doing well. The chat between my father and Hannah's dad about golf on the couch is relaxed. Ethan makes everyone laugh with a Ryan's college story, and Megan helps me take dishes to the table. While eating and talking, someone suggests a game after dinner, making the evening feel warm and comfortable. Family should feel like this. People who want to attend, not must. You're celebrated, not tolerated. I see folks at the table that choose to be here and understand I have what I always wanted. An entire year has passed since the engagement dinner that altered everything. I wake up next to Ryan in our apartment and think about how my life has changed. My hubby loves me unconditionally. My in-laws treat me like their daughter, not a burden. My selected family of relatives and friends celebrates my victories and supports me during tough times. More importantly, I have my own approval. I know my worth and don't need my mother to confirm it. Her view used to shape my self-image, but now it's just noise. That realization's independence is worth every painful talk, boundary I had to create, and connection I had to end to find calm. I'm no longer backup daughter. Just being me is enough. My sister threw away my wedding invitations, then tried to play victim. When Dad complained, I showed how she ignored it, and watched him crumble. It smells like cinnamon and pine, yet the scent of the green estate may just as easily be formaldehyde. My fingers are grasping a cream-colored present box, wrapped in silk ribbon, as I stand in the middle of the living room, marveling at the contents. A lifetime VIP subscription to Last Chance Love, an app specifically targeted at overwhelmingly desperate individuals. A hardcover book titled How to Find Happiness When You Die Alone with raised gold lettering was located underneath it. A.T. The marble fireplace behind me is roaring with flames. The well-kept grounds are covered with heavy, silent sheets of snow outside the French windows. However, the cold in this room has nothing to do with December. Sophia chuckles. Sharp and loud, the sound reverberates like shattered glass off the vaulted ceiling, with a falsely beautiful voice. My sister says, I saw it on TikTok. The reviews were outstanding. For women who have given up on conventional dating, I offer it 5 stars. I'm not looking up. I can't stop looking at that awful pink app card with the cartoon image of a withering flower that is meant to symbolize ladies like me. Women, who are said to be dead. Accept it, my love. The room echoes with my mother's speech. Isabella Green appears to be carved from the same marble as the fireplace, as she sits on the ivory settee. All Sophia is concerned about is your future. Don't let your pride to make you a spinster for life. My dad remains silent. Charles Green is standing close to the bar cart, swirling bourbon in a crystal tumbler, and examining the amber liquid as if it contained answers he didn't want to tell me. William Moore, his business partner, moves uneasily in the leather seat next to him. Sophia's fiancé, Ethan Carter looks at his phone with quick, serious attention. I shut the box. Slowly. Something seems like it's breaking open inside my chest, but my hands don't shake. 6 months. I spent 2 evenings at my Austin dining table, choosing the ideal cardstock and hand-tying velvet ribbons, before sending those invites 6 months ago. Hi chum grams. The kind that, when you hold it, whispers quality. With his arms folded and a cautious gaze, Jacob had observed me from the doorway. Are you certain you don't have to give them a call? He had inquired. My fingers worked the silk into a flawless bow as I smoothed another ribbon. They are my parents. This would not be missed. I can't get the memory out of my throat. Staring at those 2 empty front row seats. One for mom and one for dad. I had postponed the ceremony for 30 minutes. My mother had previously stated that she liked daisies, therefore I painted the signs myself on little wooden plaques adorned with wildflowers. 5 years have passed since then. However, I do recall everything they forgot. I recall. Okay? Sophia's golden hair falls in a deliberate tumble over one shoulder as she leans forward on the couch. Her 2-carat diamond engagement ring, which cost more than my entire wedding, catches the firelight. Will you not express gratitude? The words are stuck in my throat. A part of me wants to yell, like I've done countless times before. I want to dash out those enormous oak doors, drive back to the airport, and take a plane home to Austin, where Jacob is most likely reheating leftover Thai food, and wondering how I'm doing. However, I'm exhausted from running. The throat of William Moore is cleared. With a deliberately bland tone, he offers that we might proceed to supper. I think the dining room is prepared by the caterers. Sophia's smile gets bigger. She is aware that she has prevailed this time. She does it every time. But something inside of me doesn't shatter this time. It breaks, not my heart, which has been splintering in our household, ever since I became old enough to realize that certain kids are cherished while others are put up with. No. It's the harder object that breaks. I've been carrying these chains for 29 years. The ones with the titles of good daughter and second best. And perhaps if you put in more effort. I glance up, my gaze locks with Sophia's, and I see her victorious face waver just a bit. She doesn't recognize something in my face. Something icy, tidy, and definitive. I say, "Thank you, Sophia." My voice sounds smooth, almost pleasant. I'll take great care of this. Holding the box to my ribs like proof, I slip it under my arm, because that is precisely what it is. Green, Isabella, frowns. Don't be theatrical, Megan. It's merely a considerate present. Yes, I am aware. I grin. I feel like I'm wearing someone else's mouth because of the peculiar expression on my face. It's really valuable and considerate. At last, Charles turns to face me, his gray brows furrowing. Megan? It serves as a warning, he said, in the same tone, that perhaps, just possibly, Sophia shouldn't have a BMW for her first automobile, when I had been given a 7-year-old Toyota when I was 16. It's a tone that says, don't make a scene. Don't embarrass us. Don't exist too loudly in spaces meant for your sister to shine. I look him in the eye. Yes, father? He turns back to his bourbon after opening and closing his mouth. Ethan Carter shoves his phone into his jacket pocket and stands up suddenly. He murmurs, "I need some air," and moves toward the French doors that open onto the patio. At last, Sophia's smile breaks. It's chilly outside, Ethan. With a dejected sigh, Ethan turns back to join the procession to the dining room, as he pauses at the patio doors, where the cold air is rushing in. However, he has already left, and I realize something at that same moment. He feels uneasy. He ought to be. Any good person would be. Should we? With a stiff set of shoulders that betrays his anxiety, William points to the dining room. The white linen tablecloth is covered in diamond patterns from the dining room chandelier. The sound of Isabella tapping her spoon on her crystal water glass pierces the quiet of courteous talk like a dagger. My mother says, "I want to toast this very special season, the year of the bride," in an audience-pleasing voice. Before we start, Sophia's practiced smile blossoms across her face as I watch her straighten in her chair, as if she's been waiting for this cue all her life. Isabella, my youngest daughter, goes on, pointing with her wine glass at Sophia. This February, we will tie the knot in what I can only characterize as a contemporary royal wedding with high chum numwe guests. It took 6 months to design the clothing for the Four Seasons ballroom. Ethan moves next to Sophia, his jaw clenched. With the focus of an archaeologist studying an item, William Moore examines his salad fork. Isabella continues. Sophia has always known how to do things properly, and the word properly hits me like a slap, gracefully. Taking family into account. In agreement, my father raises his bourbon. Since we sat down, he hasn't given me a glance. I started eating my filet mignon. My hand feels fused to the handle, but the knife cuts through the meat with hardly any resistance. Isabella clicks gently to put down her drink. She turns to face me, and I can see the sparkle in her eyes. Her performance is coming up. With a tone full of fake worry, she declares that Sophia is at ease. But Megan, how about you? You're getting close to 30. You can't expect to live with plants indefinitely. Can you? There is silence at the table. Even the caterers appear to freeze in the middle of a downpour, as they refill water glasses by the sideboard. When will it be your turn? Isabella queries. Like smoke. The question lingers in the air. Ethan's gaze darts to and from me. William does not speak, but he clears his throat. If you didn't know Sophia, her expression might pass for sisterly interest. But I do. She leans forward a little. The fingers wrap around the wine stem, and I can see the excitement in them. She's waiting for me to lose it, to stumble, to justify myself by saying that I should be concentrating on my work or that I haven't found the right person yet. The clatter of metal on porcelain is louder than it should be, so I put down my silverware. Mother, I'm not unmarried. The remarks sound steady and composed, like I'm making a weather statement. Isabella blinks. I'm sorry. It has been 6 months since my marriage. In 2 seconds, my mother's face changes into 3 different expressions: bewildered, incredulous, angry, and dishonest. Before she can stop herself, the word bursts from her mouth. The cutlery rattles as her hand slams into the table. Why would nobody be aware of this? Did you elope in secret in Vegas? Is it the reason you have been so aloof? In Vegas, I didn't elope. Although Sophia's face has turned pale. She gets better quickly. She does it every time. Are you fabricating tales to spoil my engagement celebration? Her voice breaks just right, striking that delicate balance between hurt and disbelief. Megan. Even if you've always been envious of me, this is pitiful. Her hand finds Preston's arm as she turns to face him. Is this unbelievable? However, Preston's lawyer's mind is obviously working on calculations I can't quite read as he looks at me. I say I sent out invitations. The pitch of my voice hasn't changed. I sound almost bored. Which is odd because my heart feels like it's trying to get out by banging against my ribs. In February. By FedEx. Overnight. The bourbon sloshes over the rim, when my father's glass strikes the table. Why didn't you call if you sent out invitations and didn't hear back? The vein in his temple is pulsating, and his face is flushed. Did you intentionally do this? To make this family look bad in front of the Moors? There it is. The answer I didn't want to see, despite the fact that the evidence was piling up around me like snow against a door, is the truth I've been thinking about for 6 months. They remembered. I'm being gaslighted by them. Now. In front of observers. While I sit here with the receipts they are unaware of. I am rewriting history. The final strand of hope I'd been holding on to, the one I wasn't even aware I had left, dissolves. I feel a change in my chest. The part of me that can read blueprints, calculate load-bearing walls, and pinpoint the precise location of pressure required for a structure to fail takes over. This is the architect in me. I give up using my feelings to defend myself. My feelings are unimportant to them. Never have they. I slip my phone out of my handbag and hide it beneath the table, concealed by the white linen. My thumb locates the thread of messages with Jacob. I type a single word. Right now. After being delivered, the message is read. As if nothing had happened, I placed the phone away and resumed using my fork to stab a piece of asparagus. Megan. There's a dangerous aspect to my mother's voice now. The one that used to make me rush to my bedroom as a child. Put an end to this foolishness, and offer your sister an apology. For what purpose? I munch into some asparagus. It has no taste at all. For marriage? For asking my relatives to attend my wedding? Which aspect requires an apology? Tears that have not yet fallen are shining in Sophia's eyes. She's skilled at keeping them just on the brink of illumination. That you would lie about anything like this is unbelievable. On the eve of Christmas. Christmas Eve. I'm telling the truth. Then demonstrate it. My dad loses his temper. Across the table, I look him in the eye. All right. William Moore moves about in his chair, obviously wishing he were somewhere else. Preston's lawyer instincts have finally caught up with what his gut has been telling him, and he has become very still next to Sophia. My wedding band is caught in the chandelier above us. I have worn it the entire time. They didn't even notice. In 15 minutes, dessert will be prepared. Ignorant of the tension that is resonating throughout the room like static electricity, one of the caterers makes an announcement from the doorway. Once, my phone buzzes against my thigh. Jacob texted. The system was accessed. When you're ready, it's ready. Anyhow, good night. I glance up at the 10.1-inch smart TV that is positioned over the fireplace in the adjacent sitting area. It is currently showing a digital fire log that replicates the actual fire that is blazing beneath it. I get up from the table and say, actually, I think we should skip dessert tonight. My heels click against the hardwood floor as I make my way to the TV. Everyone should see this. Sit down, Megan. The sharpness in my mother's voice that used to make me withdraw within myself in an attempt to be quieter, smaller, and less disruptive has returned. Not this evening. With my back to the room, I pause in front of the television. You have an unwavering faith in Sophia. To my own ears, my voice sounds weird. Be calm. Nearly conversational. However, have you forgotten my husband's occupation? Quiet. I look over at them. Senior cybersecurity analyst Jacob Harris. He is employed by a company that defends Fortune numchum businesses against data breaches. Isabella opens her mouth. Shuts down. Reopens. I fail to see the connection between that and anything. Do you not? I take my phone out of my hand and hold it up for them to see the screen. There are 3 glowing letters, right now, sent 18 minutes ago. Delivered. Behind me, the TV screen flickers. Sophia raises her head. She forgot her tears. What are you doing? The virtual log of the fire stops. For precisely 2 seconds, the screen becomes black. Then it illuminates once more, showing a completely new image. A desktop computer, background of blue. Neat folders arranged in rows. A little white writing that reads "Remote Access Activated" appears in the corner. What is this? Charles's voice has become harsh. Switch that off. This house's electrical system was created by me. I speak in a nice, almost conversational tone, as if I were talking about the weather. Were you aware of that? I was hired right out of graduate school by you. Paid me in family discount rates and publicity. Every sensor, camera, and smart system was set up by myself. I return my attention to the screen and see the movement of the cursor without any physical contact. Jacob is moat. Numchum miles away. Working from our home office in Austin. His fingers gliding over keys. No changes were ever made to the admin password. I go on. I suggested that you alter it. Do you recall? That email was sent by me. Twice. William Moore leans forward. His face torn between dread and fascination. Ethan Carter had remained motionless next to Sophia, evidently considering the ramifications with his lawyer's mind. This is against the law. Well. Sophia's tone falters. This time, without tears. In a panic. It isn't, in fact. I avoid looking at her. The system administrator listed is me. I have complete legal access. All Jacob is doing is assisting me in getting my own files back. With her chair scraping the hardwood, Isabella gets to her feet. Documents? Which files? The screen's cursor shifts to a folder. Sophia gasps at the label. Project. The truth. When you said that I was just messing with plants for a living. Silently, I say. I'm an architect. In case you forgot, the architect's blueprint. 3 steps ahead is how we think. We create long-lasting systems. My dad's face is flushed. Without informing us, you had no right to install cameras in our house. I informed you. I speak in a level tone. A bonway-page guidebook was given to you. Everything was approved by you. The front door is equipped with a camera. One at the side door. The driveway is covered by one. Everything was revealed. Everything is lawful. Everything is captured on a top-notch NVR system. In your wine cellar. An NVR system. What is it? Isabella's voice has become softer. A network video recorder. At last I turn to face her. Cloud storage does not expire after 6 months. Physical hard drives are involved. Expert quality. 2-year data retention period. I saw Sophia's face lose its color. She gets it. The math is already being done by her, calculating the number of months in reverse. As she whispers, "You're bluffing." I look back at the screen. The folder is under the cursor. Sophia, do you recall Marchmost? I inquire. I sound nearly sweet when I speak. Tuesday was the day. Chilly. You had on your coat made of cream cashmere. At Muy Lama. The FedEx driver showed up. Put an end to it. Sophia raises her voice. Stop her, Mom. It was a blue package. I go on. Overnight Express. Inside are 4 velvet boxes, encased in a ribbon of ivory. Invitations to my wedding. Ethan looks in Sophia's direction, as if it were his first time meeting her. Switch it off, Sophia yells. Make her turn it off, Mom. Isabella is frozen though. She kept her fingers over her throat. She fixed her gaze on the TV. In any case, it's too late. On my phone, I pressed enter. The signal is received by Jacob, who opens the folder. In flawless high definition, the initial image takes up the entire screen. A FedEx receipt. The signature line is readily apparent. Green. Sophia. In her characteristic looping handwriting, she signed. Date. Marchmorst. Time. Muy lama. Chaos breaks out in the dining room. I simply stand there, though. I'm holding my phone, observing the disintegration of my sister's meticulously built world. And all I can feel is pristine, icy satisfaction. Sophia says right away, "That's my signature." The frantic edge in her voice has faded. Changed to something flatter. I'm more hazardous. What the heck? I accepted a package. Other than the fact that I was at home that day. That doesn't prove anything. She's getting better. Quicker than I anticipated. I say, with a calm voice. Evidence 1. Clinical. As if I were showing designs to a challenging customer. On Marchmorst, you accepted a box from Megan and Jacob Harris. Our wedding invitations were delivered overnight by FedEx 2 weeks later. I can't recall every package I signed for. Sophia folds her arms. We receive deliveries all the time. Every week, dozens of shipments are produced by my brand collaborations alone. However, Isabella straightens her posture. She seems to be clutching for this explanation, encircling it with her hands like a lifeline. It's accurate. Sophia's company needs to maintain its inventory constantly. It is unrealistic to expect her to recall a single, arbitrary delivery from 6 months ago. The cursor of Jacob moves across the screen. The screenshot of an email inbox takes the place of the receipt. The email inbox of my mother. Second piece of evidence, I say. Isabella's Gmail account settings are displayed on the screen. Filters. There is a lengthy list of them, organizing promotional emails and newsletters into different folders. However, one filter, denoted by a red flag icon, is at the top of the list. Name of the rule. Block for the wedding. I read out loud. Delete the subject permanently if it includes Megan and the wedding. Ignore the inbox. Avoid archiving. There, in gray lettering, is the creation date. March 2 days following the delivery of the invitations. The IP address used to install this filter can be traced back to Sophia's device. I go on. Specifically, her iPhone. She maintains her Instagram account on the same gadget. The ensuing quiet isn't tranquil. It's the sound of a trap closing. Isabella has a pale face. That isn't feasible. That's not what I ever approved. You didn't, of course. My mother's eyes contact mine. Your password is with Sophia. It has been with her for years. Do you recall last Christmas when she set up your 2-factor authentication? It's for security, she said. Ethan gently gets out of his chair. He's gazing at Sophia as if he's never seen her before. You broke into your mom's email account? Nothing was hacked by me. Sophia's voice has a higher pitch. Mom asked me to assist in handling her correspondence, so I have access. The volume of emails overwhelms her. Every week, I oversee philanthropic relationships, Isabella says. Communications from the charity board. Sophia assists me in putting things in order. By clearing out emails pertaining to your daughter's nuptials. The voice of William Moore pierces the space. His posture has shifted, yet he is still seated in his chair. He is no longer the awkward bystander. He is now engaged and concentrated. Sophia jumps to her feet. The hardwood floor makes a scratching sound when her chair moves. All right. Indeed. In order to keep my parents safe, I concealed the invitations. It freezes in the room. She's changing course. Her expression changes from protective to irritated, and I see it unfold in real time. Tears well up in her eyes. She trembles, but not in terror. With just outrage. Those invitations were dispatched at the last minute. Her voice trembles as she goes on. Dad has high blood pressure for some dilapidated Texas vineyard. Mom worries about her image all the time. About people's opinions. Megan, I saw the place you selected. That look of a rustic barn. I was also terrified. Worried about being made fun of. Worried that they would worry about appearances the entire time. She uses the back of her hand to dab at her eyes. So the answer is yes. I kept them hidden. I tossed them aside. I did it because I loved you. I was attempting to keep our parents from feeling embarrassed. Isabella takes a deep breath. I see her face change. Watch her grab driftwood for this new story, as if she were drowning. Were you defending us? I was, of course. Sophia's tone falters. Megan seldom thinks about how her actions affect the family. She always does things her own way. I couldn't allow you to endure a mediocre wedding simply because she doesn't live up to our expectations. It's excellent. In a terrible manner. In just 30 seconds, she has transformed herself from a villain to a hero. The act of malice turns into a sacrifice for protection. The deception turns into love. Ethan furrows his brow. He doesn't believe it. His jaw tightens, and I can see the skepticism written on his face. My folks are already becoming more lenient though. They have already discovered the explanation they wish to accept. I'm not scared. I'm not angry. Sophia doesn't get satisfaction from watching me fall apart. Rather, I grin. It's a pitying smile. The sort you give a kid who is arguing that their homework was eaten by a dog while you can see the ripped papers in the trash. I repeat quietly, protecting them. Is that your tale? That's the reality. Sophia's chin goes up. So why? I say, carefully choosing my words. Rather than concealing the invitations in a drawer, did you dispose of them in the recycling bin? Sophia blinked. What? You would have concealed the invitations in a secure location, if you were concerned about your parents' feelings, and wanted to protect them. Somewhere you can get them later if you need them. In case your plan didn't work out, you would have taken care to preserve them. I point to the screen where the following file has already been queued by Jacob. But that's not what you did. Did you? Ethan glances across at Sophia. Take a close look at her. Did you? I was upset, replies Sophia hastily. I was having trouble thinking coherently. I find that intriguing because it appears from the video that you were thinking pretty clearly. I give the screen a nod. Jacob presses the play button. The quality of the video is amazing. The front door camera, which is positioned above the entry and provides an ideal view of the driveway and porch, has crystal clear footage. The timestamp is muy bon am, on March most. The FedEx truck comes into view. With a blue bundle in hand, the driver exits the vehicle. He presses the doorbell. 30 seconds later, Sophia shows up. She has her hair up in a high ponytail, and is dressed in yoga leggings and a cropped sweater. She accepts the gift, signs the tablet, and grins at the driver. The chauffeur departs. Sophia examines the package underneath. I watch as she reads the label with the return address. Jacob Harris and Megan. Her face shifts. The grin disappears. It is replaced with something sharp and chilly. She appears unconcerned. She doesn't appear to be defensive. She appears enraged. Sophia looks around to see if anyone is observing. She then proceeds to the side of the home, where a lovely lattice screen conceals the recycling bins. She doesn't pause, hesitate, or open the gift to see what's inside. She simply throws it in the trash can as if it were trash. It's likely that the 4 velvet boxes I had so meticulously wrapped crumbled upon impact. My hand-lettered invites probably wrinkled and bowed. She wipes her hands on her jeans and enters without turning around. The video concludes. There is silence in the dining room. The fire in the hearth seemed to be holding its breath as well. Ethan's expression is blank. Blank. Carefully. Purposefully. The look on someone's face as their whole future falls apart. I whisper. There's your protection. Your affection is there. The dining room is silent. Ethan's facial emotions change too quickly for me to identify. Perplexity. Knowledge. Disgust. My mother would recoil at the sound of his chair scraping the hardwood floor as he stands so suddenly. Did you discard your sister's wedding invitations? It's made worse somehow by the quietness of his voice. Because you didn't want to share the limelight? Sophia grabs his arm. Ethan, I can clarify. He recoils from her contact. Even though you knew she was married, you still handed her a book about dying alone. He's gazing at Sophia, as if he's never seen her before. Perhaps he is. A monster is not someone I can wed. It lingers in the air. Monster. Sophia wrinkles her face. She's always, but Ethan is already moving, so you don't get it. I'm shocked that the engagement ring doesn't bend when he removes it from her finger with such force. With a purposeful click that sounds like a gunshot, he sets the 2-carat diamond on the table after it has caught the chandelier light one more time. He declares, "We're done." My mom jumps up and down. Preston. Avoid hurrying. Sophia made an error, but surely. An error? Preston chuckles harshly. Your daughter tampered with the mail, Mrs. Green. She ruined the wedding of her own sister. She spent 6 months lying to me. He gives a head shake. I desired to wed into a morally upright household. I was obviously wrong about what I would discover here. Beside his kid, William Moore stands up, his face etched in stone. He turns to face my father, whose face has turned the color of old newspapers, and who hasn't left his seat. Charles. William's voice bears the weight of his 4 decades of professional experience. I've always thought that a man can't run a business if he can't run his home. Halfway to his mouth, my father's glass of bourbon stopped. Your daughter is dishonest. William points to Sophia. She is made possible by your wife. He glances at my mom, whose lips move silently in and out. You are also careless. His eyes return to my dad. Next month's merger project? Think of it as cancelled. The Green family will not do business with Moore Group. The words land like blows on the body. I see the last of the color fading from my father's face. His greatest accomplishment, the agreement that would solidify his career, was to be that merger. Contracts worth $40 million. A collaboration that would have increased the scope of his business. Absent. Please, William. At last my dad finds his voice. We can talk about this in private. Of course. There is nothing to talk about. William touches Preston's shoulder. We're heading out. Sophia leaps out of her seat. You are to blame for this. Her face contorted with anger, she spins around on me. Everything was damaged by you. I'll ruin you. I will tell everyone about your actions and manipulation. No. The word is soft, but it interrupts her in the middle of her statement. I smooth my clothing as I carefully stand up. No, you won't. Observe me. Sophia's voice becomes more and more hysterical. I have 1.5 million followers. I am aware that secret audio recording is illegal in Massachusetts. I speak in a casual level tone. Thus, tonight's supper video remains confidential. I'm not going to publish it. Sophia's look changes to one of triumph, as if she had discovered a way out. But I take a moment to allow the words to sink in. Did you drop that FedEx package on camera? That is proof of tampering with federal mail. Title Muitam. The United States Code. Section Motnyan by Chum Latham. A maximum sentence of 5 years in federal prison. Sophia's face loses its color. The police and your business sponsors will be the targets of that video, and a lawsuit if you dare to say even one false thing about me on social media. I cock my head to examine her. I'm curious about Dior and Cartier's reaction to their ambassador being under investigation for federal offenses. Sophia collapses back into her chair. She makes a sound that is neither quite a scream nor quite a sob. It's the sound of someone's meticulously planned world coming crashing down. My mother sits frozen, her hands clutched in her lap. My father stares at the table like the wood grain holds answers. I reach for the cream-colored gift box, the one containing that horrible app membership, and that cruel book that I put on the table. I pick it up with both hands and walk around the table. Sophia flinches when I approach, like I might hit her. I place the box directly in front of her, right next to Preston's abandoned engagement ring. Keep it, I say. You need it more than I do now. The words taste like freedom. I turn toward William and Preston, who are already in the foyer, collecting their coats. As I pass William, he gives me a single nod. Respect, maybe. Or approval. It doesn't matter which. Behind me, I hear my mother's voice, thin and desperate. Megan, wait. We can fix this. We can. But I'm already walking. Through the foyer, past the marble staircase, where Sophia and I posed for Christmas photos as children, through the massive oak doors that close behind me with a final, definitive thud. The December air hits my face like cold water. Clean. Sharp. Real. My Uber is waiting at the bottom of the circular drive, exhaust puffing white in the freezing air. I climb into the back seat, and the driver glances at me in the rearview mirror. Logan Airport, I confirm. As we pull away, I allow myself one look back at the green estate. Every window blazes with light. But from here, it looks empty. A beautiful shell, with nothing living inside. I pull out my phone and video call Jacob. His face fills the screen, and the knot in my chest finally begins to unwind. His hair is messy, like he's been running his hands through it. His eyes search mine. Is it done? He asks. It's done. Mom's heating up soup for you. His smile is soft, warm, everything that house wasn't. Let's go home. Home. Not the place I was born, but the place where I'm loved. Yeah, I say, and my voice only shakes a little. Let's go home. 3 days later, I'm unpacking groceries in our Austin kitchen when the FedEx truck pulls up. Through the window, I watch the driver jog to the porch, scan a package, jog back. The box sits there on the welcome mat, square and flat. I know what it is before I open it. I can practically smell my father's desperation through the cardboard. Inside, a check. Bon muy. Come. The number seems obscene. Written in my father's careful architect's print. The note is brief, typed on his business letterhead like this is just another transaction. I'm sorry, please stay silent about the contract. I stand there in my kitchen, holding bon muy. Come. And I think about the girl who would have cashed this check. The one who showed up on Christmas Eve still hoping. The one who saved their chairs at her wedding. She's gone. I tear the check in half, then quarters, then confetti. My phone is already in my hand. I arrange the pieces on the granite counter, photograph them, open the family group chat. 3 people. Mom. Dad. Sophia. I type. I don't sell my silence. I'm gifting it to you for free. As a parting gift. Do not contact me again. My thumb hovers over the send button for maybe 3 seconds. Then I press it. The message shows delivered. Then read. Someone starts typing. Stops. Starts again. I don't wait to see what they'll say. I scroll to the top of the chat, tap the settings icon, and find the words I've been looking for. Leave group. Are you sure? I've never been more sure of anything. Leave. New Year's Eve arrives wrapped in Seattle rain, and the smell of Meredith's famous pot roast. Jacob's family crowds into their living room, laughing, arguing about what movie to watch before the countdown. His sister steals the remote. His nephew spills grape juice on the carpet. His mother hugs me tight, and I feel the weight of the sapphire brooch on her coat pressing against my shoulder. Real. Solid. An actual heirloom passed down with love instead of obligation. Come on, Jacob says, taking my hand. Let's get some air before the fireworks. We step onto the back porch. The Space Needle glows in the distance, and the city hums with celebration. Jacob wraps his arm around my waist, and I lean into him, breathing in rain and cedar and freedom. Any regrets? He asks quietly. I think about the empty chairs, the hidden invitations, the cruel gift, the check torn into pieces. Not one. The first firework explodes overhead. Gold sparks against black sky. Jacob's family cheers from inside. And through the window, I can see them raising glasses, pulling each other into hugs. I'm not the green daughter anymore. I'm Megan Harris, architect of landscapes and now, finally, architect of my own life. I cleared the weeds. I burned out the rot. And here, in this garden I chose, something real is growing. Domtat. Megan Green, standing in her family's cold, tense living room, grips a cream-colored box containing a lifetime VIP membership to Last Chance Love, an app for desperate singles over Bamui, along with a cruel book titled, How to Find Happiness When You Die Alone. Her sister, Sophia, smiles smugly, proud of the gift, as their mother, Isabella, urges Megan to accept it. The tension in the room is palpable. With Megan's father, Charles Green, quietly sipping bourbon and avoiding eye contact. But the real moment of change comes when Megan, after years of being the good daughter and second best, finally snaps. She looks Sophia in the eye, and calmly accepts the gift, ready to face her family's cold treatment head-on. As dinner progresses, Sophia continues her passive-aggressive behavior, questioning when Megan will settle down and accusing her of living with plants forever. But Megan, no longer willing to be the doormat, reveals that she has been married for 6 months, dropping the bombshell in front of the entire family. Her father, shocked and enraged, accuses her of not calling when the wedding invitations went unacknowledged. Megan, however, stands firm. She reveals the evidence, FedEx receipts and emails showing that her parents had intentionally ignored her wedding, gaslighting her for months. As the chaos unfolds, Megan presents a well-organized defense, holding up the cold, hard truth for all to see. The story culminates with Megan, standing in her childhood home, a place filled with lies and manipulation, finally ready to break free. She leaves behind a family that failed to love or support her, walking out with the evidence of her rejection and a new resolve. The last blow comes when she receives a check from her father, an attempt to buy her silence. She tears it up, sends a final message to her family, and walks away, finding peace with Jacob Harris, her husband, in a new life, far away from the Green family. The weight of her past finally lifted. Megan embraces a future built on her own terms, leaving behind a family that never truly saw her for who she was. Mom fed me expired food while my golden brother ate like a king. Now she wants $9,000 month for a retirement home. My mother fed me and my sister outdated food for 17 years while my golden kid brother ate fresh. She wants us to pay for her retirement home. My mother provided me and my sister expired food my whole life while my bigger brother Max got fresh food. I started at 7 and my sister Lily was 5. Mom's favorite was 2-year-old Max. He played football. Looked like dad before dad left. And got straight A's without trying. Saturdays were mom's grocery day. Bring home bags of fresh meat, veggies, bread, and milk for the main kitchen. She then took out a bag for Lily and myself. Moldy bread, dents in cans, and milk 1 day old. The yogurt was expired. She put our food in the basement fridge and told us. The upper kitchen fed Max. Food came from the basement. She'd yell at us for taking Max's meals if we took anything from upstairs. Expiring lunch meat gave me stomach illness at 9. I gave up for 4 days. Mom felt I was overdramatic. Lily was sick from poor milk at 8. Mom stated she probably got sick during school. Mom explained that we were finicky eaters who only preferred aged cheese and fermented items when teachers wondered why our lunches smelled bad. Max brought friends home and Mom cooked steak dinners while Lily and I ate outdated soup in the basement. She told everyone we required special food for sensitive stomachs. But Mom didn't expect this. Frequently getting sick boosted my immune system. I never missed school until high school. Perfect attendance earned me scholarships. To make outdated products taste good, I learned to cook everything from scratch, obsessed with food safety, nutrition, and preservation. Full ride culinary school entry. Lily became a pediatric nutrition nurse. She wanted no child to experience what we experienced. Max peaked in high school, failed college, returned home at 24, and never left. He's 40 and lives with his mother, working part-time at a hardware shop. I was chief chef at a 5-star restaurant by 30. I opened my own at 35. Try Location Times Review. A full pediatric nutrition program is managed by Lily at the hospital. Mom was cut off when we turned 18. I haven't visited that house in 17 years. Mom never phoned or apologized. Last week, she visited my restaurant. No food, no congratulations. She needs cash. Max cannot support her longer. The house needs work. Her social security is inadequate. She wants me and Lily to buy a retirement house. A good one. She chose it in advance. $1 Math BBS. 9. Mathroom. 000. Mathroom. Mo. Dollar. She thinks Lily and I can divide it. Since we're successful. I reared you. She says. I housed you. You were fed daily. You should now look after me. I laughed in my restaurant. Fed us? She fed us trash and treated Max royally. John the sous chef looked worried. I dismissed him. Mom, I needed to check something in the kitchen. Instead, I called Lily, tell her to meet me at Mom's place tomorrow with her spouse. Then I called my lawyer friend David. Asked him to compose something special. Lily. Adam. David. And I visited Mom the next day. Max answered the door in his bathrobe at 2 p.m. The house smelled mildewy. Mom was discussing retirement home payment plans in the living room. David prepared the document I gave her. What? She asked. An invoice, I said. Lily's food poisoning, eating disorder treatment, and malnutrition-related dental work total $Math BBS 92, $0. Pay it, and we'll discuss retirement. She turned white, ranting about ungrateful kids and her sacrifices. Cut her off, Lily. Max ate like a king while you fed us old food for 17 years. You know what I found at 15? Your grocery bills. You intentionally bought expired food from a discount salvage store. Saving on daughter feeding so Max could buy name brand everything. Max appeared confused. Got expired food? Mom never told him. He believed we had particular nutritional needs for years. I showed him photographs from my phone. Remember your 18th birthday party with friends? Steak dinner upstairs. I and Lily ate expired canned ravioli in the basement. You heard from Mom about our sleepover. We spent the entire time downstairs. Max's face changed from uncertainty to terror. He regarded Mom. You fed them expired food? Mom's face went white, red, and white. Almost tripping, Max jerked back when she went for his arm. He stared at her like a stranger. which I'd never seen before. First, she opened her mouth but said nothing. Then the words tumbled together rapidly and frantically. She was just trying to be practical, she said. Making tough decisions as a single mother with 3 kids and no help. The food was perfectly safe, she said. Just past some random date printed on a label that didn't mean anything. We were always so picky, turning our noses up at everything, so why waste good money on food we'd complain about? Max watched her with his mouth slightly open and his eyes widening. I'd never heard my sister sound so cold and done with everything. She pulled out her phone and started swiping through photos, holding the screen up to Max's face. Moldy bread with green and white fuzz on the crust. Bloated cans. Max gazed at each photo, his face turning paler with each swipe. Mom started talking harder, saying certain photos were phony, exaggerated, or out of context. Lily kept swiping, showing him more evidence of what we ate for 17 years. Max turned and ran for the bathroom, throwing up, and echoing through the quiet house. Mom yelled at us that we were dramatic, manipulating him, and turning her son against her with lies and made-up stories. David moved beside me, and I could feel his lawyer instincts kick in, probably cataloging everything Mom said for future reference. I spoke up, my voice steady, even though my hands were shaking. We have documentation of everything, I told Mom. Medical records from all the food poisonings she dismissed as dramatic. Hospital visits for Lily's stomach issues. Dental records showing malnutrition damage. David added that teachers noticed our lunches and remembered Mom's explanations about our supposed special dietary needs. Mom's face twisted ugly, her careful mask sliding away. Max returned from the bathroom looking like he might pass out. His skin was gray and he was breathing hard. He went straight to Mom and asked her if it was true. Did she buy our food from a salvage store on purpose? Mom didn't answer. She stood there with her mouth pressed into a thin line, her eyes darting between Max and the door like she was planning an escape. Adam spoke for the first time since we arrived. As a pediatrician, he said calmly, professionally, that he'd seen child neglect before. This was deliberate abuse because withholding adequate nutrition from one child while providing it for another showed favoritism and intentional harm. He was an outsider, she said, so he had no right to judge her parenting choices. He didn't know what it was like to raise 3 kids alone with little money. Adam didn't respond, just stood there with his hand on Lily's shoulder. Lily stood up and announced we were leaving. Mom's face went from angry to panicked as she talked about being homeless, having nowhere to go, and how we couldn't abandon her. Max asked how much money she saved in a quiet voice that cut through Mom's panic. Mom didn't answer the question. Her mouth opened and closed, but nothing came out. As we approached the door, she screamed. Ungrateful daughters, she yelled after everything she sacrificed for us. David opened the door and we left one by one. Max didn't follow us. Through the window, I could see him still sitting on that couch, his head in his hands, his shoulders shaking. Mom's voice followed us to our cars, getting more desperate with every step. After getting in our cars, I watched Lily collapse against Adam in the passenger seat. Her whole body shook with sobs that seemed to come from deep inside her chest. Adam wrapped both arms around her and held on while she cried into his shoulder. I stood by my car door, watching them through their windshield, and felt nothing. My phone buzzed in my pocket, and I pulled it out without thinking. John had texted asking if I was okay and if he should cook dinner without me. Seeing his name on my screen brought everything back to reality. I texted back that I needed an hour and would be there soon. David walked over and put a hand on my shoulder. He said he'd send Mom an official cease and desist letter, making it clear that any further contact would result in a restraining order. He then suggested we report the childhood abuse to Adult Protective Services. Not for prosecution since too much time had passed, but to create an official. I nodded and got in my car before he could see my face doing whatever it was doing. Lily was still crying when I drove past their car. I tried to ignore Mom's face and Max sitting on that couch for 2 days. On Tuesday, John returned to my office, looking uncomfortable before dinner service. Max, who was at the front, asked to talk to me. I told John to handle the kitchen and went out to find Max standing by the host stand looking like he hadn't slept in a week. His eyes were red and his clothes looked worn, and something in his face made me take him back to my office. He was going through Mom's financial records and found receipts from the salvage store where she bought our food from 20 years ago. He opened the folder and spread them out so I could see them. Rows and rows of expired meat, dented cans, and outdated dairy products. She saved over $, math BBS, 32, $0 by feeding us garbage. He cross-referenced them with other receipts and found where the money went as sports equipment, college attempts, and car. Max started crying in my office. He cried so hard that his shoulders shook, saying he never knew, and if he had known, he would have done something. I watched him fall apart and wasn't sure I believed him. He liked being Mom's favorite because he got fresh food, new things, and all her attention. However, his horror seemed real, like he was seeing his childhood from a different perspective and realizing he was standing on top of our suffering the whole time. I realized he was another victim of Mom's manipulation, using him as a weapon against us without his knowledge. I asked Max what he wanted from me. He looked up from his hands and said he didn't want anything except to understand why Mom did this to us, so I told him the truth. Mom hated having daughters. She saw Max as the continuation of Dad and Lily and me as burdens after Dad left. She had 2 kids she never wanted, and every time she looked at us, she saw the life she could have had with one. Max's face went even paler. He asked if there was a way to make this right, and I told him I didn't know. The childhood was gone, and no amount of apologies or money could restore those years of hunger, sickness, and fear in that basement, or the food poisoning, stomach problems, or shame of bringing expired food to school. Max nodded like he expected that answer, but it hurt to hear it. He was moving out of Mom's house because he'd already started looking for apartments, and had applications in at 3 places. His part-time job barely covered the utilities, and now he knew where his childhood was spent. I sat in my office for a while staring at those receipts on my desk after Max left. I called Lily and told her about the conversation. After a long silence, she spoke in a hard voice, reminding me that Max had 40 years to notice something was wrong and chose not to. He ate his fresh meals upstairs while we got sick in the basement and never asked why. She wasn't ready to forgive him just because he opened his eyes. The next week, Mom started calling my restaurant constantly. John brought me a stack of message slips with increasingly desperate voicemails from her. Some begged me to reconsider and help her with a retirement home. Some threatened to tell everyone how terrible daughters we were for abandoning our mother, while others rambled about how she'd sacrificed everything for us and this was how we repaid her. John started screening my calls without my permission. If it was Mom, he'd answer and tell her I wasn't available and hang up. On a Thursday afternoon, David filed the report with Adult Protective Services. The line cooks had started giving me sympathetic looks, and the servers whispered in corners when they thought I couldn't hear them. Everyone knew something was wrong with the boss and her family. My phone called the following Tuesday during prep work, and the caller ID showed a number I didn't recognize. I almost sent it to voicemail, but I answered, and the man on the other end introduced himself as Randolph Cross from Adult Protective Services. He told me that David had filed a report about Mom's past treatment of Em and Lily, and while they couldn't prosecute child abuse from decades ago, they wanted to talk to me about Mom's current situation and Max's while he was living there. He agreed to meet me at my restaurant after the lunch rush the next day. And he arrived at 3 with a worn leather briefcase and a suit that had seen better days but was clean and pressed. We sat in my office and I spread out everything I'd gathered on my desk. The medical records from all those food poisonings, each one noting my symptoms, and Mom's explanations that the doctors had documented with increasing concern. The salvage store receipts Max had found showing years of purchases of expired and damaged food. Randolph slowly reviewed each document, remaining professionally neutral, but I saw disgust in his eyes. He made notes in a small notebook, asking me about dates and details, whether Mom had any caregivers or support system. I told him about Max moving out, Mom's refusal to accept subsidized housing, and her insistence that Lily and I owed her an expensive retirement home. After going through everything, Randolph closed his notebook and looked at me. He said Max had already contacted them, providing information about Mom's mental state and financial situation. Mom had been getting worse since our confrontation, alternating between rage and self-pity. Max had documented all of Mom's calls and messages, kept records of them, and turned them over to Adult Protective Services because he was worried about her mental state. Randolph told me they would do a home visit to assess Mom's living conditions and mental health, but their main concern was making sure she had access to appropriate services. 3 days later, my phone rang while I was at home reviewing supplier invoices. He thanked me for taking the situation seriously and shook my hand before leaving, promising to contact me after they finished their assessment. Max's name appeared on the screen, and I hesitated before answering. When I did, his voice sounded lighter, like a weight had been lifted. He told me he'd found a tiny studio on the 3rd floor of an old building downtown with cheap rent because it was small and in a bad neighborhood, even though it was smaller than his bedroom at Mom's house. He could walk to work, and the landlord let him move in with just the first month's rent because Max had worked at the same hardware store for 10 years and had good references. He'd been there a week and was still getting used to buying his own groceries and cooking his own meals. I didn't argue with her because I understood where she was coming from, even though part of me thought Max deserved a chance to make things right. We sat there eating salads and talked about therapy. Lily said we both needed it, not together, but individually, to process what we were finally allowing ourselves to feel about our childhood. She'd found a therapist named Gregory Poditz, who worked with adult survivors of childhood abuse near the hospital and had evening appointments. She made an appointment for herself next week, and suggested I do the same. I pulled out my phone right then to call his office and schedule my first session. The receptionist was kind and didn't ask questions when I said I needed to talk about childhood trauma. She gave me an appointment for Thursday evening at 7 after my restaurant's dinner prep was done but before service started. 4 days later, Max texted me to meet with Lily and me. His therapist thought it would help him to hear directly from us how the abuse affected us to understand Mom's full scope. I called Lily immediately, and she was resistant at first, saying she didn't owe Max anything and wasn't interested in helping him feel better about his guilt. But I convinced her to give him one chance to listen, one meeting where he could hear our truth without defending himself or making excuse. She agreed if we met somewhere public and neutral and could leave any time without explanation. I texted Max back and suggested a downtown coffee shop that was always full of people working on laptops and having quiet conversations. We set it for Saturday afternoon at 2. Max was sitting at a corner table with 3 coffees ordered and waiting when Lily and I arrived. He looked terrible, like he'd aged 6 years in the 2 weeks since I'd last seen him. His face was drawn and pale, and his eyes were red like he'd been crying or not sleeping enough. He stood up when he saw us, but didn't hug or shake hands. Max didn't make excuses or try to explain anything. He just looked at us and asked us to tell him what it was like growing up in that house to help him understand what he'd missed all those years. Lily sat furthest from him, her body language closed off and defensive. I sat between them and wrapped my hands around the coffee cup he'd bought me, letting the warmth ground me. Lily spoke first, her voice steady but her hands shaking around her coffee cup. She described the constant stomach aches that became so normal she stopped talking about them and the school embarrassment when other kids asked why her lunch smelled funny and she had to make up stories about liking aged cheese. Her eating disorder began in high school, when she couldn't trust any food, even when she had fresh meals. She obsessively checked expiration dates, and threw away anything that seemed off. Mom stood in the doorway once and told me I was being dramatic, that I probably caught a stomach bug at school. I couldn't move without my stomach cramping up. After Lily brought me water in a plastic cup and sat with me when Mom wasn't looking, I started smelling everything before I ate it. I sniffed, examined, and held bread up to the light to check for mold spots. Mom missed when she cut it off. I'd smell milk even though the dates said it was still good because I learned those dates meant nothing in our house. Meal anxiety never went away, and even now at my own restaurant with the freshest ingredients money can buy, I sometimes check expiration dates 3 times. I wake up some nights tasting spoiled food that isn't there. Max sat still while I talked, tears running down his face and dripping off his chin onto his shirt. My therapist says it's a trauma response by my brain to protect that scared kid who never knew if her next meal would make her sick. After Lily and I stopped talking, he took a shaky breath, and his voice was broken and raw. He said he was so sorry, that he had no idea, and that if he'd known, he would have done something. His words sounded genuine, but I wasn't sure I believed them. He said he was going to confront Mom and demand she admit what she did to he. He needed to hear it from her own mouth, not from excuses and justifications. Lily's response was immediate and sharp. Mom would never admit wrongdoing, that she'd spent too many years justifying her actions to herself to suddenly develop a conscience. Mom had built a whole story in her head about being a struggling single mother who did her best with limited resources. She convinced herself that feeding us expired food was practical and smart, not abusive. Lily told Max he was setting himself up for disappointment if he expected a real apology or accountability, but Max shrugged and said he needed to try for closure. After 2 weeks, Max texted us that the confrontation with Mom had gone exactly as Lily predicted. Mom denied everything, saying we were exaggerating and misremembering our childhood. She blamed Dad for leaving, us for being expensive to raise, and the world for not giving her enough money to raise 3 kids alone. She said the expired food was fine, that expiration dates were just suggestions, and that we turned out healthy, so it wasn't that bad. Max said she got angry when he pushed back, accusing him of betraying her by believing our lies. She called him ungrateful after everything she'd sacrificed for him and yelled at him to leave her house if he was going to side with his sisters over his mother. But Max changed after that confrontation. He called me a few days later and his voice was clearer. He told me he finally saw Mom clearly for the first time and saw the selfishness and cruelty Lily and I grew up with every day. He understood why we couldn't have a relationship with her and why we cut her off the day we turned 18. Watching her deny, deflect, and blame others showed him how she'd manipulated him his whole life. He served her once, made her appear good, and gave her something to brag about, so when he questioned her or challenged her version of events, she turned on him like she usually did us. Mom's landlord phoned Max 3 weeks after our coffee shop discussion. Mom had listed him as her emergency contact on the rental application years ago. The landlord explained that the house needed major repairs that Mom couldn't afford, including 2 leaks in the roof, a broken furnace, and a dangerous electrical system. Mom had 30 days to make the repairs or move out. The landlord sounded frustrated but said he'd look into it. Max texted me right after the call, asking if he'd done the right thing. I told him Mom's housing situation wasn't his responsibility anymore. Randolph called me on Tuesday afternoon while I was preparing vegetables for dinner to say they'd finished investigating Mom's living situation and connected her with low-income senior housing resources. Mom qualified for a math BBS $300 a month subsidized apartment based on her Social Security income. Randolph said he'd personally walked Mom through the application process and helped her understand the benefits. He was optimistic that she'd accept the help. Mom refused the subsidized housing immediately. She called Randolph the same day and told him she deserved better than a cramped apartment in a building full of old people and the $9,000 retirement home she'd chosen with the fancy dining room, activities coordinator, and landscaped grounds. She said her daughter was obligated to pay for it because we owed her after everything she'd done for us. Randolph called me exhausted and frustrated, saying they couldn't force her into housing she didn't want unless she became a danger to herself or others. After 7 weeks of therapy with Gregory, I began to understand Mom's refusal to take responsibility. He explained that Mom's denial wasn't about me or Lily, but about her inability to face her own motherhood. Admitting she deliberately fed her daughter expired food while giving her son fresh meals would require her to see herself as abusive and cruel. Accepting the truth would shatter her self-image as a struggling single mother who did her best under difficult circumstances, and force her to face decades of choices she couldn't change. Gregory said some people would rather die defending their false narrative than face the truth about themselves. Max started coming to my restaurant every Thursday night about 7 to order whatever John advised and talk about food and cooking. Lily and I couldn't change that, no matter how much proof we offered. John enjoyed the company and would explain how he prepared different dishes, what ingredients worked well together, and why certain cooking methods worked better. Max told me one night that he was learning to cook properly for the first time in his life. Mom had always made his meals for him. And he had a background. He had always relied on her for food, never learning basic skills most teenagers learn. Now he was watching cooking videos online and practicing simple recipes in his tiny studio apartment kitchen, slowly building the skills he should have learned 22 years ago. Emily messaged me on Instagram 4 weeks after Max started his weekly restaurant visits. She introduced herself as someone Max had been seeing for a few months, and asked if we could meet to discuss the family situation. Max had told her everything, she wrote, and she wanted to understand the dynamics before getting more serious with him. John raised his eyebrows but didn't say anything. Emily was waiting at a corner table with 2 glasses of red wine when I arrived at a downtown wine bar on my next night off. She stood up to shake my hand and was tall, maybe 5'10", with short dark hair and direct brown eyes that looked at me without that fake sympathy some people give when they hear about abuse. She thanked me for coming and asked specific questions about our childhood and Max's role in it. I appreciated that she didn't play around or make small talk first. She listened as I explained the basement fridge, expired food, constant sickness, and Max eating fresh meals upstairs while we got garbage. Emily nodded and took notes on her phone, which seemed odd until she told me she was a social worker and documenting helped her process difficult information. She told me she'd been encouraging Max to keep his distance from Mom while trying to build relationships with Lily and me if we were open. She said Max talked about us constantly, about his guilt eating him alive, and about wanting to make things right even though he knew he couldn't change the past. Emily leaned forward and lowered her voice like she was sharing something private. Max had panic attacks, waking up at night thinking about how he benefited from our suffering. He'd been adding it up obsessively, she told me, trying to calculate how much of his life was built on our pain. Mom bought him sports equipment, college tuition, and a car with money she saved by feeding us expired food from the salvage store. I stirred my wine and thought about that before responding. I told Emily that Max was part of Mom's system. But he was also a kid who didn't know what was happening. Mom abused us by buying spoiled food and feeding it to her daughters while giving her son fresh meals. I called Lily the next day and met her for coffee near the hospital where she works. I told her about meeting Emily and what she said about Max's panic attacks and guilt. Lily stirred sugar into her coffee and stared out the window for a long time before speaking. She asked if I thought we were ready to have Max in our lives, not just him coming to my restaurant once a week, but as family. I didn't know if he was sincere about wanting to understand and change, but rebuilding trust after 32 years of him being Mom's favorite while we ate garbage wasn't going to happen in a few weeks. Lily agreed and said her therapist had told her that healing from this kind of childhood takes years, not months, and Max would have to prove himself through consistent actions, not just words and guilt. We decided to stay open to the possibility but keep our boundaries firm and our expectations low. Max called me 2 months later, stressed, to tell me Mom's house was going into foreclosure because she hadn't paid the mortgage. He'd warned her this would happen when she refused Randolph's subsidized apartment, but she didn't believe him. She apparently thought Lily and I would cave and give her money for the fancy retirement home she wanted. Max tried to convince Mom that we weren't going to change our minds and had been clear about our boundaries, but Mom insisted we were just being stubborn and would come around when we saw her lose everything. The bank had already started the foreclosure process, and Mom had maybe 62 days before she'd be forced out. A cash-buying investor bought the house at auction, giving Mom 32 days to leave instead of 62. Max helped her move to the subsidized senior apartment because he couldn't abandon her after everything, but he said he was keeping boundaries. The apartment was small but clean in a building with other seniors and close to a bus line. Mom complained the whole time they moved her stuff. Max said that her daughters had forced her into poverty and that she deserved better after raising us. Max didn't argue with her, but kept moving boxes and installing furniture until everything was done. Mom attempted one more manipulation. A week after moving, she sobbed and told Max she needed pricey therapy her insurance wouldn't pay. She needed $math BBS 12. $0 immediately, or she'd die, she said. He was her only hope after her unappreciative daughters left her. Max requested the doctor's diagnosis, treatment plan, and anything else to substantiate her claims. Mom was furious and told him to trust her without proof. Max insisted, but Mom had made it up and gave no explanation. She eventually admitted no illness. She lied to get money. Max's voice was shattered when he told me over the phone, like that final lie had destroyed his notion of Mom as a kind person who made errors. Max was changed by that falsehood more than earlier revelations. The next day, he called Mom to say he was going low contact and would check on her once a month to make sure she was fed and safe, but he needed time to heal after growing up in a manipulative and favoritistic atmosphere. Max stayed calm and ended the conversation as Mom shouted desertion and ingratitude. Afterward, he emailed me that it was the hardest thing he'd ever done, but the most essential, and that his therapist, Melene, had helped him understand that defending himself wasn't abandoning Mom. She was setting appropriate limits she should have honored years earlier. Lily and I had supper with Max and Emily at my restaurant 4 months after our disagreement at Mom's old house. I reserved a rear table to avoid interruptions from other customers and workers. All of us sitting there with menus we weren't reading, talking about weather and traffic was odd at first. Max tried to cook her dinner and unintentionally used salt instead of sugar in the dessert, Emily said. Something broke the tension. We laughed heartily, not courteous, but sincere, like you can't breathe. Max told another pasta burning story due to forgetting water. Lily said Adam tried to make her breakfast in bed and set off the smoke alarm. We laughed and talked for 2 hours at that table, feeling like we were developing something new that wasn't defined by our background or Mom's violence but by who we were becoming now. Max announced his news after dessert. He took general education classes at community college to get back into school, to get his degree. He stated he studied business management to develop a career rather than work part-time for life. Emily clasped his hand under the table, revealing a solid partnership. Someone who helped him improve rather than keep him trapped. Max stared at Lily and me and stated he couldn't fix the past or make up for his ignorance. While we suffered, he wanted us to know he was attempting to become a brother we might desire. Lily silently gripped his other hand across the table. The gesture convinced me to meet Gregory twice a week instead of once. He suggested EMDR for my 9-year-old food poisoning. Mom said I was dramatic when I vomited for 4 days. We sat in his office with the light bar, and I watched the moving dot with my eyes, remembering the bathroom floor, the taste of bile, and how my stomach squeezed so hard I thought it was tearing. Gregory asked me to score distress 0-10. Start at 9. We conducted emotions and he inquired what happened. I pictured myself on that chilly tile floor, 7 years old, frightened I would die and nobody cared. Extra eye movements. The memory changed to me being successful and strong, contacting the girl to say she survived. After the session, Distress dropped to 3. I left Gregory's office feeling like someone had lifted a weight I'd forgotten I was carrying. John said I looked lighter the next day at dinner. My old things were being sorted, and he nodded like he understood without explanation. 2 weeks later, Lily contacted me with a joyful voice I hadn't heard since we were youngsters. Her hospital began screening youngsters for dietary issues and nutrition neglect. She led the design, leveraging everything we did to discover youngsters suffering like us. She spoke quickly about training nurses to notice indications, connecting families with resources, and how early detection may improve a child's life. I listened to her explain screening questions, intervention techniques, and follow-up in my office. My sister was using our horror to protect other kids. After she breathed, I told her I was proud. She paused, then added she was proud of us for not letting Mom destroy us. Max texted me a few days later to bring Emily to meet Lily and Adam. He said he wanted his loved ones to know each other. I called to gauge her opinion. After a long silence, she indicated she was willing to accept Max into her life slowly, but he needed to work hard. I emailed Max that Lily agreed, and we planned supper for the following Saturday at a restaurant midway between them. When I hung up, I was proud of my sister for taking that chance and not allowing our history to make her so hard that she couldn't see Max's sincere attempts to improve. I received the letter at my restaurant on Tuesday afternoon. John brought it to my office with a worried look, stating it was personal. Instantly recognized Mom's handwriting on the envelope. Opening it made my hands shake. 3 pages of cramped writing claiming she was dying from an unidentified illness, wanting to make peace before it was too late, and urging me to call her so we could talk. The letter was deceptive and guilt-ridden, mentioning forgiveness, family, and time constraints. I emailed David photos of each page. His call came within an hour. He made touch with Adult Protective Services, who checked on Mom occasionally. Randolph said, Mom's recent exam showed she was healthy. She was lonely and still attempting to get our attention and money. After dinner, I stared at a blank sheet of paper at my desk for a long time. Finally, I started writing. I told Mom that I'd constructed a decent life despite what she did to me and Lily. I told her I was successful and happy, that I had people who loved me and a career I was proud of. I told her she had no place in my future until she really admitted what she'd done and got significant professional help. I didn't sugarcoat anything or pretend the abuse was less than it was. I also didn't write with rage, simply with honesty. When I finished, it was 3 pages long. I read it over twice, sealed it in an envelope, and mailed it the next morning. David asked if I wanted him to evaluate it first. I told him no. This was something I needed to undertake on my own terms. Weeks passed with no response from Mom. I checked my mail at the restaurant every day, looked at my phone, expecting a call or text. Nothing came. One morning, I woke up and realized I was okay with her silence. I didn't need her apology anymore since I'd given myself permission to move forward without it. The letter wasn't really for her anyway. It was for me, a method of closing a door I'd left open for too long. Gregory noted during our next session that this was a big step in my healing, learning to quit hoping for validation from someone who would never supply it. 2 years went by faster than I thought. Max finished his community college program and invited Lily and me to his graduation ceremony. We sat in the bleachers with Emily and Adam, watching Max walk across the stage in his cap and gown to obtain his associate's degree. When they yelled his name, we all got up and cheered. Afterwards, Max introduced us to his classmates as his sisters. There was pride in his voice as he uttered it. Genuine gladness in having us there. One of his friends noted that Max talked about us all the time, about how we'd overcome rough childhoods to establish great careers. Max seemed ashamed but thrilled. On the trip home, I told Lily that maybe we were actually becoming a true family, the kind we should have had all along. The culinary magazine interview happened 4 months after Max's graduation. They wanted to feature my restaurant as part of a series on inventive cooks. The interviewer asked about my inspiration for becoming a chef, what inspired me to pursue this vocation. I told her a highly edited version of the truth, about learning to cook from necessity as a kid, about turning something difficult into something beautiful. I talked about food safety and nutrition, about how cooking became my method of taking control when so much of my childhood felt out of my grasp. The story came out 6 weeks later with a full layout, featuring images of my kitchen and several of my specialty recipes. The response was overwhelming. People came out through social media sharing their own stories of using cooking to recover from trauma, of finding purpose through food. The magazine editor informed me that was one of their most shared articles that year. Lily's nutrition program hit its 1-year mark at the same time my article came out. She contacted me to share the numbers. 48 youngsters were identified and supported in the first year. The initiative has connected families with resources, offered nutrition information, and in 2 cases reported suspected abuse to the relevant authorities. Those 2 examples led to youngsters being evacuated from risky conditions and put with relatives who could care for them properly. Lily's voice turned husky when she informed me about those 2 kids. She said every child she helped was like saving our younger selves, like going back in time and giving the little girl in the basement the protection she deserved. I realized exactly what she meant. We were both wanting to make sure no other kid had to live through what we experienced. Max contacted me on a random Wednesday evening, his voice anxious and enthusiastic at the same time. He'd proposed to Emily, and she said yes. He wanted to know if Lily and I would be willing to come to the wedding. I answered him. Of course we would, that we'd be honored to be there. Then he posed the harder question. Did we think he should invite Mom? I took a breath and informed him honestly that it was his choice to make, but Lily and I wouldn't attend if Mom was present. We'd spent too long developing healthy boundaries to put ourselves back in her presence, especially at an event that should be pleasant and drama-free. Max was quiet for a time, then said he understood and he'd think about what he wanted to do. When I informed Lily about the talk later, she complimented me for being direct with Max about our restrictions. Called, "My brother framed me for drug dealing. My parents took his side, saying, 'A record won't hurt you.' I refused to take the fall and took revenge. I was falsely accused of drug selling by my brother. My parents supported him, arguing that he couldn't jeopardize his profession. You won't suffer from a record, so I exacted ruthless retribution. Superior. In order to protect himself, my brother attempted to frame me for drug use. Additionally, my parents advised me to accept responsibility and be the bigger person because a record won't harm you. They were clueless about my next move. I am able to work as a cell tower technician for 32 men. The men who scale those 450 tall structures you see on the side of the road. One unbreakable rule: good pay, and foolish hours. You're out if you test positive for drugs at random. No appeals, no second chances, just gone. I'm not claiming to be a saint, but I'm suggesting that you tend to keep spotless when you work in a field where a single unclean test can result in homelessness, unemployment, and blacklisting from an entire industry. Pre-workout and the occasional energy drink when I'm doing doubles are the hardest things for me to handle. At the age of 28, my brother worked as a junior analyst, had a degree in finance, and devoted much of his time to acting as though he was already a managing director. I recently got engaged to a girl who seemed to be curing cancer by posting images of her morning smoothies. He was regarded by my parents as though he had created money himself. I was the odd one who didn't want a cubicle, the spare. The one is doing well, but it's just manual labor. At 5:15 a.m. on a Wednesday, everything fell apart. I was loading climbing equipment into a corporate truck at the staging yard in Nebraska. My site supervisor came over as I was inspecting carabiners. A former Marine called Valdez handled his clipboard as if it were a weapon. Before he spoke, his face told me everything. I'm in the office trailer right now. I got to my feet. What's happening? Compliance would like to speak with you. I felt sick to my stomach. There was a speakerphone on the table in the office trailer. Valdez shut the door behind him. The speaker's voice was that of a businesswoman. Good morning. This is Compliance and Safety for Businesses. I'm calling in reference to an incident report that was submitted on Monday night at around 10:45 p.m., via our anonymous safety hotline. All right. What incident? I said. According to the study, there was evidence of impaired behavior during work activities that were crucial for safety. During your most recent tower climb, you had weak motor control, slurred speech, and inconsistent judgment. The words came out chilly. What? According to company policy, any report of substance usage including a reasonable suspicion must be handled right away. Within an hour, you will be taken to a licensed testing facility for a thorough drug test. Awaiting results, you are being placed on unpaid administrative leave. I didn't take any drugs or smoke. Ibuprofen for my knees and shoulders was the closest thing I got to using drugs. However, none of that was important. Until a plastic cup told me otherwise, accusation was the same as guilt in my universe. She continued to speak. Until the test results are received, you will continue to be on unpaid leave. We will suspend your site credentials. You will be driven to the testing center by a company representative. Inquiries? Yes. The report was written by whom? Pause a little. To preserve the integrity of our safety reporting system, that information is kept private. It is hence anonymous. Regardless of the source, We treat all safety concerns seriously, Valdez said. He and I have collaborated for 4 years. I've never seen anything like this. She responded with ease. Although we value your input, policy is policy. Hotline reports on safety-critical roles are regarded as reasonable suspicion by corporate. This morning, your supervisor finished the documentation checklist. Valdez's mouth clenched. Even though he knew it was absurd, he had to fill out a form and send it up the chain. She concluded. The line died. Valdez appeared to want to drive his fist through the wall. This is absurd. Yes. Do you clean everything? He gave a nod. You will then pass the test. Just hold on. A child wearing a corporate windbreaker arrived half an hour later. He was apprehensive and carried a clipboard. Silently, the child drove me 50 minutes to an occupational health center. I was mentally performing math. I was working on a project that paid $115 per DM in addition to $70 per hour. I put in 75 hours a week at $625. I was making almost $7,000 a week before taxes thanks to overtime. I had just lost at least a week's salary and possibly my entire job on this crew due to one anonymous phone call. The typical drill was performed in the clinic. I was guided through the procedure by the nurse. I requested copies of all documents. Despite raising an eyebrow, she continued to print them. They labeled the sample, sealed it, and made all the necessary notes. Results in 3 to 6 business days according to the nurse. I was driven back to the motel where the team was staying by the child, remained silent, simply left after dropping me off. The time was 11:30 a.m. I had been awake since 4:45. Officially, I was placed on the bench until further notice. I took out my phone and sat on the motel bed. 24 calls were missed. Mom gave me 9, Dad gave me 7, and my brother gave me 10. Also, texts. Call me back and we need to talk, and, are you okay? Was the most common response, but one from Mom jumped out. Please respond. It's not what you believe. We can clarify. I gazed at the display. We can clarify. Thus they were already aware of what had occurred. I knew this. My brother had unexpectedly arrived up at my flat on Monday night, 2 days prior to the test. 9:50 p.m., appearing anxious. He requested to use my truck. He had stated that he only needed to move a few items for her bridal shower. I had refused him. I had climbing gear and equipment worth $16,000 in the bed of my 2020 Silverado truck. I never loaned it out. He appeared injured. Really? It's my truck. And I'm your brother. Get a U-Haul. He had changed his strategy. Can we at least spend some time together? She's experiencing one of her episodes. I require room. I had been worn out. It was 4:15 a.m. departure. Okay, I'll go to bed. When you're done, lock the door. He had been scrolling through his phone on my couch. I had crashed and showered. He was gone by 4 a.m. when I departed for work. The door is locked. Not a word. I hadn't considered it. My truck had been left unlocked in the parking area of the gated complex where my brother and I had spent hours alone, so I was thinking about it a lot. I scrolled back and retrieved my texts. He had inquired about my drug test schedule 4 weeks prior. How frequently do they really put you to the test? For example, is it scheduled or is it truly random? I answered, dumbass. Random means random. That's the main idea. He had chuckled, simply curious about how they monitor everyone. The tone of that talk had changed. I became enraged as I gazed at my phone. It buzzed on my phone. Mom again, I replied. She was crying already. Are you all right, baby? We were informed of the events. How did you hear? We were informed by your brother. He is quite concerned about you. He was, of course. I'm all okay, Mom. I took no action. We are aware, dear. We are aware that you didn't. All we want to do is assist. What can you help with? Longer pause. Join us for dinner this evening. As a family, we must discuss this. Before I could argue, she hung up. The suburb where my parents resided was one of those generic ones. Everything is beige, mandatory grass care by the HOA. In the driveway was my brother's BMW and Dad's Lexus. I entered. No one greeted me. Mom was stress cleaning the already sanitized counters in the kitchen. Dad was seated at the dining table wearing a polo shirt, pants, reading glasses, and a yellow legal pad. Mode for solving problems. Without making eye contact, my brother was slouched over his phone on the couch. In the doorway, I stood. Okay, let's listen to it. Dad raised his head. Take a seat. I'm in good standing. He looked at me. This is a severe matter. Take a seat. I took out a chair. Saturday. I folded my arms. Mom looked back. She had crimson eyes. Despite the fact that no food was being prepared, she was wearing an apron. Honey, she began, her voice trembling. We must talk about what transpired. You mean the part where someone filed a false report and I was pulled off a job site and made to take a drug test? That section? Dad jumped right in. We are aware of your distress. Dad, I'm not angry. I don't have a job that pays. There's a distinction. You're on leave while you wait for the results. That's not jobless. It's the same when you don't get paid. He dismissed that. You will pass the test. We're not concerned about that. So what are we concerned about? There was a heavy hush. Mom folded her hands and took a seat across from me. We're concerned about your sibling. I chuckled. Not a good chuckle. You are, of course. Dad bent over. He was wrong. It's a significant issue, but if we manage it properly, it can be resolved. What error? More quiet. Mom gave Dad a glance. Dad gave my brother a glance. At last, Mom said something. Slightly louder than a whisper. He had something in his hands for a pal. He went into a panic. If things went wrong, he needed a place where the police wouldn't look. He placed it in my pickup after the words landed. No one disputed it. I reclined. Let me confirm if I have this right. He was under the influence. He was concerned about being discovered. He concluded that my truck was the safest place to conceal them. The work truck I drive. The truck that passes through checks at federal facilities. The truck that comes with a job where random drug testing is required. He then called in a tip to have me removed from the scene. I was probably hoping that the corporation would send security to examine my car or that I would be searched. Now Mom was crying. He was not thinking. I'm not joking. He didn't give it much thought. Dad's tone became abrasive. Be mindful of your tone. Or what? Will you try harder to frame me? You weren't set up? Dad said. I turned to face my brother. Have you called? He didn't respond. Have you submitted the report to my employer? At last, he raised his head. He had tears in his eyes. His voice cracked as he said, I didn't think they'd actually test you. I assumed it would simply enter a system and vanish. You had the incorrect idea. Mom extended her hand across the table. I retreated. She said that he had erred. An awful error. He is your brother, though. He attempted to frame me. Dad gave a headshake. He might be implicated if the inquiry goes on and they begin to inquire about the source of that tip. He's got a job. He has gotten engaged. His future cannot afford to be complicated. I also don't. Dad didn't think twice. Physical labor is the nature of your profession. There's another tower to climb. He's establishing a career for himself. He works in finance. Everything he has worked for vanishes with just one mark on his record. It was there. Mom jumped right in. Her parents are wealthy. They have expectations. They will withdraw their support if this is revealed prior to the wedding. His condo was co-signed by us. We lose the property if he loses his job. They weren't merely keeping my brother safe. Their investment was being safeguarded. What exactly do you want me to do? Dad took off his reading glasses. He rubbed his eyes. We want you to accept accountability. I chuckled. What is the responsibility? I took no action. We are aware of that. However, this will stop if you claim to have done so, if you tell your employer that the medicines were yours and that it was a private matter. He remains clean, you move on to another job and the business treats it as a policy breach. I didn't do the crime you want me to admit to. Dad responded, if there is no legal proceeding, it's not a crime. It is merely a matter of employment. Mom was crying. We're not requesting that you serve time in jail. Simply inform your business that it was an error. Accept the loss of employment. After that, we all go on. And he leaves unscathed. He is given another chance. Dad was right. I got to my feet. The chair made a loud scraping sound. No. Mom blinked. What? I'm not gonna do it. Dad got up as well. You're being self-centered. I'm being self-centered. It was me who was set up. His brother is you. He also attempted to frame me. At last, my brother said something. Speak quietly. Why are you acting this way? I apologized, I said. I looked over at him. He had no regrets. He felt afraid. You regret being discovered. You don't regret doing it. Mom got to her feet. Enough, both of you, she said, turning to face me. Please just do this for us. For your brother, she said in a broken voice. Act like the bigger person. The larger individual. You've always been the one who manages things and is resilient. You are necessary to him. I turned to go. But Mom grabbed my arm and said, Where are you going? Anywhere but here. We're not finished talking. Dad's voice trailed off. If you don't help him, we'll have to find another solution. Good luck with that. Dad's voice was sharp. You walk out that door, you're on your own. I stopped, hand on the doorknob. I pulled free. Yes, we are. My brother's voice followed me. You're really going to let them ruin my life? I stopped at the door, turned back. I'm not letting anyone do anything. You ruined your own life. I'm just refusing to take the blame for it. The first thing I did after leaving that family ambush was call a lawyer, not HR, not a friend, a criminal defense attorney. I've always been on my own, Dad. You just didn't notice because I never asked you for anything. I left. Mom began to cry behind me. Dad said something about being ungrateful and stubborn. My brother was crying and asking what he was supposed to do now. I didn't have an answer for him. My brother showed up Monday night with his sob story and I was able to find one through a quick search. His voicemail stated that he dealt with drug cases and false accusations, so I left a message. He called back 20 minutes later and said, You retained yet? Not officially. Then let's keep this general until you sign the paperwork. He didn't interrupt once during the family meeting where they all banded together to attack me. After I finished, there was a dead silence for about 4 seconds. Okay, sign the retainer I'm sending tonight if you want me on this. Until then, here's what you do. Don't talk to your family. Don't drive that truck. Take a screenshot of everything they send you. When the police arrive, when, not if, you say once, I want my attorney present. Not, I think I need a lawyer. Not, maybe I should call someone. $2.5 grand just to get started. But to be honest, it was the best money I've ever spent because on Wednesday night, the exact same night as the family meeting, 2 uniformed police officers knocked on my motel room door and peered through the peephole. We're getting ahead of this before your stupid brother makes it worse. I signed it an hour later. It was evening. The older one spoke first. He was a stocky man in his late 50s with a mustache that shouted, I peaked in high school football. One of them had his hand hovering near his belt as if he anticipated trouble. Oh, you have to be kidding me. I opened the door halfway and went outside, pulling it shut behind me. What's my name? You have been keeping controlled substances in a white Silverado, according to a call I received. The older cop's eyebrows shot up and his partner, a younger, clean-cut man, shifted as if I had just said something in a foreign language. You're not under arrest, the older cop said, his voice friendly now. Work truck registered to a telecommunications company. Mind if we ask you a few questions? I want my attorney present for any questioning. I stood there and said nothing, but the older cop tried again, saying, If you have nothing to hide, this will take 2 minutes. Just want to make sure everything's cool here. I still didn't say anything, so the younger cop took over, explaining that we know you drive a work truck. That white Silverado in the lot? Didn't respond. Would you mind if we took a quick look in your truck? He asked as if he was asking to borrow a lighter. No. The older cop cocked his head and said, No, we can't look. Or, no, you don't mind. I don't consent to any searches. The younger cop gave the older one a quick glance, his jaw tensing. Sir, if you're not involved in anything illegal, there's no reason to refuse. The older cop exhaled deeply through his nose, irritated. Good, all right. Don't leave the area, he said, catching himself. We'd appreciate if you stay available in case we need to follow up. Am I being detained? No. Cool. Going back inside then. I opened the door, stepped through, shut it, and locked it. I stood with my back to the door, my heart pounding as if I had just finished a marathon. I tried to recall their badge numbers, but I was too preoccupied with maintaining my composure and not making a mistake. I caught a glimpse of the older one's nameplate, but the porch light was terrible. It didn't matter because I had the time, the description, and what they said. I could hear them talking outside, but I couldn't understand what they were saying. A minute. Later I heard footsteps leaving, so I took out my phone and called my lawyer. I rang 4 times and they had already arrived. He said, Yeah, 2 uniforms. You did everything perfectly. Did they say who tipped them off? No, but we both know it was my brother. Probably. Doesn't matter. What matters is that you didn't give them a shit. They said they received a call about drug activity and asked to search my truck. I told them no, and they said I wanted my lawyer present. They bounced. They will either return with a warrant or they won't, and if they do, we deal with it. So, what now? The same thing as before. Don't talk to your family, don't drive that truck, and document everything. I'm sending you a form. Write down everything that just happened. No consent, no statements, no self-explanation. Time, names, badge numbers if you caught them. Exactly what they said. Exactly what you said. Email it to me tonight. Okay. And listen, your brother just escalated this from a family mess to an attempt at criminal framing. That's a huge escalation. He's panicking. And panicked people do really dumb things. We'll stay ahead of it. But you need to remain vigilant. No heroics, no confrontations, just do what I tell you, and we'll do it. Okay, send me that write-up, and I'll get in touch with you tomorrow. Click. I sat down on the bed and began typing. Time. 8:47 p.m. 2 uniforms, one older and one younger. What they said, what I said, everything. I finished and emailed it. Police contact Wednesday at 8:47 p.m. My brother was trying to burn me, not just save himself, and he was being sloppy about it. He called the police before he had a complete story, gave them just enough to send uniforms, but not enough for a warrant, and then just sat there in the dark with my phone in my hand. It was the worst combination of being sloppy and strategic. My brother wanted to play this game, but I didn't panic, didn't let them in, didn't explain, didn't turn over anything, and did exactly what my lawyer instructed. Now I had documentation, a paper trail, and a criminal defense lawyer who was already 10 steps ahead. However, we were no longer playing on his terms. On Tuesday morning, my company's lab results came in. HR called, the same woman as before, and said, "Your test results are negative across all panels. You're cleared for immediate return to duty. When's the next rotation? Valdez's crew has a Montana site starting Monday. You're back on the roster." There it was. The legitimate CIA. I understood. I wasn't planning retaliation. What about the report? It's been classified as unfounded. No disciplinary action on your record. She paused. I'm also required to inform you that retaliation against anyone who files a safety report, even an unfounded one, is a violation of company policy and grounds for immediate termination. I was preparing documentation. Big difference. Your credentials will be reactivated by the end of business Thursday. You'll have full access by Monday morning. Thank you. She hung up. Crisis over. Mostly. I sat there staring at my phone for 10 minutes or so. Clean test results. Job secured. Record clean. My brother had tried and failed to destroy me, but he was still out there, still dealing. I pulled up the local police department's non-emergency number and called the police department. How can I help you? I need to report drug possession. I have specific information about someone who may be transporting controlled substances. All right, what's your name? I gave it to her. He was still using my truck as his stash spot for all I knew. And your callback number? This one. Who are you reporting? My brother. Why do you think he has controlled substances? He acknowledged to me that he has been hiding drugs in my car without my knowledge. He also acknowledged that when things got heated, he filed an anonymous report with my employer to have me tested for drugs. There was typing on her end. I have the license plate number, so I rattled it off. She made me repeat it. Do you know where he is at the moment? I'm at my apartment, but he usually leaves his condo at this time and goes downtown to his office, which is normally Route 7. He drives a silver Audi A4. We'll have an officer follow up. If we need a formal statement, someone will get in touch with you. Stay available at this number. All right. I'm calling because he tried to push this on me and I want it documented. No, I'm relying on what he told me. 2 hours later, my phone rang. I didn't know if that went anywhere or if it just ended up in a black hole. It was Officer Martinez from the police department. Am I talking to the person who called regarding your brother? Okay, so we found a silver Audi that matched the license plate you gave. My stomach knotted as we pulled over a moving violation near the downtown exit. The driver displayed signs of impairment during contact, so we called for a K9 unit. The dog alerted on the car, but I didn't say anything because I didn't trust my voice. We found suspected controlled substances inside the car along with items consistent with distribution. He was taken into custody and taken to be booked. All right, so we're also asking for a blood sample as part of the DUI drug process because of the impairment indicators. You might be contacted by an officer or prosecutor for a statement because your information helped start the conversation. You understand? One more thing. I sat on my couch staring at nothing until the anger I'd been suppressing finally surfaced. It wasn't explosive, it was quiet, and it was cold. I opened a soda, sat on my balcony, and watched the sun set at about 8:15 p.m. Don't let anyone get you to change your story, or not cooperate. If they do, document it, and call us. Thank you. My phone started blowing up, so I put it face down and put it on the counter. 20 minutes later, I heard a knock on my apartment door. I looked through the peephole and saw that it was my mom and dad. Mom's face was red and blotchy, and Dad appeared to be trying to break down the door. I opened the door, and before I could say anything, he pushed past me and entered the apartment. Mom was crying by this point. "What the hell did you do?" Dad's voice was shaking. Rage or panic, couldn't tell. "I reported a crime." "You called the cops on your own brother?" "I called the cops on someone who tried to frame me for drug possession. He just happens to be my brother." Mom grabbed my arm. "They're saying he had controlled substances in his car. They're saying he's a dealer. This is insane. There has to be a mistake." "There's no mistake. He told me himself. He's been dealing for months." Dad stepped closer. "You need to fix this." "No. Tell them it's yours. Tell them you asked him to hold it. Tell them anything." I stared at him. "You want me to confess to a felony I didn't commit?" "We co-signed on his condo. If he gets convicted, we lose everything. That's not my problem." Mom's voice went high and desperate. "Please. Please, baby. You don't understand what this means. They're saying bail could be as high as $80,000. We'd need $8,000 just to get him out. We don't have that kind of money liquid. We need you to help us." Dad's face flushed. "You think you're better than him? I think not dealing drugs makes me smarter." "Yeah, we raised you better than this. You raised me to cover for people who screw me over because I missed that lesson. I'm not bailing him out. He's your brother. He tried to ruin my career." Mom was crying uncontrollably now. "We'll lose the condo." Dad grabbed my shoulder firmly and said, "You're going to help him." I pushed his hand away, saying, "Get out. We're not leaving until get out of my apartment. You don't understand. We put our retirement into that down payment. If he can't make the payments, the bank takes it. We're ruined." "Then you made a bad investment." Dad's voice lowered. "If you testify against him, you're dead to us." "Good. Makes it easier." Mom tried again, but he turned and left after staring at me as if he had never seen me before. "At least talk to the police. Tell them he made a mistake. I'm telling them the truth." She was looking at me as if I had just slain someone, mascara streaming down her cheeks. "I'm the guy who doesn't take the fall for other people's nonsense," she muttered. "I don't even know who you are anymore." "That's who I am." She departed, and I systematically severed all of my financial ties to my parents over the course of the following 4 weeks after locking the door and fastening the chain. They had been on my family plan for 4 years, and I had been paying $170 a month without giving it any thought. I stopped paying their home security system, which had been $70 a month for the previous 3 years, and I canceled the streaming services they had been using. All of this was gone, and I called the utility company to have their house's electric bill, which had somehow gotten into my name 4 years prior when they needed temporary assistance, transferred back to them. After I stopped, the prosecutor's office contacted me because my brother's case was progressing and they needed me to testify about the timeline, the access to my truck, and the family meeting where they asked me to confess. I met with the assistant DA, told the truth, and gave them my documentation, screenshots, contemporaneous notes I had written right after the family meeting, the results of the independent test, and the call logs indicating when I had reported him. During my deposition, the prosecutor used the drug tests, the timeline, and the tangible evidence from the traffic stop to refute my brother's defense attorney's attempt to paint me as a vindictive person with a grudge against his successful younger brother. His attorney tried a different approach, saying, "Isn't it true you refused to help your brother when he made a mistake?" "I refused to confess to a crime I didn't commit. That's different." "I knew he was trafficking drugs and attempting to frame me for it, but you knew he was struggling." The lawyer didn't have an answer. 7 weeks later, my brother entered a plea, avoiding actual jail time, but he was caught with a felony, probation, and the kind of record that sticks like gum to a boot. His fiancée had broken up with him the day he was arrested, and the last I heard from the family gossip, she was already engaged to a Chicago investment banker who had no criminal history. My parents lost the condo because they were unable to make the payments on the co-signed loan without his income, which caused the bank to foreclose, and they had to take out a second mortgage on their own home to pay for his legal bills. I received a text message from an unknown number 3 months after my brother was sentenced. It said, "This is your mother. I had to get a new phone because we couldn't afford the plan anymore. Please call me. We need to talk. I didn't answer. And when she called from that number, she left a voicemail, which I erased without listening. My aunt, who told me I was right, called me 2 weeks later and said, "Your parents are in trouble. Real trouble. Okay. They're behind on their mortgage, the second mortgage payments are killing them, and your dad's talking about declaring bankruptcy, which is disappointing. They need help," she said. I know what they did was wrong. They didn't just do something wrong. They asked me to confess to a felony to protect their investment. I told them they were crazy, but they're still your parents. Genetically, yes. Long pause. Your mom has been taking on extra shifts at the hospital. She's 62. They needed help 4 months ago. They chose my brother instead. My aunt sighed. She should have considered the fact that she can hardly stand after a full shift before asking me to ruin my career. I understand. I do. I just wanted to let you know how things stand. Thank you for the update. We hung up. 5 months later they all arrived at my apartment, not separately but all at once as planned. On a rare weekend off, I was at home when the gate buzzed. Security said, "You have visitors, your parents, and your brother." I considered telling them to leave, but then I remembered that they had driven all the way here, had arranged their schedules, and this was going to work out, so I let them through. 6 minutes later there was a knock on my door. When I opened it, Mom, Dad, and my brother were all standing there. Mom appeared to be 12 years old. Dad's Lexus was gone. And they had arrived in a beat-up Honda Civic that must have been 17 years old. My brother appeared hollow and thin, as if he had been on probation for 7 months. I realized that no one was hiring felons. We came to apologize. I leaned against the kitchen counter and crossed my arms. All right, apologize. Mom's voice was already shaking. We're so sorry. What we asked you to do was wrong. We were scared. I moved aside as they filed in. No one sat. This wasn't a social visit. Dad cleared his throat. Dad stepped in and said, "We made a mistake, a terrible mistake. But we're asking you to forgive us." Forgive you for what? For trying to ruin my career? For asking me to confess to a felony? Which part? My brother said, "I know I messed up. For the first time. You were thinking clearly, and you knew exactly what you were asking me to do." Mom moved forward and reached for my arm, but I pulled back. "Please," she said. "I know what I did was unforgivable. But I've been through hell. I've had time to think about everything. I'm different now. You're different because you got caught." His face crumpled. "That's not fair. You keep using that word. Nothing about this situation is fair." Dad's jaw tightened. "This isn't a joke. You're right. It's consequences. We're your parents. We need your help. We're going to lose the house. The bank is threatening foreclosure. Your father's retirement fund is gone. We used it all for his legal bills and the condo payments. Sounds like you made some bad investments." Mom was crying now. "We have no one else to turn to. The bank won't work with us. We need about $50,000 to avoid foreclosure. We'll lose everything. You already lost everything. We raised you, fed you, and provided a roof over your head for 19 years. Since then, I've been living alone and have never asked you for a dime. I promise you that once I'm back on my feet, you'll be a convicted felon without a job and you won't be getting back on your feet. I'll find something. If you're lucky, you'll find minimum wage work. But even that will be difficult because of your drug conviction. You just haven't accepted it yet." My brother moved closer. "I'll pay you back." Dad said, "So that's it. You're just going to watch us lose our home." "I'm living my life. You're the ones who showed up here. Please, I'm begging you. We'll sign papers. We'll put it in writing. We'll pay you back with interest. You can't afford interest." Mom grabbed my hand before I could pull away. "Get up, Mom." She fell down on my floor and simply collapsed into herself, crying. I looked down at her, then at Dad, who was staring at the wall, and finally at my brother, who seemed to want to vanish. "You can't afford the principal. You're broke." She got up slowly and wiped her face with her hands. I went to my desk and took out my checkbook because I wanted something in writing that they couldn't tamper with later. I wrote a check, put family assistance on the memo line, and took a picture with my phone before I even tore it out. I gave it to my mother, who looked at it and turned pale. $2? That's my contribution to your predicament. You're right, you did raise me for 19 years, so here's $2 for your trouble. You can now claim that I helped, Dad's face reddened. You smug. Don't be upset. You came here pleading and I gave you what I believed you were entitled to. We drove 5 hours to get here, and then you wasted 9 hours round trip. Dad stepped forward and said, You know what? We don't need your money. We'll figure it out ourselves. Mom was staring at the check as if it might change if she looked long enough. My brother's voice was quiet. That's the value I place on people who tried to destroy my life in order to save their investment. No, you will not. You have been enjoying his alleged success for years. You paid his legal bills to protect your own reputation. You co-signed his condo to boast about it, and you came here because you finally realized that no one else would save you. Mom threw the check at me and it bounced off my chest. I hope you're happy, she said, her voice breaking. I hope you feel good about yourself watching your family suffer. We're sorry, she screamed. How many times do we have to say that? You're not sorry for what you did. You're sorry it didn't work. I actually sleep great. Full 9 hours. Dad followed him, stopped at the door and turned back. When we lose the house, when your mother and I are living in an apartment and barely making ends meet, that's on you. No, Dad. My brother moved toward the door. This was a mistake. We shouldn't have come. Finally, something we agree on. The only thing I regret is not cutting you off sooner. That's on you. You made the decisions. I'm just not paying for them. You're going to regret this. He left, followed by my brother. Mom stood there for a while longer, staring at me as if I were a stranger. I don't even recognize you anymore, she said. Good. She left, and I shut the door behind them. I picked up the crumpled check from the floor, smoothed it out, snapped a picture of it, and saved it to my phone under receipts. An hour later, my phone buzzed, and I received a text from Mom's new number. The person you knew was your backup plan. I'm not that person anymore. I typed back, Mom, you're making a huge mistake. Family helps family. We're family. Family doesn't frame family for felonies. I blocked the number, blocked my dad's number, and blocked my brother's number. 4 months later, my aunt called again, saying, They lost the house. They're moving into a 2-bedroom apartment in a cheaper area. Your mother works at the hospital full-time. Eventually they all stopped trying. If you like this video, please hit the subscribe button. Your dad's doing contract work where he can find it. Alright, I thought you should know. Thanks for the news. We hung up. My brother attempted adding me on social media from a new account. I banned it. Thanks to it, the channel is able to provide you with more and better stories. I spent $45,000 on my dad's cancer dream trip, then my family tried to replace me with my sister's freeloader boyfriend. My ailing dad's dream vacation was funded by me. I canceled everything and watched them go downhill as my family replaced me with my sister's freeloading boyfriend, claiming, He's basically family. You're just the sponsor. Well done, Reddit. After learning that my dad had cancer, I spent $45,000 on his dream vacation to New Zealand. My family also felt they should be invited. They devised their own strategy to make it happen after I declined. I am a 32-year-old man who manages projects for a Fort Worth commercial signs company. After working my way up from install teams, I now get about $92,000 base pay with bonuses that, in good years, bring me closer to $120,000. I don't lack financial knowledge. For many years my grandfather worked in construction sales. It was completely destroyed until culture set everything on fire overnight. Selling commercial products in 3 states, he was making 6 figures. When March 2020 arrived, the industry as a whole abruptly stopped. Budgets are frozen, projects are canceled, and businesses fail. Dad went from being a high achiever to having trouble getting callbacks. Mom is a different matter. Never had a permanent job. I always have an excuse ready. Bad back. Shifting employment market. Currently her candle business is mysteriously losing money. Her Etsy shop is visible to me. 12 sales over 2 years. However, she continues to purchase supplies as though she will soon figure out the algorithm. They experienced actual homelessness 4 years ago when their landlord sold the rented property. Without my mother's knowledge, Dad came to me by himself. We had coffee together, looked as uneasy as possible. Son, I hate asking this, but we're in a bad spot. The rental got sold and we've got 30 days. Your mother doesn't know I'm here. Instead of asking for assistance, she would prefer to sleep in the car. In 2018, I was wise enough to purchase a second property, just a good 2-bedroom condo, nothing special. To prevent PMI, put down 20%. A 3.5% rate was fixed before things went haywire. living in my primary house with my partner, who splits the costs with me. I had been renting it out to pay the mortgage. I informed Dad that they could move in for about a third of the market rate, or $800 per month. I spent $2,000 on my HOA and mortgage. To keep them housed, I was spending $1,100 a month on food. Dad was appreciative. Stated that within a year, they would become stable and either locate their own place or begin paying the market rate. When Dad said, "Well, it's the least he can do after how we struggled to raise him," Mom's response. "Just like I owed them housing just for being here." That was 4 years ago. In the present, that rent money appears perhaps 60% of the time. Everything is documented by me. Over 4 years, they have defrauded me of about $17,000. Emily, my sister, moved in around 2 years ago. She is 26 years old, has a degree that she hardly ever uses, and when real jobs began requiring real effort, she rebranded her party girl energy as career-focused. She was bouncing around doing freelance social media consulting, which is code for pleading with tiny companies to give her $500 so she could share their Instagram lunch specials. Before landing an entry-level position at a nearby agency, that lasted for perhaps 3 months. She had no portfolio, but she was always complaining about being undervalued. She earns roughly $50,000, yet she spends as if she's making $120,000. Every time I mentioned unpaid rent, my mother would give me the family guilt trip. "A corporation is not what we are. Why are you taking advantage of us?" They never missed a payment on their new Highlander though. Mom told me straight out that they had to pay for Emily's spa day, thus they couldn't afford rent. Had to. As though it were a utility bill. After a frat party in her senior year, Emily damaged her car while driving under the influence. Mom hired a $6,000 lawyer, paid the $3,000 deductible, and had the charges dropped to reckless driving. She made the error of being anxious about finals. I requested a $500 loan for textbooks that same semester. Mom told me that I had to learn how to handle money. When I unexpectedly drove by on a Saturday afternoon last year, I discovered that they were having a big barbecue. 20 individuals, music blaring, and a brand new 75-inch Samsung TV set up in the living room. Here's the worst part. Without my request, they completed a kitchen renovation, stainless appliances, granite worktops, and a new backsplash on my property. Mom said, "Not now. We have guests." As if I were the impolite one for bringing up their debt during their party at my condo when I pulled her away to discuss the 3 months' worth of overdue rent. After that, Dad discovered me in the hallway. "Son, I didn't know about the remodel until it was done. She maxed out a credit card I didn't know she had." "I apologize." He appeared worn out and discouraged. I informed her that we had to pay you first. "You can wait," she said. After that, I established a limit on lending money. I didn't hear from Mom for 2 weeks. Every few days Dad gave me a call to see how I was doing. Expressed regret for her actions. Said that he was trying to collect the back rent on his own. About 6 months ago, her boyfriend began to essentially live there. Jason eats my labeled food from the refrigerator. Parks in the space I've allocated. Acts as though he is the property's owner. I called my dad after realizing he had been there for 5 nights in a row. "Yeah, he's been around a lot," Dad remarked, sounding worn out. "Your mother invited him to stay temporarily while he gets his business off the ground. Since it's your property, I advised her to ask you first. You'll be okay with it," she said. The following day at 2 p.m., I drove over and discovered Jason playing video games on my couch while wearing boxer shorts. Tuesday. "Everyone else is where?" I inquired. He said, "Work," without raising his gaze from the screen. "I could hang out here during the day," Emily added. "Wi-Fi is better than where I am." I remarked, "You don't live here." On that night, I convened a family gathering and told the members, "Bro, relax. It's just temporary." Jason, Mom, Dad, and Emily were all seated in my living room, which they had been using as their own clubhouse. I said, "Jason is not under any lease, so he doesn't live here. He needs to leave because he isn't paying his rent," Mom said right away. "He's Emily's boyfriend. He's practically family. Why are you being so territorial?" "Because it's my property and I didn't agree to have him living here." Jason tried to speak with a calm tone. "Look man, I'm just here helping Emily out, contributing where I can." "You're not contributing anything. You're eating my food, using my parking spot, and lounging around during business hours when you're supposed to be building your empire." Emily began to sob. "You're being cruel." Jason's going through a tough time financially, and we're just trying to help him get back on his feet. Not my problem. He's an unauthorized occupant, and I'm serving notice to vacate for lease violation. I'll either start the eviction process against all of you or Jason will go in 7 days. I had already investigated it. Texas law was unambiguous. Unauthorized occupancy was against the terms of the lease. For the duration of the lease, I could provide written notice to depart. They must correct the infraction, or else everyone will be subject to forcible detention. In accordance with Texas regulations, I had the notice typed, dated, prepared for posting, and certified for mailing. Mom's cheeks flushed. You can't just kick him out. Where's he supposed to go? Literally anywhere that isn't my property. 7 days to fix this. After that, I file with the JP court and let the process handle it. Then, in a low but forceful voice, Dad spoke up. He's right. Jason's not on the lease. This is his property. We should have asked permission before inviting anyone to stay. His mother turned against him. Jason got up and attempted to appear strong. Don't you dare take his side right now. I'm not taking sides. I'm stating facts. This is wrong and you know it. This is crazy. You're a freeloader wearing my son's generosity like a jacket, Dad stated, getting to his feet, adding, I've been nothing but respectful. Jason left in 5 days after saying, pack your stuff. I didn't hear from Emily for a month. Mom texted about forgiveness and family harmony in a passive-aggressive manner. The day after Jason moved out, Dad gave me a call. I appreciate you standing your ground. That was necessary. Emily's money has been being drained to sustain that child, and your mother has been enabling him. Perhaps this will wake them both up. It didn't. However, it demonstrated to me my father's true position when it came to matters. Dad received the diagnosis in March of this year, stage 3 pancreatic cancer. He was given the facts by the oncologist, a weary-looking woman who had likely told him this news 1,000 times. 18 to 24 months with severe chemotherapy and radiation, or 6 to 12 months without treatment. However, the course of treatment will make you feel awful. In that sterile exam room, Dad sat there and nodded as if she were giving a technical explanation. Mom was in tears. I was attempting to comprehend the true meaning of 6 to 12 months. In order to confirm staging and finalize a plan, the following few months were filled with scans, biopsies, and specialist appointments. Dad said, "It's not a family trip," more loudly. "It's my bucket list trip that my son is paying for. You don't get to invite yourself." The conversation quieted down. Dad had never shut her down in public like that, as far as I knew. Mom squinted her eyes. She rose from the table and said, "Fine. I see where I stand." Emily trailed behind her and glared at me as they left. For a minute, Dad and I sat there silently. He continued, "Thank you for all of this. She's going to make this difficult." I replied, "Probably, but this is between you and me." She doesn't get a vote for about 3 days. It stayed. Details were planned with Dad. Discussed what we hoped to see. Lists of the sceneries he had dreamed about for 20 years were created. Mom then launched the campaign. It started with the quiet treatment. Then there were remarks at every family get-together. Must be nice to afford expensive vacations while your parents struggle with medical bills. Some sons include their whole family in what might be their father's final memories. I guess I know who matters and who doesn't. Dad resisted at all times. Mom had Emily working the same approach, but she said, "Stop it, he's doing something kind. Don't poison it." Social media messages, phone conversations, and texts about keeping families together and not abandoning them in their hour of need. Emily shared a lengthy Instagram story one evening, complete with depressing music, about feeling left out by those who ought to love you the most. Then Dad fell silent. During one of our planning sessions, I became aware of it. He appeared preoccupied, anxious, and physically more exhausted than normal. At last, he added, "Your mother's been on me every day about this trip, telling me I'm choosing you over her, that I'm a bad husband for going along with excluding her when I'm dying. She's making my life miserable." It was there. Every day the mortality card was used as a weapon. I said, "You want to cancel?" He hesitated and appeared worn out in a manner unrelated to cancer. "No, but I also don't want to spend what might be my last few good months listening to her weaponize this every single day." I glanced at him and asked, "What if we invited them just to stop the war at home?" "You really want them there?" "Yes, 100%, son. It would be better." I said, It'll cost more. Maybe another $18,000 out of pocket after using what points I have left. I know, and it's not fair to ask, but I'm asking anyway. Yes, I replied. The reservation was extended for the four of us. The entire out-of-pocket cost, including cash and points, was approximately $43,000. Over half of my yearly take-home pay after taxes. At Sunday supper 3 weeks prior her departure, Emily mentioned Jason. I didn't even look up from my plate when he said, "So, Jason's really interested in New Zealand. He's been researching the startup scene in Auckland." Good for Jason. I was thinking, she said. It would be amazing if he could come. He's basically family anyway. I replied. No. Budget's maxed. Mom jumped right in. But honey, Jason's going to be part of this family soon. Don't you want your father to have everyone important there? This might be his last chance to make memories with all of us. Halfway to his mouth, Dad's fork halted. It was in a somewhat trembling hand. Cancer-related side effects, or simply fatigue? It's difficult to tell. Nobody asked me if I want Jason there. I don't. Mom gave him a glance. Dad, I don't want him there. Dad spoke it more loudly. This is already more people than I planned for. I wanted a trip with my son. Now it's 4 of us. That's the line. Jason could pay his own way, Emily said, sounding defensive. Then Jason can book his own trip, I replied. This one's full. His micro-expression told me everything about his financial situation when I suggested that he should cover the cost of his own travel to New Zealand. Dad called me at work 4 weeks before to my trip. He had a unique voice. Tense, nervous, the way it was when there was a big problem. Son, I need you to come to the house right now. Don't tell them I called. I was parked down the street 20 minutes later. At the corner, Dad greeted me, gazing over his shoulder as if someone were pursuing him. His words. They're planning something? Something bad? What kind of bad? Identity fraud. Bad. Your mother's been talking to Jason on speakerphone when she thought I was asleep. They're going to use your credit card information to book him a ticket. My blood chilled. How would they even get my card info? Emily took a photo of your credit card last month when you left your wallet on the counter during Sunday dinner. I saw her do it but didn't think anything of it at the time. Thought she was just on her phone. And Mom knows about this. She's the one who told Emily to do it. They've been planning this for weeks. They're going to try buying Jason a ticket using your card details. Once they book it, they figure you'll just accept it rather than cause drama. I was ill. That's credit card fraud. That's identity theft. I know. That's why I'm telling you this crosses a line I can't ignore, even if it cost me my marriage. He had trembling hands. They're willing to commit crimes to get what they want, and they're using my cancer to justify it. What do you want me to do? Stop them any way you must, and I will fully support you. I'm done defending those who would harm you in this way. I called my credit card company first and spent the next hour on the phone. Explain the situation. Family members had photographed my card and were planning fraudulent purchases. The first representative was empathetic but constrained. Sir, I can freeze this card and issue you a new number immediately. Any attempted charges on the old number will decline automatically. Do it, and can you flag the account for fraud monitoring? Absolutely. I'm noting everything you've told me. If anyone tries to dispute a decline charge or claim authorization, we'll have this on record. New card ships overnight, different number entirely. Got a case number FR2847392. The old card quickly froze. I then gave the airline a call. Outlined how someone may attempt to book tickets fraudulently using my card information. When the representative said, "We can add security notes to your reservation. Any changes or additions will require in-person verification with photo ID and the physical card matching our records." I informed them of the new card number I would be getting. Reservations made on the old number would not be processed. At 9:47 a.m. the following day, I received an alert about a refused transaction. An attempt was made to charge the airline $9,500. The card is dead. Automatic rejection. I called the fraud department of my credit card company right away. That's the attempt I warned you about yesterday. Case number FR2847392. We see it. Transaction was declined due to frozen card status. Would you like to pursue this legally? Absolutely. I went directly to the police station by car. Not an emergency. Sat down and explained everything to a detective. Dad's warning, the credit card photo. the fraud alert case numbers, and the just rejected attempt at a transaction. The detective, a woman in her 40s, appeared to be truly upset for me. "So, your family tried to steal your credit card information to book a ticket for your sister's boyfriend while your father's dying of cancer. That's the situation. And your father is willing to testify to what he heard. He'll give you a written statement." She duplicated everything. I handed her screenshots, the denied transaction record, and case numbers along with a sworn affidavit. This is considered attempted credit card misuse and fraudulent use of identifying information under Texas law. I'll need to contact the airline, document the attempted booking, get your father's statement. Building a solid case takes time. How long are we talking? Weeks at minimum, probably longer. These things don't move fast. Their flight's in 4 weeks. When's yours? She asked me, looking at me. Same day, different time. Mine's at 6 p.m., theirs is 6 a.m. I'll work this as fast as possible. We need enough for arrest warrants. If I can coordinate with DFW Airport Police, we can execute warrants when they arrive for their flight. That's the cleanest way to do this. I followed up over the next few weeks. The airline verified that someone had called under false pretenses to be me. When I tried to book using the old card number, it was denied. Regarding overhearing their planning, Dad provided his written statement. The detective used call logs and financial information to construct her case. She called 5 days before to the flight. We've got enough for arrest warrants. Judge signed off this morning. I've coordinated with DFW Airport Police. They'll execute the warrants when your family arrives at check-in. That week, Dad moved in with me. Told his mother that he needed to be near his doctor for a few tests. She didn't ask any questions. Too busy getting ready for her trip that she stole. The time of their flight was set for 6 a.m. They had to arrive at DFW by 4 a.m. on July 16th, for check-in from abroad. It was 6 p.m. for me, on the same day. I wasn't present. It wasn't necessary. I never thought I'd actually see it, remarked the man. We cruised over the sound. Seals on rocks, cliffs and waterfalls. Dad took 300 pictures. Didn't say anything, just took it all in. He once remarked, "Your mother would have complained about the cold." Once. Emily would have spent the entire time on her phone. Jason would have made an effort to emphasize his brand. I'm glad it's just us. Some days Dad wasn't feeling great. The cancer, the travel, the altitude. We'd order room service, watch documentaries, just talk. "I'm sorry I waited so long to stand up to your mother." He stated one evening, "You stood up when it mattered. I should have done it years ago. The favoritism, the way she treated you. I let it happen because it was easier than fighting her." He hesitated. "I'm proud of you for everything. For taking care of yourself when we didn't. For having the spine to prosecute them. For bringing me here. We had breakfast last morning with a view of Lake Wakatipu." Dad's phone rang. "County Mom. Please, we need bail money. We're your family. Please don't abandon us." Dad placed his phone down. She made her choices. 10 days later, we took a plane home. Although he was tired, Dad was joyful than I had seen him in a long time. Months passed during the criminal case. The public defender made an effort to bargain. A deal was made by the prosecutor. Mom and Emily's adjudication was postponed. Conditions include detention, no contact, and restitution. Because Jason had a record and was the one who called the airline and said, "I'm totally her son," he wasn't given the same leniency. At first, Mom declined because she believed that a family conflict constituted a legal defense. A private lawyer hired by Jason's father attempted to argue that Jason had been duped. Didn't know it was illegal. That explanation was destroyed by the phone records and Dad's admission that Jason made the impersonation call. Through middlemen, friends, and family members, they tormented me about ruining the family, sending lengthy Facebook messages about overreacting, and claiming that they were facing criminal charges due to a miscommunication. I sent the detective everything. Keep it coming. Every indirect contact helps the case. Dad began therapy, aggressive radiation and chemotherapy. Despite his frequent illnesses, weight loss and hair loss, he never voiced any complaints. Additionally, he rejected calls from family members who attempted to push him into dropping charges. "If it goes to trial, I'm willing to testify," I informed the prosecutor. Following a difficult chemotherapy session, he said, "They need to hear what they planned, how they used my cancer to justify it." Because it's the legal system, not fast food, the case dragged on for months. At first, Mom attempted to play chicken with the plea bargain. She insisted that it was a family miscommunication. That's not just something you say to your aunt to get out of trouble. It's a legal defense. Then her attorney explained it. The entire paper trail, including Dad's sworn declaration, the unsuccessful attempt, the airline phone logs, the fraud notes, etc. The greatest result she could hope for was the agreement on the table, so they begged. Mom and Emily have no competition. Postponed decision-making. Jason pled as well, but the court handled him like the grown-up he acted. After that, sentencing happened quickly. Mom received a 5-year no-contact order, deferred adjudication, community supervision with a 90-day jail sentence as a condition, state jail time, and full restitution for all documented case-related expenses, totaling approximately $14,000. Emily received the same punishment, which included state jail time and a 60-day jail sentence as a condition. Jason received a 12-month jail sentence, probation, and straight jail time. The judge showed no pity. The jail sentence indicates that this was planned, not an error. You don't get to use someone's terminal illness as a discount code for committing fraud. Together, Dad and I went out. Still weak but alive, he was using a cane. I inquired, "How do you feel?" I sued them for $17,000 in unpaid rent and damages, plus legal costs and damages filed while they were awaiting sentencing. Their attorney attempted to dismiss it, but my attorney shut it down. The criminal case covers fraud and identity theft. Lighter, like I finally let go of a weight I'd been carrying for 30 years. Separate difficulties. This deals with years of overdue rent. The civil trial proceeded more quickly. I had 4 years' worth of paperwork, including bank statements, rent agreements, and payment records. Regarding their actions and refusal to pay market rate, my property manager provided testimony. The judge gave me a favorable ruling. $6,000 in damages, $9,000 in legal fees, and $17,000 in unpaid rent. $32,000 in total. After completing their jail sentence, they declared bankruptcy. On the grounds of fraud, my attorney objected to the discharge. The criminal restitution remained in place. That can never be discharged. I had already placed liens where I could, but part of the civil judgment was erased. Legitimate paychecks and tax returns are slashed. The chemotherapy was more effective than anyone had anticipated. Dad's most recent tests, 6 months after his sentencing, revealed that the tumor had sufficiently decreased to allow for surgery. After a grueling surgery and months of recuperation, they performed a Whipple procedure. No tumor was visible on post-operative imaging. The cancer specialist was cautiously hopeful. We call this no evidence of disease, not cured. Pancreatic cancer is too aggressive for that word. But this is the best outcome we could have hoped for. When she informed him, Dad started crying. "I thought I'd be dead by now. You responded better than we hoped. Early detection, aggressive treatment. And honestly, your attitude probably helped. You're not out of the woods, but you've got real time." He moved close to me into a tiny flat. Refused to make amends with Mom even after her prison sentence was over. While serving her sentence, she filed for divorce. Had the institution served the paperwork? She resisted it. Claimed to have been abandoned. Claimed that his treatment had rendered him incompetent. Said that I had tricked him. Dad's medical documents, which demonstrated his competency, were produced by his lawyer. His written declaration and his statements in the criminal case demonstrate his ability to make decisions clearly. My wife attempted felony fraud against my son while using my diagnosis as justification. She's shown no genuine remorse. I don't want to spend whatever time I have left legally bound to someone who would do that. She had made no financial contributions for years, according to documents Dad had, but the divorce proceeded through community property state. She took her record, her debt, and her candle company with her. Emily served her term and was released. Went to live with a friend in Oklahoma. Currently works retail. She turned private on Instagram. Jason became dark. Mom finished her speech and attempted to reach out. Emails about lessons learned, family, and reconciliation. She was prevented by Dad. She was blocked by me. These days, we have family dinners. Dad, my grandmother, my uncle, and me. The folks that disconnected Mom after discovering the deception and did not condone her actions. I hosted Thanksgiving that year. Dad had a nice appearance. Still skinny, easily exhausted but alive, with gray hair sprouting back. We discussed his scans, travel schedule, whether he remained healthy, and other typical topics. Mom was once mentioned by my uncle. She called to ask if I had seen Dad and to find out if he would pardon her if she made an appropriate apology. Dad didn't raise his head. There's no right way to apologize for what she did, and forgiveness isn't owed just because someone feels bad about consequences. We talked about other things. I was leaving my workplace at 6 o'clock in the evening, 18 months after I was sentenced. When I noticed Mom's Highlander parked there, she was resting against it. The passenger seat was occupied by Emily. Initially, I wanted to call the police. Although this was a public parking lot and they weren't yet approaching me, they had a no-contact order as part of their probation. I made my way to my truck. Mom pushed the automobile away. Please, just 5 minutes. I'm begging you. I had my keys in my palm as I came to a stop around 15 feet away. You're violating your probation by being here. I'm not approaching you, I'm just talking. Please, just listen. Emily exited the vehicle. Wearing a uniform from a chain of craft stores, she had no makeup, her hair pulled back, and a rugged appearance. The girl from Instagram had vanished. We're losing everything, Mom remarked. Her voice broke. The probation, restitution payments and supervision fees take most of my paycheck. I can barely afford rent. Emily's living in a one-bedroom with 2 roommates. We can't get decent jobs with our records. We're drowning. That's what happens when you commit felonies. We made a mistake. Emily raised her voice in desperation. One mistake and you destroyed our entire lives. Do you have any idea what jail was like? What it's like trying to find work with a record? I can't even get promoted to shift lead because of the background check. You didn't make a mistake. You planned fraud for weeks. You photographed my credit card. You tried to steal my identity. Those were choices. Mom took a step forward. I raised my hand. That's close enough. Red-eyed, she paused. Your father is poisoning you against us. He's turned you into someone cold. Someone who'd watch his own mother suffer. I wasn't made into anything by Dad. He simply ceased shielding you from the repercussions. We're family. Now Mom's voice broke completely. Complete sobbing. We raised you. We gave you everything. And you repay us by putting us in jail, by taking everything from us. You gave Emily everything. I got community college and plasma donations. That's not fair. You paid for her lawyer while I was selling blood for textbooks. Don't talk to me about fair. Emily had started crying as well. I'm sorry, okay. I'm sorry we tried to use your card. I'm sorry about Jason. I'm sorry about all of it. Please. We're begging you. Drop the restitution. Talk to your lawyer. We can't live like this. The restitution isn't optional. It's court-ordered. I couldn't drop it if I wanted to. You could talk to them, Mom insisted. You could tell them we've suffered enough, that we've learned our lesson. Please, I'm your mother, I'm begging you. I gave her a look. Really? Examined her. This woman, who had always favored Emily, guilt-tripped me for demanding fundamental justice, and planned atrocities against me while claiming to be family. No, please. You used Dad's cancer to justify stealing from me. You committed identity fraud. You tried to scam your way onto a trip I paid for so Dad could see something before he died. And when you got caught, you blamed me for overreacting. You've never once actually apologized for what you did, just for getting caught. I'm apologizing now. Mom's hands were trembling. I'm standing here begging. What more do you want? I don't want anything from you. I want you to leave me alone and pay your debt. Emily tried something else. What about Dad? Don't you think he'd want us to reconcile? He's doing well now, he beat it. Don't you think he'd want his family back together? While Mom was incarcerated, Dad filed for divorce. He made a sworn declaration against each and every one of you. He has no desire to interact with you. Stop using him as a prop. He was manipulated. He was sick of being married to someone who'd commit felonies and blame everyone else. Best decision he ever made. Then Mom's face altered. It became an ugly form of desperation. You're just like him. Cold, unforgiving. You'll end up alone. I'm not alone. I've got Dad. I've got the family members who didn't commit crimes. I've got a life that doesn't include people who steal from me. We're your blood, Emily remarked. That has to mean something. It means I know exactly who you are and I choose not to have that in my life. I went by them on my way to my truck. Mom took hold of my arm. I paused. Don't touch me. She instantly released her grip. Hands up. Please, please, we have nothing left. No money, no prospects, no family. You took everything from us. I didn't take anything. The court did. After you committed crimes. This is on you. I'm your mother. Now she was crying uncontrollably. Doesn't that mean anything to you? I climbed into my truck, turned on the engine and rolled down the window just enough to make myself heard. You're the woman who raised me to believe family meant something, then proved it didn't when you committed fraud against your own son. That's what you mean to me. I observed them in the rearview mirror as I drove away. Mom fell against the vehicle. Emily is supporting her. 20 minutes later, my phone began to explode. Messages from Emily's phone. You're heartless. We lost everything and you don't even care. Dad would be ashamed of who you've become. I sent them all to my attorney. After half an hour, he gave me a call. They violated their probation by contacting you. I can file a report if you want. Will it extend their probation? Probably. Might add supervised probation requirements. Possible short jail time for violation. I considered it. Gave it careful thinking. Do it. Both of them were summoned for violating their probation. Mom was granted a 1-year probationary period with monthly check-ins. Due to her repeated efforts at contact, Emily received the same punishment, plus a 30-day lockup. The night I found out, Dad and I went to supper. In a parking lot they ambushed me. I cried and begged him during the entire performance. What did you say? No. Slowly he nodded. Good. They don't want forgiveness. They want consequences to disappear. Those aren't the same thing. You'd want us to get back together, Mom remarked. Dad chuckled. I actually chuckled. I gave a sworn statement against them in the criminal case. I divorced her from jail. What part of that suggests I want reconciliation? We have nothing left. No money, no prospects, no family. You took everything from us. I didn't take anything. The court did. After you committed crimes. This is on you. I'm your mother. Now she was crying uncontrollably. Doesn't that mean anything to you? I climbed into my truck, turned on the engine and rolled down the window just enough to make myself heard. You're the woman who raised me to believe family meant something, then proved it didn't when you committed fraud against your own son. That's what you mean to me. I observed them in the rearview mirror as I drove away. Mom fell against the vehicle. Emily is supporting her. 20 minutes later, my phone began to explode. Messages from Emily's phone. You're heartless. We lost everything and you don't even care. Dad would be ashamed of who you've become. I sent them all to my attorney. After half an hour, he gave me a call. They violated their probation by contacting you. I can file a report if you want. Will it extend their probation? Probably. Might add supervised probation requirements. Possible short jail time for violation. I considered it. Gave it careful thinking. Do it. Both of them were summoned for violating their probation. Mom was granted a 1-year probationary period with monthly check-ins. Due to her repeated efforts at contact, Emily received the same punishment plus a 30-day lockup. The night I found out, Dad and I went to supper. In a parking lot, they ambushed me. I cried and begged him during the entire performance. What did you say? No. Slowly, he nodded. Good. They don't want forgiveness. They want consequences to disappear. Those aren't the same thing. You'd want us to get back together, Mom remarked. Dad chuckled. I actually chuckled. I gave a sworn statement against them in the criminal case. I divorced her from jail. What part of that suggests I want reconciliation? I said that. When my sister's fake cancer lie unraveled, she tried to destroy me. I exposed her lies and watched her world collapse. I exposed my sister's lies, and saw her life fall apart after she staged cancer to undermine my top 10 college goals. She is crying at my door 2 years later, and asks if we will ever be sisters again. My sister was prepared to ruin everything, including herself, in order to surpass me. I always made an effort to be best friends with Emily, my older sister, when I was growing up. I based my entire wardrobe purchase on her appearance. Additionally, I would start a hobby whenever she did. However, she began to view me as her greatest adversary rather than as my best friend. When she would return home with a running, dancing, or other hobby award, I would imitate her. The first person she told was me. She would then wave the award in my face, and ask, "Bet you couldn't do this, could you?" Instead of crying or becoming envious, I would give her a tight hug and express my happiness for her. However, this only made her more irate, and she would push me away. At times, it was so intense that my whole body would drop to the ground. However, I didn't give up until my 14th birthday, when our parents gave me a pink, glittery bike that Emily had always desired. I hurried to her room and knocked on her door as soon as I opened the package. I asked her if she wanted to be the first to ride it after bringing her into the back garden and showing her what I had. "Sure," she replied, grinning broadly. She told me she wanted to ride it on the road, and since she was 17, I assumed she was old enough to do so safely. However, she didn't sit in the seat. Instead, she made eye contact with me and tossed it into the open road, where it was destroyed by a passing truck. My childhood came to an end when my heart broke. I made a commitment to never share with her my accomplishments or, for that matter, any updates on my life. Since Emily hadn't left for college yet, she overheard my parents discussing my second-place finish at the regional cross-country championships when I was 15. To my surprise, though, she asked to attend my awards ceremony rather than freaking out. I firmly believed that she was attempting to mend our friendship, so I enthusiastically agreed. The coach announced the winners on the big day, ranking them from lowest to highest. However, he never yelled my name because Emily abruptly fell to the ground before he could. Everyone turned to look at my family and inquire about her well-being. It wasn't until you could hear the ambulance sirens outside that she woke up again. "Oh, sorry, everyone," she said, startling everyone. "I just didn't eat enough food today." Everyone expressed their amazement at her well-being. All I did was roll my eyes. From that point on, I essentially concealed everything from my parents, sister, and my entire family. It undoubtedly made life more lonely, and it was difficult to resist the urge to run to my parents when I received good news. Then, at the age of 17, I was admitted to one of the top 10 universities. Before I did, my parents discovered the acceptance letter. As soon as I arrived home, my mother exclaimed, "Honey, we are so proud of you." They immediately began snapping numerous photos of me holding my acceptance letter to post on their social media accounts. And I allowed them to be pleased for me for the first time in years. I reasoned that there was nothing Emily could do to ruin it. Once more, though, I was mistaken because when I woke up the following day, my parents had stormed into my room and thrown everything I owned into black bin bags. My dad was crying, and my mom's voice was trembling when she said, "Your sister has just been diagnosed with stage 2 ovarian cancer. She'll need one room for her stuff and one to sleep in." I could tell right away that she was acting. All I needed was some kind of proof. Later that day, Emily grinned as she returned home. It's funny because I had seen a picture of her hair blowing in the wind on her story only a few months prior, and now she was completely bald. She did, however, lie down and sleep. Claimed that the cancer was wearing her out. I lured her into a state of delusional security by cooking her favorite meal that evening. I slept on the couch for 2 weeks before Emily threw a party to honor her own bravery. She invited some of the girls from my class as well as everyone we knew. Excellent. I used a fork to tap on my Fanta glass halfway through. She instantly recited a speech that I had heard her rehearse dozens of times in the bathroom mirror. "Emily, make a speech. We're so proud of you." I approached her and gave her a hug while she was in the middle of her fake tears. And I peeled off the bald cap as I was about to pull away. She had blonde hair that fell to her waist. Emily let out a scream. I thought my mother's lungs were going to burst from the force of her gasp. I put the TV on full volume, while everyone processed what was happening. I played a video I had taken of Emily rehearsing her speech in front of the mirror while she believed no one was watching. She stormed out of the house and drove off, refusing to confront her lies at last. I let my parents take care of bidding farewell to everyone as I went upstairs to my room. My mother slapped me across the face when I woke up the following morning. I just looked at her, my cheek burning, and asked, "How could you have embarrassed Emily like that while she's battling with cancer?" According to my mother, Emily told them that I had torn out her hair extensions, saying that she had spent thousands on realistic ones so that people wouldn't feel sorry for her because she was bald. By acknowledging that she could afford such pricey extensions, she didn't want to show off her wealth. My parents believed that story, which surprised me. They firmly believed that I had brutally revealed their daughter's cancerous hair extensions. The bounce in my step, attracting interested glances from students who were walking by. My recordings were gone when I got home that Friday. Each and every gadget had disappeared from its hiding places. There was nothing in the drawer beneath my desk. The outlines of dust indicate the locations of the recorders. My closet's box was empty. I couldn't even find the backup USB drives I had stashed in an old shoe. With her legs tucked under her, Emily was reading a magazine on the couch as if nothing had happened. Her fingers turned the pages of the magazine, one of those celebrity gossip rags, languidly. She didn't even look up from her reading when I asked her about them, claiming she had no idea what I was talking about. She sounded innocent, as if she had practiced this particular moment. The cloud backups were still there, but I was now suspicious. I changed all of my passwords that evening and enabled two-factor authentication. In case she gained access to those accounts as well, I even made dummy accounts with fictitious evidence. As I constructed layer after layer of digital protection, my fingers slid across the keyboard. I created security questions and password managers using information that only I would know, allusions to books Emily had never read, and locations she had never visited. Helen showed up Saturday morning looking worried and carrying a casserole. Her gray hair was freshly styled, and she wore her fine pearls, the ones she saved for special occasions. She gave Emily a hug and complimented her on her bravery, saying that her acting was on par with any performance I had ever seen. Emily raved about her treatment and how difficult everything was. At the appropriate times, she even succeeded in making her voice tremble. I bit my tongue so hard, I tasted copper as I watched from the kitchen. The casserole was still warm and smelled like comfort food from my childhood that I couldn't get. Later, after I had given my room to Emily, Helen asked to see it so she could help me reorganize. It was a cunning justification that would not arouse suspicion. I showed her everything on my phone when we were by ourselves. The timeline of lies I had painstakingly recorded. The screenshots, the recordings. Context and cross-references were added to each piece of evidence. Her jaw tightened as she heard Emily's cruel laughter, and her face darkened with every piece of evidence. When she learned that Emily was going to steal my college acceptance letter, she had to sit on my bed. We went over everything for an hour. Helen pointed out discrepancies that I had overlooked, such as Emily's claims that she had chemotherapy every Monday but was never ill on Tuesdays, or the fact that her medical records all shared the same watermark pattern despite supposedly coming from different offices. She demonstrated to me how the fonts and margins matched exactly. She even saw that the medical jargon was a little strange, as if someone had looked up terms online instead of copying them from actual documents. Her eye for genuine medical documentation was honed over the years she worked at a law firm that handled medical malpractice cases. Helen claimed to have spoken with my parents, but we needed to plan ahead. They would become defensive and shut down entirely if we were too forceful. When people were emotionally invested in a lie, confrontation could backfire, as she had witnessed with her own siblings. She recommended holding off until dinner, when everyone would be more at ease. With my stomach roiling with anxiety, I agreed, despite the fact that waiting felt impossible. Helping Mom in the kitchen and listening to Dad's work stories, we spent the afternoon acting as though nothing had changed. Emily was performing at her best during dinner. She sighed about how the treatment had reduced her appetite as she pushed food around her plate. Cutting the chicken into tiny pieces for maximum impact, she had taken precisely 3 tiny bites. My mother leaped up from the table and offered to make her something else right away. With a heartfelt voice, Dad rubbed her shoulder and remarked on how strong she was. With all the fake sympathy, the dining room felt oppressive. Helen began casually. She inquired about Emily's course of treatment and the hospital she was visiting. She asked in a conversational tone, as if she were inquiring about the weather. Regarding privacy and her desire to avoid overloading everyone with information, Emily provided evasive responses. Helen persisted a bit longer, adding that she might be able to get assistance from a friend who worked as an oncologist. She even took out her phone as if she were prepared to connect at that very moment. Emily dabbed at fake tears to hide the twitch in her eye. Although her team was taking care of everything, she said she was grateful for the offer. Emily's chair scraped loudly on the floor as she had to use the restroom right after Helen asked for the oncologist's name so she could send a thank you card. Playing up her weakness, she walked slowly while supporting herself with one hand by following the wall. Helen glanced at my parents while she was gone. She inquired as to whether they had truly attended any appointments with Emily. Emily stated that she needed to be independent, so my mother acknowledged that they hadn't. She twisted her napkin in her lap with an embarrassed expression. Emily was shielding them from the harsh reality. Dad continued. He clenched his hands on the table. He didn't even know he was carrying tension, as evidenced by the whitened knuckles. Helen showed them my proof and took out her phone. They initially turned their heads away like kids avoiding veggies because they didn't want to look. Helen persisted, methodically going over every screenshot and recording. She arranged them in a polished and convincing presentation. When my mother heard Emily laughing about tricking them, her face turned white and her hand went to her mouth. In 30 seconds, Dad's face changed from incredulity to horror to anger. When Emily returned, we were all staring at her. The grandfather clock in the hallway was the only sound to break the deafening silence. She burst into tears as soon as she heard that we were banding together against a cancer patient. She accused me of using AI to fake the recordings when that failed. Then, as her lies grew more desperate and outrageous, she claimed that I had given her drugs to force her to say those things. A house of cards collapsing in real time. Each new excuse ran counter to the previous one. The weight shift caused my dad's chair to creak as he slowly got to his feet. He asked her directly if she had cancer. He had caught me smuggling cookies, and his voice sounded just like it did when I was younger. Emily tried crying again, but he simply asked the same question in a firm, steady voice. At last, she blew up. She yelled that we all admired my accomplishments more than she did and that my foolish college acceptance had captured her parents' interest. Years of bitterness spilled out of her mouth. The truth erupted in a torrent. She acknowledged that she was lying about everything, but blamed us for making her feel invisible. I received all the credit for imitating her, even though she had been the older sister for years. Her face twisted with years of repressed anger. She claimed that the only time she felt strong was when she destroyed my bike. She even acknowledged minor details that I had never suspected. Concealing my library materials to avoid penalties. Telling embarrassing lies about me to students at school. My essays are being removed from the family computer. My mother began to cry. She heard deep, shuddering noises that rocked her entire body. Dad had to grab the edge of the table and sit back down as if his legs gave out. The wood moaned as he held it. In case Emily later attempted to refute the confession, Helen captured the entire exchange on her phone. As I watched my family disintegrate, I felt numb, as if I were floating above the scene. In the middle of such devastation, the unfinished food on the table seemed ridiculous. But Emily wasn't finished. Screaming that I had ruined everything, she lunged at me. When my mother attempted to step in between us, her fingernail snagged her arm. When blood trickled down Mom's wrist, everyone's astonishment was finally broken. Like tiny roses, the red drops spread out when they hit the white tablecloth. Mom seemed unable to understand what had happened as she gazed at her arm. Dad took hold of Emily and yanked her away. She was wailing and yelling about how much she detested me, how my birth had stolen her life, and how all of my accomplishments had served to defame her. Her voice was raw and primal, releasing years of anger in one terrifying outburst. Sensing the mayhem through the walls, the neighbor's dog began to bark. As Dad held Emily, Helen dialed 911. Her legal education kept her focused as she delivered the speech in a composed manner. The paramedics arrived to take my mom's arm. But they also took Emily. They were concerned that she might injure herself because she had worked herself into such a state. Her voice reverberated down our quiet street as she continued to scream that this was all my fault as they led her away. Neighbors looked through curtains as porch lights flickered on. After that, the house felt deserted. Mom required antibiotics and sutures. Although the scratches were deep, the doctor said they would heal without any problems. They efficiently and gently cleaned and bandaged her arm. Dad silently drove her home. The car engine's hum is the only sound. We were all at a loss for words. As we pulled into our driveway, the streetlights caught the hospital bracelet on Mom's wrist. My parents sat me down to apologize that evening. They claimed that the cancer story had shocked them. They never questioned it. They ultimately enabled their daughter's lies because they wanted to help their ill daughter. When Mom mentioned slapping me, she sobbed and gently touched my cheek. It was a tender, remorseful gesture, very different from that day. Not to offend them, but to let them know that this wasn't new. I told them about everything Emily had done over the years. The staff at the library knew me by name, and coffee became my best friend. After being observed for 3 days, Emily returned home. Twice a week, she had to go to therapy. According to the therapist, she displayed antisocial traits and symptoms of narcissistic personality disorder. She set reasonable expectations by warning us that it would take years of work to address. She handed us leaflets on enabling behaviors and family dynamics. Without saying sorry, she returned to her previous room. We made unseen barriers in our common areas by avoiding one another entirely. She had looked right through me as if I weren't there when we passed in the hallway. That was okay with me. Years ago, I had given up on ever having a sister. The house seemed to be divided into two distinct worlds that coexisted under one roof. She was still attempting to harm me. Though, one day, I saw her going through my college documents in my room. She claimed she was only borrowing a pen when I confronted her. However, I saw that she had been squeezing my acceptance letter, as it was crumpled. The official seal was irreparably wrinkled. My skin crawled at the invasion of my personal space. That evening, I put a lock on my door. My parents understood the need without my having to explain, so they didn't object. They understood that while Emily dealt with her problems, we needed boundaries. Mom even tested each deadbolt's strength before helping me choose a strong one from the hardware store. That lock's click turned into a sound of security. The months that followed were tense. On good days, Emily would help with the dishes and laugh at TV shows, appearing almost normal. She would then experience setbacks where her anger returned. Recovery wasn't linear, as her therapist cautioned us. In addition to being patient, we had to defend ourselves. Family meals turned into workouts and cautious maneuvers. I began storing everything significant in a safe. Every night, my laptop, papers, and even sentimental objects went inside. I couldn't risk another attempt at sabotage, even though it felt extreme. I was able to concentrate on my studies because of the safety. My birthday, which Emily had always hated, was the combination. It was like taking back something just by picking those numbers. My acceptance was finally confirmed by the college. The admissions board acknowledged my candor and said they understood the circumstances. They even provided tools for coping with trauma in the family. Reading that email made me cry. Waves of relief swept over me. My future was safe once more. The way ahead is obvious. I allowed myself to get excited when prom season arrived. My friend Ben asked me to go as friends after I found a lovely dress on sale. It was nice to have something routine to anticipate. I even noticed that I was humming as I worked on my homework. Happiness from the past is returning. Like a promise of a single ideal evening, the dress hung in my closet. I was applying makeup on prom night when I heard a crash. My dress was on the ground, covered in what appeared to be bleach. The cloth was ruined. The blue material was covered in large white patches. Emily's bathroom door closed the hallway with a click. My nose was burned by the chemical odor. I felt the excitement ebbing away as I stood there in my slip, gazing at the ruined dress. Instead of screaming, I called Nancy instead. Bringing her daughter's old prom dress, she drove over. Although it was green rather than blue, it fit flawlessly. I tried not to cry while Nancy did my hair. She meant it when she said I looked lovely. She gently pinned each curl with her hands. As if she had anticipated my need for rescue, she even carried matching jewelry in her purse. No one seemed to mind that my dress wasn't what I had planned for prom. Ben and I danced until our feet ached. I forgot about Emily and the mayhem at home for several hours. I simply got to celebrate with my friends like any other adolescent. Silver streamers and sparkling lights transformed the gym. We replaced the staged smiles and family portraits with real ones in dozens of pictures. Emily was in the living room when I arrived home. Her expression darkened as she glanced at the green dress. She had been waiting for me to cry over the ruined dress, I realized. She hurried off to her room, clearly disappointed, when I grinned and said, "I had an amazing night." Her attempt to harm me had, for once, completely failed. Her therapist scheduled a family meeting for the following week. Emily had confessed to the dress incident and multiple other acts of sabotage, she said. In order for Emily to concentrate on healing without distractions, the therapist suggested a more rigorous program, possibly residential treatment. She clarified that the existing strategy wasn't operating quickly enough. My parents felt conflicted. They were concerned about sending Emily away even though they wanted to help her. The therapist clarified that everyone needed time apart to heal at times. She handed them brochures, glossy pages full of recovery promises, for a number of programs that focused on personality disorders. Testimonials from families who had found serenity through separation were displayed in each facility. I heard my parents fighting that evening. Dad felt they had let Emily down by not seeing this sooner, but Mom wanted to try the residential program. Regarding who was at fault, they argued back and forth. I tried to concentrate on my homework while wearing headphones. Calculus problems are hazy through my tears. Even through my music, their raised voices could be heard. Emily must have heard them too, because she declared the following day that she would attend treatment. She expressed that she was sick of constantly feeling angry. She didn't appear to be planning anything. For the first time in years, she appeared truly worn out. Her eyes were shattered by dark circles. Something hollow seemed to have taken the place of the fight in her. The next Monday, we took her to the facility by car. It was 2 hours away, encircled by gardens and mountains. The employees appeared to be firm but kind. They clarified that family therapy sessions would take place once a month for at least 9 months. The structure appeared less like a hospital and more like a retreat. In the parking lot, other families were bidding farewell, each with a burdensome tale to tell. Emily ignored me and gave our parents a farewell hug. That was fine with me. A tearful reconciliation wasn't necessary for me. All I wanted was for her to get assistance and stop bothering me. I watched the facility vanish in the rearview mirror as we drove away, feeling lighter than I had in years. The mountains appeared serene, as if they could contain and change all of our family's suffering. Without her, the house was quiet. I spread out my belongings fearlessly and returned to my room. During our quiet dinners, my parents and I had genuine conversations. With genuine interest in my responses, Mom began to inquire about my day once more. On some nights, we even played board games and rediscovered how to function as a 3-person family. I threw myself into the activities of my senior year. I began tutoring underclassmen in math and joined the yearbook committee. Now that I was accepted to college, I could finally enjoy my time in high school. I had to practice everything twice because of him. Nancy hosted a farewell party for me that included all of my favorite foods. Before I left for school, the treatment center called to discuss a special family session. Emily had something significant to share, they said. On a Saturday, we drove up. The summer growth had turned the mountains green. The structure no longer seemed so intimidating. In the garden areas, family members sat and conversed quietly. Emily appeared healthier in the session room. Her skin had returned to its natural color, and she had put on weight. Her hands trembled a little as she read from a piece of paper. It was a sincere apology. She described particular instances and admitted how they had wounded me. Every memory, the dress, the laptop, the bike was scrutinized. She claimed to have been diagnosed with borderline traits and narcissistic personality disorder. That was an explanation rather than an excuse. She was learning how to control her feelings without causing harm to other people. As she talked, the therapist gave her a supportive nod. We all sat in silence for a while after she was done. She was not forgiven by me. The therapist said that was all right, but I thanked her for the apology and added, I hope treatment kept helping. That was all I could give right then. It was impossible to rush or coerce forgiveness. Everybody had a different healing timeline. We went to a local cafe for lunch. Emily arrived under a staff member's supervision. She did eat the soup that she had ordered. We discussed safe subjects like the weather and movies. I showed her the email when she inquired about my roommate assignment. According to her Facebook profile, the girl seemed pleasant. It was a quiet drive home. In the front seat, my parents continued to look at each other. Mom concluded by saying that they were pleased with my self-management and that I had demonstrated maturity beyond my years. I owed Emily nothing. Dad continued. Whatever my feelings were, they were legitimate. I was packing 2 weeks prior to college when I discovered something odd. In my desk drawer is a small, wrapped box. A necklace featuring my birthstone was inside. Emily had ordered it from the craft program at the treatment facility. According to the receipt, I stared for a long time at a small note that read, "For your new beginning." I packed it, but I never wore it. I might or might not do so in the future. Even though I wasn't quite ready to accept it, the gesture had some significance. I carefully wrapped it in tissue paper before putting it in my jewelry box. Little steps led to progress. The day of move-in was chaotic. Dad refused to let anyone else carry anything until his back began to ache. My room in the dorm was rearranged 3 times by Mom. Chloe, my roommate, and her parents looked on in amusement. Our room felt like home, even though by the evening it looked like a Bed Bath & Beyond explosion. It was more difficult than anticipated to say goodbye. The parking lot was where Mom ugly sobbed. Dad continued to check the car tires and clear his throat. I committed to texting every day and calling once a week. Before I did, Nancy sent a care package, which arrived first. Tea, cookies, and a note expressing her pride. College fulfilled all of my expectations. Classes are challenging but fascinating. Pizza fueled late-night study sessions. My roommate and I bonded over the awful food in the dining hall, and we became good friends. I made more friends when I joined the running club. I felt free because no one was aware of my family's drama. I felt strange missing the first family therapy session. After that, Mom called to tell me everything. Emily was doing well, assuming accountability on her own initiative. She had begun assisting the younger residents with their first adjustments. It was referred to as significant progress by the therapist. I was happy to be far away, but I was also relieved. Over Thanksgiving break, I returned home. The house seemed calmer and different. In addition to hosting game nights with friends, my parents had redecorated a few rooms. They appeared lighter and happier, as though they had been holding their breath for years before finally letting it out. Mom prepared enough food to feed 20 people. For Thanksgiving dinner, Emily was permitted to have a home visit under supervision. She appeared anxious as she entered. Conversation began slowly as we all sat at the table acting like strangers posing as family. She seemed genuinely interested in my major in biology and inquired about my classes. No disparaging or competitive remarks. She assisted with plate clearing after dinner without being asked. Emily asked if she could say something when her mother brought out the pie. She expressed gratitude to us for persevering in her. Stated that, although it was difficult, she was determined to improve, even though she was aware that she had caused us great suffering. Dad grabbed her hand and gave it a squeeze. The visit felt like progress, but she returned to treatment that evening. I waved from the porch, but I didn't give her a final hug. Little steps. Healing wasn't linear. According to the therapist. Even though there would be good and bad days, at least we were making progress. More changes occurred during winter break. Emily transferred to a transitional housing program after completing the first phase of treatment. She began taking online classes at a community college, and found a part-time job at a bookstore. She seemed to benefit from the structure. She had to live up to expectations and the rules. The therapist discussed reintegration during another family session. Emily could visit more frequently, have dinner once a week, and attend family gatherings with notice, but she wouldn't move home immediately, possibly never. Boundaries were necessary for everyone to feel secure. We were assisted in writing them down by the therapist. I returned to college with a cautious sense of optimism. During Parents' Weekend, my parents came to visit and got to know all of my friends. Mom took pictures of everything, including my messy dorm room, which made me feel ashamed. My college sweatshirt was worn everywhere by Dad. They appeared content, incredibly joyful. No longer pushing it. The spring semester went by quickly. I received an invitation to join the honors program after making the dean's list. The letter was framed by my parents. Nancy sent flowers as a token of appreciation. Emily even texted to express her pride. Every accomplishment felt completely mine now. There isn't a shadow over it. Not worried about reprisals. When I returned home over spring break, I discovered Emily had been there multiple times. Dinners were going well, according to my parents. She was practicing emotional control and accepting responsibility in therapy. Her work ethic was praised by the manager of the bookstore. Little triumphs, but still victories. When Mom gave updates, she spoke in an impartial tone. That Wednesday, we had dinner together. I told Emily about my research internship when she inquired about my summer plans. She inquired about the project and said that sounded impressive. Genuine inquiries rather than searching for vulnerabilities to take advantage of. She said I'd do great when I mentioned that I was nervous. The dinner ended quietly. She thanked her mother for cooking and assisted with loading the dishwasher. Said farewell without being strange. My parents gave me a hopeful look after she left. It wasn't great, but it wasn't bad either, so I said it was fine. Fine was sufficient at times. More stability arrived with summer. I immersed myself in my research and thoroughly enjoyed it. During their visit to the lab, my parents attempted to comprehend my protein folding project. Emily maintained her employment and continued her therapy. Every other week, we gathered for family dinners. With practice, conversation became easier. She asked if we could speak in private one evening. Like when we were kids, we sat on the back porch. She acknowledged that she couldn't return the years she had stolen from me, but she still wanted to improve moving forward. I told her I was grateful, but it would take time, possibly forever, to earn her trust. I understand, she said. We had one last family session before the sophomore year began. Emily had made great strides, according to the therapist, but she would require continued assistance. She was able to control her reactions and identify her triggers. Although the personality disorder would never go away, she had control over how it affected other people. Everyone had put in a lot of effort to get here. I felt at home when I returned to college. Even though my family wasn't flawless, it was healing. Emily occasionally sent texts with everyday content, such as songs she enjoyed or books she had read. When I felt like it, I answered. No pressure in either case. We were discovering a new rhythm that suited everyone. The sophomore year presented both new possibilities and challenges. I formally announced my major and began working with a professor on my research. Every week, my parents called to give me updates. Emily was doing well and attending more classes. In her therapy group, Baby Steps Toward a Normal Life, she had made some friends. Emily had her own apartment, a studio close to the bookshop, when I returned home for winter break. She actually prepared the dinner when she invited us over. Nobody objected to the overcooked pasta. She proudly showed us her space. Everything is tidy and well organized, demonstrating a new beginning. We awkwardly exchanged Christmas gifts. I received a gift card to my favorite store from her. Secure and useful. For her therapy work, I got her a journal. We tried, but it was safe, too. That made a difference. Mom snapped pictures of us seated on the couch. Not friendly, but not at all at ease. The remainder of the break went smoothly. Family dinners went off without a hitch. Emily showed up at my high school friend's party and acted appropriately. Even Ben's awful jokes made her laugh. We both responded that our relationship was complex but getting better when someone inquired about it. It felt sincere. One afternoon, I assisted her in moving some furniture. We were alone in her apartment. We worked silently while she turned on some music. After we were done, we sat on her new couch while she made tea. She said that even though she knew she didn't deserve the chance, she was thankful that I was giving it to her. I told her about my classes and friends from college. She listened without comparison or interruption. She offered to help when I mentioned that I was having trouble with organic chemistry. It turned out that she had successfully completed it at a community college. We reviewed my notes for an hour. She gave clear explanations and was patient. I informed my parents about the tutoring that evening. They looked at each other in surprise. Mom thought that was fantastic. My father reminded me to set limits. I acknowledged that, but if everyone remained healthy, perhaps boundaries could gradually change to allow for greater connection. Flexibility was crucial, according to the therapist. The spring semester got off to a fresh start. I texted Emily about her homework in chemistry. She sent practice problems and videos that were helpful. I received $1. Math room. B+. $1 instead of a C. She said that helping me felt good, as if she was making a positive contribution, and I thanked her. We established a routine for once. Monthly video calls to review challenging concepts and weekly texts about school. She never insisted on making more contact than I did. She didn't feel guilty when I didn't reply for a few days. Instead, she waited until I was ready. It felt important that boundaries were respected. Our relationship had stabilized by the end of my sophomore year. Functional but not close. We could converse without ulterior motives and share space without conflict. She attended my academic awards ceremony and gave me a sincere clap. Just support, no drama or scene. I studied abroad in Spain that summer. Emily gave me travel advice and assisted me with packing. Before everything fell apart, she had spent a semester overseas. Her advice on staying at home and dealing with culture shock worked well. At the airport, we said our goodbyes with hugs. Real, but brief. Mom shed tears of joy. Everyone, including Emily, received postcards from me. She later told me that she had saved them in a box. She wanted to see pictures and hear stories when I returned. She inquired about the research I had conducted there, recalled specifics from earlier discussions, behaving for once like a typical sister. With graduate school applications imminent, junior year arrived. Emily offered to edit my personal statements. I agreed after hesitating. She offered insightful criticism without attempting to undermine anything. Even found a few typos that I had overlooked. She assisted me in practicing for interviews. Helpful and constructive. She had changed over the years of therapy. Not into an ideal person, but into someone who could work without hurting other people. She still had occasional jealousy issues. When I told her good news, I would see glimmers of the former Emily, but she would correct herself and apologize. Real change requires real work. She was truly thrilled for me when the acceptance letters began to come in. No fictitious mysterious illnesses or cancer diagnoses. Just congrats and inquiries about the program I should enroll in. When the time came, she even offered to help me move. I was grateful for the offer, but I said we'd see. In preparation for the future, senior year went by quickly. Emily attended the graduation without drawing attention to herself. I sat with my parents and applauded when it was appropriate. gave me a card with a sincere message expressing pride in my achievements, and took pictures when requested. In fact, I thought she meant it. We spent more time together that summer than we had in years. She drove me to IKEA for furniture, assisted me in finding an apartment in my new city, and put together bookcases without complaining. At times, we even chuckled. No forced or premeditated laughter, just spontaneous responses to amusing situations. She asked if we could become real sisters someday the night before I moved. Not right now, but later. I said perhaps that I wanted to think it was possible, but I couldn't promise anything, after enough time had passed and trust had been restored. That was fair, more than she truly deserved, she said. Together, we loaded the moving truck. My parents are trying to hide their emotions. Emily is helpful and realistic. She gave me a framed picture of us as children before everything went wrong as a small gift after everything had been packed. We both smiled at the camera, sisters who had no idea what lay ahead. I hung it in my new apartment so it was visible, but not overt. A reminder that forgiveness was achievable even if it took years, that people could change, and that families could recover from severe trauma. I would look at the picture while studying because it was facing my desk, two young girls who were not given what they deserved. These days, Emily and I text frequently, not every day, but consistently. She tells me about her classes and job. I tell graduate school stories. On the ashes of what was destroyed, we are constructing something new. Despite its imperfections and fragility, it belongs to us. Perhaps that's sufficient for now. I can see how far we've all come when I look back. Years of therapy, work, pain, and growth have followed that awful party where I took off her bald cap. My parents are getting better at seeing. Emily is learning how to live without causing destruction. I'm learning how to defend myself while remaining receptive to new possibilities. Our family isn't what it could have been. There is too much damage for that. However, we are the family that we have chosen to be. Healing but scarred. Cautious, but optimistic. The only thing anyone can do is to take things one day at a time. And that's sufficient for now. My niece pretended to be mute to secretly protect me. After 4 years of silence, she finally spoke out. What she revealed changed everything. My entire life fell apart as soon as the front door clicked shut. I stood in my sister's living room, listening as the cab pulled away from the curb. Emily and Ben had left for their Caribbean trip. 4 days of sun and umbrella cocktails as I babysat their daughter. I turned around and smiled, ready to ask Sophie what she wanted to do first. Perhaps we could bake cookies, watch a movie, or read together like we have always done. But Sophie didn't reach for her iPad. She was not composing a message for the text-to-speech program to read aloud. She was just standing there, staring at me with an intensity I hadn't seen in her 8 years of life. And then my niece, the child I thought was born mute, the little girl who hadn't spoken since she was a toddler, opened her mouth. "Auntie, don't drink the tea Mom made." She plotted something bad. Her voice was clear and beautiful, as if she'd been speaking her entire life. My blood turned to icy water in my veins. Let me back up about 5 hours so you can understand how I got here. How I ended up standing in my sister's home, realizing that everything I thought I knew about my family was meticulously crafted fiction. My name is Rachel Harris. I am 28 years old. I work as an accountant for a mid-sized firm in Columbus, Ohio. It's exciting, I know. Others fantasize of exotic holidays and romantic adventures, while I dream of perfectly balanced spreadsheets. My therapist believes I use numbers to feel in control. My therapist is probably correct. That morning began normally enough. Saturday, coffee, peaceful flat. I was genuinely enjoying the silence when my phone rang. Emily, my older sister, and I are 4 years apart, but it feels like 40 at times. Her voice was honey sweet, which should have been my first clue. Emily only used that voice when she desired something. "Rachel, I have the biggest favor to ask." It turned out she and Ben had planned an anniversary cruise. 4 days in the Caribbean, very romantic, very last minute, and they needed someone to look for Sophie. Of course, I replied yes, because that is what I usually told Emily. I said, I'd love to spend time with her, and I meant it. I truly adored my niece. Even though communicating via iPad was sometimes exhausting, Sophie had a unique quality. She had huge, alert eyes that seemed to take in everything. When I read to her, she would lean on my shoulder, and I could feel her relax, as if my voice was a safe haven. Sophie was born with an unusual condition. Emily always claimed that her ability to talk was hampered by a neurological condition. Doctors discovered it when she was around 3 years old. Emily stated that nothing could be done. I've never questioned it. Why should I? She was my sister. Mothers know their children. Besides, I wasn't around much in Sophie's early years. I took a job in Chicago shortly after she was born. A good opportunity. Could not pass that up. I'd fly home for Christmas. Maybe for a weekend or two. Sophie had been mute by the age of 3. Emily had already created the entire narrative. I returned to Ohio 2 years ago when our mother became ill. Cancer. The slow and horrible type. I wanted to be nearby and help. Throughout those months, I began spending more time with Sophie, reading to her, bringing her books, and simply being present. Even without words, we created something real. Our father, Connor, died 2 years before Mom from heart problems. He was the quiet, steady type, the man who fixed things without complaining. After he left, it felt as if the family had lost its anchor. When Mom died 12 months ago, she left behind a trust worth $950,000. Their whole life savings, Dad's life insurance, and everything. The terms were explicit. Emily and I had to sign for any significant withdrawals. Mom was astute that way. She also bequeathed me the family home, which Emily already owned at the time. I believed it was fair. Now I'm wondering whether Mom knew something I didn't. Anyway, back to Saturday morning. I drove to Emily's place at midday. Nice property with a large lawn. The kind of house that would look good on a magazine cover. Emily welcomed me at the door with a hug, which was unusual. My sister was not a big hugger. "You're a lifesaver, Rachel," she explained. She looked stunning, as always. Hair and nails have been done, and fancy luggage is waiting by the door. Ben was piling suitcases into a taxi that had recently arrived. He scarcely glanced at me. Just a short wave and murmured hello. Ben appeared tense and sweating, but he was constantly twitching. I didn't think much about it. Emily escorted me through the house as if I had never been there before. Here's the kitchen. Here's Sophie's room. Here's the TV remote. She then opened the refrigerator and took out a large thermos with a yellow top. "I made this for you," she explained, placing it into my hands. "Herbal tea for stress. You look tired, Rachel. You've been working too hard." Something about the way she stated it felt strange, or overly pushy. But I smiled and thanked her, like I did with Emily. I smiled, thanked her, and didn't push back. She had always had the answers, even when I hadn't asked for them. Emily prescribed lavender oil, green juice, and a vision board covered in George Clooney photos when I had a difficult breakup at 25. "Manifest your future husband," she had stated. I still have trust concerns with vision boards. The cab honked. Emily hugged me again. 2 hugs in one day, absolutely unusual, and I ran out the door. Ben followed silently. I watched them get into the car and pull away. Then I locked the front door, turned around, and saw Sophie standing there, looking at me as if she was ready to tell me the world was ending. "Auntie, don't drink the tea Mom made." She plotted something bad. I couldn't breathe or think. The thermos was still in my hands, and it suddenly felt like a bomb. My niece, who I thought was born mute, had just spoken to me in a perfectly audible voice, warning me that my own sister was attempting to poison me. Before we continue, if you're enjoying this story, please subscribe and let me know where you're watching from, and what time it is. I read every single comment, and your support means everything to me. Now, let's get back to what happened next. I set the thermos on the counter as if it were radioactive. My hands were so shaky that I almost dropped it. Then I returned to Sophie, and sank to my knees, bringing myself to her eye level. "Sophie," I said. "You can talk?" She nodded. Her eyes were big and worried. But there was also something vicious about them. Something determined. "I always could." "Auntie." Mommy made me stop. The room shook. I had to place one hand on the floor to keep myself steady. "What do you mean made you stop?" I asked my 8-year-old niece, who told me a narrative that shattered all I thought I knew about my family. Sophie was not born silent. She has never had a neurological issue. It was a lie. My sister had been telling a falsehood for 5 years, up until the age of 3. Sophie spoke like a regular toddler. She said her first words, learnt new ones every day, sang songs, asked a million questions, and uttered, "I love you" before bedtime. Then, one afternoon, everything changed. Sophie was playing upstairs in her room. She became thirsty, so she crept downstairs to fetch some juice. Mommy was in the kitchen, talking on the phone. She hadn't noticed the small girl waiting in the doorway. Sophie heard words. She didn't comprehend most of them, but she did recognize a few. Aunt Lisa. Money is out of the picture. When Daddy leaves, Mom follows, and we get everything. She absolutely trusts me. Sophie, 3 years old, questioned her mother, Mommy, what does out of the picture mean? Emily's face became frigid. She grasped Sophie's arms too hard, causing little bruises, and bent down until they were face to face. Listen to me very carefully, she hissed. If you ever speak to anyone else about anything, something awful will happen to Aunt Lisa. Your voice is harmful. Everything you utter harms her. If you adore your auntie, you'll never make another sound. Do you understand? Sophie loved me. I was the aunt who brought her picture books. I was the one who smiled at her like she was the most special thing in the world. So Sophie stopped talking. She was 3 years old. She made a decision to give up her voice to protect me. I sat on Emily's kitchen floor, tears streaming down my cheeks, as this child explained the sacrifice she'd made. Emily, my sister, the devoted mother, had used Sophie's fear to take her to doctors, play the role of concerned parent, and collect her selective mutism diagnosis, but she told everyone something different. It was a neurological condition that Sophie was born with, and there was nothing she could do about it. Emily won the Mother of the Year award from the community center 2 years ago, and everyone praised her patience and dedication to her special needs child. I was visiting Chicago twice a year, and I had no reason to doubt my sister about her own daughter. The crystal plaque on the mantel caught my eye. I instantly wanted to hurl the plaque in the sun and watch it burn. What else do you know, sweetheart? I asked gently. What else have you seen? It turned out that Sophie's silence rendered her invisible. Adults forgot she was there and talked freely around her, figuring she couldn't comprehend or couldn't tell anyone even if she did. Sophie witnessed her mother repeatedly practicing my signature on scrap paper until it was nearly perfect. She overheard phone conversations about trust and transferring everything, and Rachel watched her father become increasingly afraid of her mother, agreeing to everything without question. Sophie had seen her mother perform for neighbors, church friends, and teachers, the perfect mask of a loving parent making sacrifices for her disabled daughter, and 2 nights ago, she heard something that made her realize she couldn't stay silent any longer. She crept to the top of the stairs, as she had done hundreds of times before. Her parents were in the kitchen plotting. The tea will make her sick enough for the ER, Emily explained. Not hazardous. Just severe stomach problems and great drowsiness. She will be gone for days. What about Sophie while we are away? Ben inquired. Mrs. Stevens next door will accept her. I've previously informed her. Rachel has episodes from time to time. She bought it completely, and while Rachel is in the hospital, we drive to Indianapolis, where there is a lawyer who doesn't know her. I have all the forged papers ready, and we transfer the entire trust to my name. By the time Rachel recovers, it's done, and she won't be able to prove anything. There's no cruise, no Caribbean vacation, just a scheme to poison me, forge my signature, and steal over $1 million. You saved me. I whispered into Sophie's hair. You know that, right? You saved my life. She hugged me back. Rachel, I couldn't let Mama hurt you. Not anymore. I looked over at the thermos on the counter. It looked innocent, had a yellow lid, contained homemade tea from my loving sister, and served as evidence. My tears stopped, and something hard and concentrated settled in my chest. Emily thought she had 5 days to steal everything. She thought I'd be lying in a hospital bed, too sick to stop her, but she was very, very wrong. The first call I made was to Lily Moore, whom I met in college. She went into nursing, and I went into accounting. We took different paths, but we stayed close. She was the kind of friend who showed up with ice cream during breakups and told you the truth even when it hurt. I trusted her completely. She responded on the second ring, Rachel, what's up? Lily, I need you to come to Emily's house right away. Something happened to me. I cannot explain it over the phone. Please just come. Something in my voice must have worried her. She didn't ask questions. On my way. 40 minutes later, she stood at the door, still dressed in scrubs from her shift, hair pulled back in a sloppy ponytail. Lily took one look at my face and pulled me into a hug. Talk to me. So, I did. The tea, the scheme, and Sophie, sweet silent Sophie, who had spoken for the first time in 5 years to warn me. When I finished, Lily was quiet for a long moment before looking over at Sophie, who was sitting on the couch watching us with those big, serious eyes. Lily approached and knelt in front of her. "You're the bravest kid I've ever met," she murmured softly. Sophie almost grinned, and Lily stood up. "It's all business now. Okay, first things first. That tea should be tested. I know someone at the hospital lab. She can complete a rush analysis tonight. If there's anything wrong, we'll find out by morning." She put on latex gloves, which she obviously had in her purse, and carefully removed a sample from the thermos, sealing it in a little container. "What kind of person poisons tea?" she muttered, shaking her head. I knew Emily was off. "Remember how she said that haircut made your face look less round? That was hardly a compliment. That was psychological warfare in sister format." I almost laughed. Lily asked, "What else do you have? There has to be more evidence if she's been operating this fraud." I looked at Sophie. "Honey, you said you know where Mommy puts important papers." She nodded and climbed off the couch. "There's a closed drawer in the office. I know the code." "How do you know the code?" I watched her type it. Many times, she never noticed me. A little sorrowful pause. "Nobody ever sees the quiet kid." She brought us to Emily's home office, a clean, neatly furnished place that looked like it belonged in a magazine. There was a large desk with a computer, filing cabinets, and one drawer with a digital lock. 0420, Sophie said. March 15th, their wedding anniversary. Of course, Emily would use something sentimental. It made her feel clever. I punched in the code, the drawer clicked open, and what we found inside made my stomach turn. The fourth, which nearly broke me, was a file labeled Rachel's mental health concerns. They discussed the emergency transfer of trust assets, as well as my mental instability and inability to manage finances. The meeting was scheduled for the fourth day of the cruise. Emily's handwriting was on the pages, dated entries describing my erratic behavior, depression, paranoid episodes, complete fabrications, and everything else. She was creating a paper trail, preparing to paint me as mentally unfit, in case I ever challenged the fraud. My own sister was planning to call me crazy, destroy my credibility, and take everything and leave me with nothing, not even my reputation. Lily photographed every single document, every page, and every date. "This is calculated deception," she stated sternly. "It is not an impulsive thing. She's been preparing this for over a year." My accountant brain kicked in, and I began sorting the information in my head: dates, patterns, the amount withdrawn each month, the signatures that didn't quite match. Numbers don't lie, and these numbers told a very clear story. Then Lily's phone buzzed. Her contact at the lab working the overnight shift had rushed the tea analysis. The results: a concentrated combination of a powerful laxative compound and a sedative herb. It was not lethal, but absolutely incapacitating. Anyone who drank it would be violently ill and barely conscious for 48 to 72 hours. Emily wasn't trying to kill me. She was too smart for that. She just needed me out of commission long enough to steal everything. I thought about my emergency savings account, $7,000 in a separate bank that no one knew about. Years ago, a financial advisor advised me to always have walk-away money. I had quietly followed that advice, never mentioning it to my family, and now that money was going to fund my fight. Sometimes boring financial planning saves your life. There was one more call to make: Luke Thompson. We were in the same study group in college. He went to law school while I went into accounting, and he was now an assistant prosecutor for Franklin County. I contacted him and described everything. After a lengthy, quiet, "Rachel," he eventually said, "This is fraud, forgery, attempted poisoning, and what your sister did to that child. Coercive control and psychological abuse. That is serious. Very serious. What should I do? What should I do? You delegated responsibility for legal matters to me. I'll coordinate with local police and contact the FBI. This crosses state borders, making it federal. We will also contact the Indianapolis lawyer. He could be an unwitting participant or a conspirator. Whatever happens, we'll find out. Emily is unaware that you are onto her. If she becomes alarmed, she may flee with whatever money she has access to. You must convince her that her plan is perfect." I looked at the thermos, still sitting on the kitchen counter. I had to pretend I drank it. Pretend I was sick. Pretend I was helpless and incapacitated while my sister drove to Indianapolis to rob me. 3 days of acting. The performance of my life. "I can do that," I said, and I meant it. Day 2. It was time to become an actress. I sat in Emily's living room staring at my phone. Sophie was beside me on the couch, quiet but watchful. Even though she could now speak freely, she still observed everything with those careful eyes. I dialed Emily's number, which went straight to voicemail, as I expected. If she was really on a cruise, she'd have limited cell service. Of course, she wasn't on a cruise, she was in an Indianapolis hotel, preparing to steal my inheritance. But I had to play along, so I made my voice weak, shaky, and pathetic, the kind of voice someone uses when they're barely holding it together. Emily, something's really wrong. I've been sick all night, throwing up and dizzy. I can barely stand. I think I should go to the hospital. Sophie is okay. Mrs. Stevens can take her if I need to go to the emergency room. I'm sorry for ruining your trip. I will figure it out. Mrs. Stevens. I hung up, my hands steady, my heart cold, and Lily, who was sitting across from me, gave me a thumbs up. Oscar-worthy performance. Really? Was there a quiver in your voice at the end? Thank you, chef. My entire life, I've learned to fake emotions by watching Emily. 2 hours later, my phone rang with a text from Emily. It wasn't a call, a worried voicemail inquiring about the hospital, or a frantic message requesting to speak with her daughter. It was a text. Feel better soon. Do not worry about Sophie. Mrs. Stevens is great with children. Rest and take care of yourself. See you in a few days. I stared at that pink heart emoji for a long time. My sister might have poisoned me. She was actively planning to steal more than $1 million from me, and her response was a cartoon heart and an exclamation point. Emily, show some range. She didn't even ask about the hospital. Lily said, reading over my shoulder. She didn't even ask which one. Did not offer to come home. I didn't ask to talk to Sophie. Nope. Your sister is really a sociopath. I'm starting to think actual sociopaths try harder than this. Over the next few hours, Lily's husband, who worked in IT, gave us a quick lesson in social media tracking. Turns out Ben wasn't as careful as Emily. His Instagram still had location services enabled, and he posted a selfie at a coffee shop yesterday morning, smiling like an idiot. Emily kept meticulous records of everything, and I discovered them at the bottom of a stack of old tax returns in the evidence drawer. They were geotagged to Indianapolis, Indiana, and there was no beach, cruise ship, or Caribbean sunset. My hands trembled as I read the handwritten letters, dated during our mother's final months, written by Emily to our mother, Amelia. While Mom was dying of cancer, weak, scared, and fighting for every breath. Emily begged no, demanded that Amelia change the will and leave everything to Emily alone. Cut me out entirely. Rachel is single. She doesn't have as many responsibilities as I do. I've got a daughter to raise. I need the money. You've always favored her. This is your chance to make things right. If you ever loved me, you'll do this. The manipulation, guilt, and cruelty of putting pressure on a dying woman. And then I found Mom's response, handwritten on her personal stationery. The handwriting was shaky, but the words were strong. I will not punish Rachel for being responsible. I won't reward you for your greed. The trust remains equal. This discussion is over. Don't bring this up again. I love you. But I'm disappointed with who you've become. Mom. Amelia refused. Even on her deathbed, she protected me. So, Emily waited. She waited for our mother to die. And then she started forging. I sat there on the floor of that perfect home office, holding my mother's final words in my hands, and I cried not for myself, for Mom, for the betrayal she saw in her own daughter before the end. Auntie. Sophie's small voice. She'd come to the doorway. Yes, sweetheart? Are those letters from Grandma? Auntie. Yes. She walked over and sat down next to me on the floor. Her little hand found mine. Grandma told me something once, she said quietly. When Mommy wasn't in the room, she said, watch your mama, little one. Something's wrong in her heart. I thought she meant Mommy was sick, like with her actual heart. I didn't understand. I think Grandma knew. I said she always saw people clearly. Do you think she knew about me? That I wasn't really mute? I thought about my mother, sharp until the end, observant, the kind of woman who noticed everything but chose her battles carefully. I think, I said slowly, that Grandma trusted me to figure it out eventually, and she trusted you to be brave when it mattered. Sophie squeezed my hand. That evening, Luke Thompson called with updates. The legal machinery was moving faster than I expected. Local police were fully briefed. Given the evidence of fraud, forgery, and attempted poisoning, they were taking this seriously. The FBI had been consulted. Interstate wire fraud. Transferring money across state lines through deceptive means was a federal offense. Emily had made this a federal case all by herself, and the Indianapolis lawyer Sam Carter. Luke's contacts had reached out to him. Turns out Carter had been having doubts. The signatures on the authorization forms looked slightly off to him. He was already considering canceling the meeting. When authorities explained what was actually happening, he agreed to cooperate fully. The sting was set for day 4. When Emily and Ben walked into that law office expecting to complete their theft, police would be waiting. Your job, Luke reminded me, is to keep pretending. Keep sending sick updates. Make her believe everything is going according to plan. So I did. Day 2, text, still so sick. The doctor thinks maybe food poisoning. So strange. Sophie is wonderful with Mrs. Stevens. Day 3. Text. Barely keeping water down. So weak. Don't cut your trip short. I'll be fine. I just need rest. Each message I imagined Emily reading it, smiling, thinking her stupid, trusting sister was exactly where she wanted her. That same day, Luke arranged for a child advocacy specialist to take Sophie's statement. It had to be done properly, videotaped with a child psychologist present, following all legal protocols for minor witnesses. Sophie was nervous. She sat in a chair that was too big for her, feet dangling above the floor. But when the question started, she sat up straight. She used her voice, still new, still strange after 4 years of silence, and told them everything, what she heard when she was 3. The threats. The fear. The decision to stop speaking. The years of watching and listening. The night she overheard the plan about the tea. When it was over, she looked at me through the observation window. That's the most I've talked since I was 3, she said. My voice is tired, but it feels good. Like I've been holding my breath underwater for years. And I finally came up for air. I wanted to run in there and hold her, but I had to wait. Protocols. When they finally let me see her, I hugged her so tight I probably squeezed the air right back out. One more day. I told her. Just one more day and this is over. She nodded against my shoulder. One more day. Day 4. Indianapolis. Indiana. 9:30 inches the morning. Sam Carter's law office, 3rd floor of a professional building with a nice view of downtown that nobody was going to enjoy today. I wasn't there in person. Luke set up a secure video feed so I could watch from Emily's living room. Sophie sat beside me holding my hand. Lily was on my other side. We watched the lobby camera as Emily and Ben walked through the front door. Emily looked perfect. Professional dress, modest jewelry, concerned expression carefully arranged on her face. She was carrying a leather folder, the same one from her office, I realized, full of forged documents and stolen dreams. Ben looked like he was going to be sick, sweating through his nice shirt, eyes darting around the lobby. He knew something was wrong with this whole scheme. He'd always known, but he was too weak, too scared of his wife to stop it. They approached the receptionist. She smiled, gave their names. The receptionist smiled back and led them down a hallway toward the conference room where 3 people were waiting. Emily walked in first, confident, ready to close the deal on the biggest theft of her life. Sam Carter sat at the head of the table. Gray-haired. Serious. He didn't smile when she entered, didn't stand to shake her hand. 2 other people sat at the table, a man and a woman, plain clothes, professional. Emily hesitated in the doorway. I thought this was a private meeting, she said. That honey-sweet voice again, the one she used when she sensed something was off. Carter's response was flat. Mrs. Harris, please have a seat. These are Detectives Morrison and Park. They have some questions about the documentation you've submitted. Through the video feed, I watched my sister's face, the flicker of confusion, the quick calculation behind her eyes, the decision to brazen it out. She sat down, crossed her legs, folded her hands on the table. Of course, whatever I can help with. Is there some problem with the paperwork? Detective Morrison was calm, almost friendly. She asked Emily to confirm her identity, her relationship to me, her role as co-trustee of our parents' estate. Emily confirmed everything, smooth, confident. She still thought she could talk her way out. Then Morrison placed 2 documents on the table side by side. On the left, My signature from the forged authorization forms. On the right, my real signature from verified bank records. Mrs. Harris. Can you explain why these signatures don't match? For just a second, barely a heartbeat, I saw panic flash across Emily's face. Then, the mask slammed back down. My sister has very inconsistent handwriting, Emily said. She's always been that way. And frankly, she's not well mentally. I have documentation about her instability. I can show you. Detective Park cut her off. We've reviewed your documentation. The notes about your sister's supposed mental health issues. He paused. Interesting thing. Her employer describes her as one of the most detail-oriented people they've ever worked with. Her doctor confirms she's in excellent mental and physical health. 3 colleagues provided statements calling her exceptionally stable and trustworthy. The mask was cracking. They don't see her like I do. The family knows the truth. Mrs. Harris. Morrison's voice was still calm. But there was steel underneath. Now, we have bank records showing $150,000 in unauthorized withdrawals over 12 months. We have email correspondence with this office discussing emergency trust transfers. We have forensic analysis of your sister's signatures proving forgery. She placed another document on the table. And we have lab results from the tea you prepared. A potent combination of sedatives and laxatives capable of keeping someone in the hospital for several days. Ben made a small sound, resembling a wounded animal. Emily was frozen. The honey-sweet expression was gone. What remained underneath was cold and cornered. Then Morrison took out a tablet. There's one more piece of evidence we'd like you to hear. She pressed play. A child's voice echoed throughout the conference room. Clear, steady, and unmistakable. Sophie's story. My mommy told me when I was 3 that if I ever talked again, something bad would happen to Aunt Rachel. She said my voice was dangerous, that every word would hurt her. So, I stopped talking for 4 years to protect my aunt. Sophie continued recording, describing what she had overheard. The phone call came when she was 3, the night before the cruise. Every detail is delivered in that careful, serious tone. I couldn't let mommy hurt Aunt Rachel. She's the only one who ever really saw me. Even when I couldn't talk, she listened. The recording ended. Silence. And if this story has you on the edge of your seat right now, please take just 1 second to hit that like button and subscribe. Your support means everything to me, and I read every single comment. Now, let us finish this. Sophie was diagnosed with selective mutism, a psychological condition that is frequently caused by trauma or fear. According to medical records, not what you told your family. Your daughter stopped speaking after you terrorized her for 4 years. Emily's face twisted, and the mask shattered completely, revealing the ugly, raw Emily who was supposed to remain silent, which she was never supposed to do. This was child psychological abuse, fraud, forgery, and attempted poisoning. Emily. Ben's voice shaking, said, "Quit talking." He turned to the detectives and said, "Just stop, I need a lawyer. A separate attorney. I will cooperate. I will tell you everything." She had everything planned out, signatures, transfers, and tea. I was afraid of her. I will testify. Whatever you need. Emily turned on him with a fury that made even the detectives nervous. "You pathetic coward. After everything I have done for us." Mrs. Detective Park stood up and said, "Harris, you're under arrest. Please stand with your hands behind your back. We thank you. We have Talks Engine. We have to.com. We have Talk said." The handcuffs clicked around her wrists. She was still talking, still attempting to explain, justify, and manipulate, but there was no one left to manipulate. Everyone in the room had seen the evidence. Everyone had heard her own daughter's testimony, and she was led out of the conference room, out of the building, and into a waiting police car. I watched on the video feed as my sister, the golden child, the perfect mother, the woman who had terrorized a 3-year-old into silence, and attempted to poison her own sister, vanished into the back seat of that car. Sophie squeezed my hand, and I looked down at her. "It's over," she whispered. "It's over." Lily exhaled deeply. "Well, I guess they'll want that Mother of the Year plaque back. Do you think we should mail it to her at her new address behind bars?" I almost laughed. Justice was on its way. But there was one more thing I needed to do. 2 weeks later, I went to Franklin County Family Court. The courtroom was small and functional, not the grand dramatic space you see in movies, just a room with fluorescent lights and uncomfortable chairs, and a judge's bench that had seen 1,000 broken families. But today, something was being put back together. I sat at the front table in my best professional outfit. The same one I wore to important client meetings. This was more important than any client meeting I'd ever had. Sophie sat beside me. She'd picked out her own dress that morning, purple, her favorite color, and she'd brushed her own hair. I could tell she was nervous. Ben had signed away his parental rights in exchange for cooperating with prosecutors. The judge reviewed the case file, including Emily's arrest, the fraud charges, the forgery, the attempted poisoning, and the 4 years of psychological abuse inflicted on a child. He'd known about everything and done nothing to stop it. He didn't deserve to be Sophie's father, and he knew it somewhere in his weak, cowardly heart. The judge looked up from the papers, an older man with kind eyes behind wire-rimmed glasses. "I've reviewed the emergency custody petition," he informed me. "Given the circumstances, the arrest of the mother, the cooperation of the father, and the extensive documentation of psychological abuse, I'm prepared to rule." He turned and looked directly at Sophie, not at me. "Young lady, I understand you have recently resumed speaking after many years of silence." Sophie nodded, gripping my hand so tightly that I lost circulation. "I would like to ask you directly, in your own words. Where would you prefer to live?" Sophie looked at me, then at the judge, then back at me, and finally stood up. 8 years old, 4 feet tall, wearing a purple dress, and more bravery than most adults ever have. "I want to live with my Aunt Rachel," she said, her voice clear and strong, a voice she had given up for 4 years to protect someone she loved. "She's the only one who has ever truly seen me. Even when I couldn't speak, she listened. She read me books. She sat with me. She never made me feel like there was something wrong with me." She paused, then added, "Also, she makes really good pancakes." Quiet laughter rippled through the courtroom, and the judge smiled as he signed the papers. Rachel Harris was granted emergency custody. Walking out of the courthouse, I couldn't stop looking at Sophie, who was talking about the courtroom, what she wanted for lunch, a bird she saw on the window ledge, and whether we could get a dog someday. After 4 years of silence, she couldn't stop talking, and I wouldn't have it any other way. That evening, we ate dinner in my apartment, and I had already begun transforming the spare room into Sophie's bedroom, with purple walls, bookshelves everywhere, and a cozy reading corner by the window. "Aunt Rachel," she inquired through a mouthful of pasta. "Yes, sweetheart. May I tell you about dinosaurs?" I smiled and said, "Absolutely." Sophie was given a 25-minute lecture on every dinosaur species she had ever read about, complete with a detailed analysis of which ones would win in a fight. Apparently, velociraptors are totally overrated because of movies, and T-Rex has unfair advantages because of media bias. The true winner, according to Sophie, would be the ankylosaurus, which is essentially a tank with a built-in weapon. I did not have to understand dinosaur combat theory. All I needed to do was listen. Sophie began therapy with a specialist in childhood trauma the following week, and the sessions were difficult at times. 4 years of fear and silence do not vanish overnight, and there were bad days when she became quiet again, and the old terror crept back in. But there were also good days, when she laughed aloud and sang in the shower. Emily faced multiple felony charges and took a plea deal to avoid trial. I didn't attend any of the hearings because I had more important things to do. She would come home from school full of stories about new friends who had never known her as the mute girl, just as Sophie. The majority of the stolen money was traced and recovered, and I became sole trustee, carefully managing it for our future. Mine and Sophie's. I sold the family home, which had too many complicated memories, and used a portion of the proceeds to start Sophie's education fund, while the rest went into savings. Walk-away money multiplied. Sometimes I think about my mother, about that letter she wrote to Emily, standing firm even as cancer took her away, about the quiet warning she whispered to her granddaughter. Something's wrong in her heart. Patricia Harris saw the truth about her own daughter, and even in death, she protected those who deserved it. Last Saturday morning, Sophie and I had breakfast on my little apartment balcony. Nothing fancy, just pancakes, orange juice, and early autumn sunshine. Sophie was telling me about a dream she'd had, something about a penguin who could drive a car, a castle made entirely of waffles, and a very polite dragon named Gerald who apologized every time he accidentally set something on fire. It made no sense, but it was perfect. I sipped my coffee and listened, really listened. This is what family should sound like: a kid rambling about waffle castles, morning light through the trees, two people who chose each other sitting together talking about nothing and everything. Sophie paused in the middle of her story and looked at me. "Thank you, Aunt Rachel, for listening." I reached over and squeezed her hand. "Always, sweetheart. Always. The quietest people are not always the weakest." They're just waiting for someone they can trust to finally speak. Sophie found her voice. And I found my family. Some stories have happy endings, but ours was just getting started. Thank you so much for watching. More of my most gripping stories are already on your screen. Click one now and don't miss the best part. You'll love it. See you next. I lost everything at 19 because of my sister's lies. Dad, disown me. 10 years later, the truth came out. Mom begged for a meeting. I said never. Reddit, hello. I never imagined that I would write something like this. However, given what transpired 12 years ago, I suppose all I need to do is share it somewhere that people would genuinely pay attention. One untruth caused my family to completely erase me overnight. And now, at last, the truth was revealed. I'm not here to feel sorry for you. All I want to do is tell you how it all transpired. The night my life ended without my death, I, Hudson, a 9-year-old man, was 19. It was one of those large Saturday dinners with my family. Uncles, cousins, grandparents, the whole family. When everyone in the house was there, my parents enjoyed entertaining. When people were watching, Mom was always in her element, chatting loudly and boasting about how cohesive our family is. My brother and I moved chairs out of the garage as Dad barbecued meat outside. Then there was my adopted sister, Stella. When she was 10 years old, my parents took her in because they had always desired a female. She was immediately accepted. Shy, quiet, and courteous. I used to teach her how to ride a bike, help her with her homework, and even stand up for her when other kids made fun of her adoption. She was always just my sister to me. She was acting strangely that evening. She continued to fidget with her hands while not eating. I assumed she might be ill or simply exhausted. She abruptly got up, trembling, when everyone was in the living room after dinner and said she had something to tell them. I recall how her voice sounded. It broke as if she was going to cry. Then she said, "Hudson. He made me do it." It failed to register at all. Everybody froze. The only sound in the room was the ticking of the clock. At first, my brain didn't process it. Her meaning seemed different to me. A joke gone wrong, perhaps. Perhaps she was perplexed. Before I could say anything, my dad's hand was on me when she said, "I'm pregnant." Everything turned white as his fist struck my face with such force. My ears rang and my teeth buzzed when I hit the floor. My mother began to cry as if someone had passed away. My brother muttered as he stood there, shaking his head. "What the devil is wrong with you? Xavier? You are abhorrent." I didn't. Dad. The second hit came before I could finish, but I tried. With a fiery face and angry eyes, he shouted, "You sick bastard. This family is ashamed of you." Stella was shaking and sobbing into her mother's arms, expressing her fear. "It's okay, sweetie. You're safe now," my aunt whispered as she drew her in close. Xavier, my brother, moved forward and spat right next to my shoe. "Get out," he growled. I glanced at everyone's faces and said, "You don't deserve to breathe the same air as us. I have known them all my life." No longer did any of them see me as family. Simply repulsed. My voice broke as I said, "She's lying. She is lying. I swear on my life." Nobody gave a damn. Someone, I believe my uncle, contacted the police when my mother yelled, "Don't even say her name. Don't talk to her." I was sitting on the porch, bleeding from my mouth, when the policeman arrived. My dad nodded without looking at me when one of them inquired if I was the suspect. I wasn't even rough-cuffed by them. They could see that I was just a half-dead youngster. Even so, it seemed like being buried alive when sitting in the rear seat while the sirens were blaring. They asked me questions at the station that I could hardly comprehend. What time did it occur? What did you do that evening? Did she refuse? I kept saying that it never occurred. Not a bit. I wasn't scheduled by them. There was nothing, no proof. In the morning, they let me go. One of them uttered the words "statutory case" under his breath, as I recall. Even though Stella and I were only a year apart, 18 and 19, respectively, they still had to ask every question in the book. They examined timelines from our phones, called in a social services representative, and took statements. Ultimately, I had nothing to cling to. They cautioned me to remain available for any additional inquiries before sending me home. However, the world already knew when I went outdoors. We lived in a little town. Half of it had already found me guilty by dawn. I didn't immediately return home. I kept walking till my legs failed me. All of my belongings were stacked on the front lawn when I eventually returned. School books, clothes, and even my backpack. Like a guard, my dad stood by the door. "Leave," he said. This time, there was no anger in his voice. Simply cold. "You're finished here. Please, Dad. You are familiar with me." Never would I. "Don't refer to me that way. You are no longer my son." I reached through the doorway for my mother. She clutched Stella as if she were a crime scene victim and turned her face away. Behind them, Xavier slammed the door. I remained motionless. I could hardly pick up my luggage since my hands were trembling so much. My phone buzzed that evening. My girlfriend Aurora was there. We had been dating for a year. She was the one who knew me the best. She sobbed as she whispered, "Jack, I trust you. I promise that I do. However, my parents won't allow me to speak with you. They believe it to be true. They threatened to call the police if I ever saw you again. Don't do this. Please." She cried as I spoke. "I apologize. I am unable to lose them." She hung up after that. The phone screen went blank while I was staring at it. I never heard her voice again after that. For the remainder of the night, I sat in my car behind a gas station 3 towns away. I saw the rain streak down in crooked lines as I gazed at the damaged windshield. I had gone from being a typical child with a family, a girlfriend, and a future to being viewed by everyone as a criminal in less than 12 hours. I assumed it was my dad's truck every time headlights went by. I was afraid he would pull me back to complete the task he started, but nobody showed up. I glanced at myself in the rearview mirror, when the sun finally rose. I had bruises on my face. There was still blood on my clothes. And I came to a straightforward but decisive realization. I had no one to save me. That's when it dawned on me. I hadn't been expelled by my family. I was erased. That thought weighed heavily on my chest. I had neither a plan nor a map as I drove into the night. All I had in my wallet was $math BBS $250, a rucksack, and the clothes on my back. I continued to drive until the gas light turned red. I didn't care where I was. The engine coughed close to a sign that read, "Welcome to Maplewood." I parked in a spot behind a line of establishments that appeared to be partially deserted. My hands were trembling from cold and hunger. For days, I had been subsisting on vending machine chips. Across the street, a diner window had a help wanted sign affixed to it. I tried to summon the bravery to enter as I stood there looking at it. When I walked in, the bell above the door jingled. Behind the counter was a man with deep creases in his face, big shoulders, and a gray beard. With a gravel-like voice, he asked, "Can I help you?" I said, "I saw the sign. I am capable of doing dishwashing. Really, do anything." He examined me. I had wrinkles in my clothes. The roadside muck was still on my sneakers. "Have you ever held a kitchen job?" "No. Sir." He gave a grunt. "You appear to be hungry." "I'm all right." I said a falsehood. With a groan, he nodded in the rear. "Jude is his name. There are sinks. You begin now. After your shift, you are given a supper." That was all. Just work, no paperwork, no questions. The kitchen was hot, noisy, and cramped. Until my hands were raw, I scrubbed pots and dishes. Jude offered me a half-eaten burger and fries from a client who didn't finish as my first meal. I didn't give a damn. Like I hadn't eaten in weeks, I gobbled it up. I attempted to return the plate to him at closing time, stating that I would find a place to sleep. It was the first act of compassion I had experienced in weeks when Jude cleaned his hands and added, "There's a room upstairs. Ain't pretty, but it's got a bed and a lock. You can work it off." Although the room was tiny, perhaps 12 feet across with a soiled mattress, a flickering light bulb, and peeling wallpaper from the corners, it had a roof and the floor remained stationary. I passed out on the bed and slept for 14 hours in a row. I developed a rhythm over the course of the following few days. Jude grunted, "Good job." His comments meant more to me than any apology I had ever received, but he didn't say much else. Jude was reading the newspaper at the counter when I walked downstairs to lock up one evening, maybe 3 weeks in. "Kid, what's your story?" he asked, looking up at me, and I froze. "What do you mean?" "Got a customer in here today. Some trucker passing through. Said he saw your picture in a paper a couple towns over. Some family thing." My stomach sank. I began to tremble. "It doesn't appear that way. It's untrue. My adopted sister. My sibling. She invented it. Jude never lifted a hand, I promise. Calm down, child. What people say doesn't matter to me. I gave him a blink. You don't? He reclined on the stool. Everyone has a story to tell. You're working here. That's what counts. Rebuild your life, keep your head down, and do your job. The rest will work itself out. It took a moment for those words to register. I didn't felt like a monster for the first time since that evening. I sat on the side of the bed that night and stared at the cracked wall, trying to take it all in. Jude gave me a chance even though he didn't know me. That's not something my own family could do. I was using my phone's contact list one evening. I needed to hear my mother's voice, but I was hesitant to phone home. Perhaps enough time had gone by. Perhaps they had come to the realization. On the third ring, she answered, silently, "Mom, it's me," I said. Quiet. Hudson? Yeah, I just wanted you to know I'm okay. I found a job. Don't call here again, she said. Her voice broke. She hung up after saying, "Your father doesn't even want your name spoken in this house." I kept my eyes on the phone until the screen went dark. I never tried again after that. Months passed after weeks. I saved what little I could, while working double shifts. Jude began to teach me little lessons. How to check a thermostat, patch a vent, and repair a leaky pipe. Child, learn to fix things. He would argue it's the only way to survive. Curiosity got the better of me one evening after closing. I looked up Stella's name. My mother stood proudly next to her, holding a cake shaped like a baby carriage, and there she was, grinning in photos, her tummy round, surrounded by family, and clutching pink balloons that said, "It's a girl." In the corner of the picture, my brother was grinning as if nothing had happened. My throat ached. I had to shut down the laptop because my stomach was so upset. I then made the decision that I would never again be Hudson Winter. Something in me turned off after that night. Give up, attempting to explain. Don't wait for someone to approach you. The version of myself they buried was over. At the diner, I poured myself into my work. I would arrive before the sun came up, and go long after it closed. I learned how to change the filters in the ancient air vents, cleaned grease traps, and replaced leaking faucets. Jude saw. He asked, "You ever thought about learning this stuff for real?" That's Ludfon. As I was unclogging the sink one afternoon with half of my arm down the drain. I looked up in confusion. Similar to plumbing? He laughed. No, larger. HVAC, air systems, heating, and cooling. Kids, people are always in need of heat or cold. That ability keeps you going indefinitely. I remembered the way he said it. I was sick of cleaning dishes. I was looking for something that would last and be irreplaceable. Jude gave me a leaflet from the community college across the highway a few weeks later. He said, "Night classes," and slid it over the counter. I looked at the document for a while before saying, "You'd be good at it. You pay what you can. I'll cover the rest until you're on your feet." I had never before received such an offer of assistance. Not even my actual family. The next day, I registered. The initial months were harsh. After working 12-hour shifts at the diner, I would take the bus to night school and struggle to remain awake while listening to lectures about coils and compressors. I felt as though I was mending myself piece by piece every time I fixed something, when chilly air emerged from a vent, or when a broken item roared back to life. Jude continued to shove me. He said, "Don't just get good. They can't ignore you if you get so good." I had completed half of the HVAC program by the time I received my GED. On the side, I began performing little repairs. Jude's home, the vents in the diner, and a few frequent patrons. Jude hung the certificate in the diner's doorway as if it were his own child's diploma when it arrived in the mail. "Not bad for a runaway," he added, giving me a shoulder pat. Even if hearing that term still hurt, I laughed. I saved enough money with Jude's assistance to purchase a used pickup and some used tools. I left the diner to take a full-time job at a nearby HVAC firm. Derek, a coworker, was accused of taking money from a client's kitchen counter one summer afternoon. The supervisor was prepared to terminate him immediately. I intervened because of Derek's expression, which was the identical panic I had seen in the mirror 12 years prior. "Check the vent," I suggested. Everyone looked at me. After climbing up and removing the cover, I saw that the envelope had been drawn halfway into the duct by the return air. Most likely, the client placed it too near the vent. Derek nearly burst into tears. The client received an apology from the boss. Derek then shook my hand as if I had just saved his life. Jude called me that evening after learning about it from a source. "Good job, kid," he remarked. "You cleaned up a mess. Not simply air. That's what makes men different from mechanics." I found that to be quite memorable. That's how the years went by. Work, rest, eat, and then work some more. It was safe, easy, and predictable. But occasionally, when I returned home at night, I would feel as though there was a whole other life still buried somewhere within of me. I opened an old account that I hadn't touched in years one evening while preparing invoices. When I opened social media, my hands trembled. I ought not to have done it. My family and her daughter, who appeared to be around 12, were standing in front of a birthday cake, grinning and laughing. My dad's arm wrapped over them as if nothing had occurred, and my mother was there to embrace her. In the background, my brother is smiling, as if he never spat at my feet. I went through the pictures until my chest ached, reading the caption, "Happy birthday to our miracle girl. Family is everything. Family." And appeared content, glowing, and as though they had never destroyed anyone's life. I shut down the laptop and sat trembling in the dark. I had envisioned them disintegrating without me for years. However, they didn't. They simply took my place. After my shift that evening, I sat in my truck in the parking lot and decided what to do. After returning home, I erased all previous accounts and any mention of the name Winter. Like severing a loose cable, I sever my connections to the past. I submitted the paperwork for a formal name change, Hudson Winter, by morning. Before all of this, the only person who ever truly shown me kindness was my grandmother, whose maiden name it was. Weeks later, the new ID arrived, and I gazed at it for a while. In some way, the image had changed. It was no longer a boy, and it appeared tougher and harder. On that day, I began creating something they could never destroy and stopped fleeing from what they had done to me. 12 years later, Winter Heating and Air was my own business. Just a few vans, 4 workers, and a consistent roster of clients who have faith in my abilities. We were dependable, but we weren't elegant. At last, life had reached a level. Early summer was when things started to fall apart once more. Sweat was streaming down my back as I worked on an ancient air unit behind a bakery when my phone began to vibrate constantly in my pocket. Hometown area code, unknown number. Twice, I disregarded it. On the third occasion, it continued. After wiping my hands, I replied, "Yeah, this is Winter." After a little period of stillness, I heard a voice I hadn't heard in more than 10 years. "Hudson." My chest constricted. "Who's this?" "I'm Aurora." For a moment, I froze. Everything in my immediate vicinity. The sounds of the street and the fan vanished. "How did you, Aurora?" She let out a sigh. "I thought you should hear this from someone who genuinely believes you, even though I know I shouldn't call." Just that words caused my throat to tighten. She went on. "Stella has been taken into custody." I blinked. For what reason was he arrested? She accused him of lying. For accusing another man in the same manner that she accused you. Feeling lightheaded, I leaned against the van. She what? This time, the man she accused retaliated. He hired an attorney. Everything. It turns out that she fabricated the entire tale once more. She also admitted to the first one to you throughout the investigation. She also claimed to have lied in the past. The words struck with the force of a sledgehammer. For years, I had dreamed of hearing something similar, but it didn't seem that way. There was only quiet, not relief. Aurora's voice trembled as she continued. She informed the police that she became pregnant following a one-night encounter with Asher, a local heroin dealer. When she told him, he vanished. Because you were present and everyone trusted her, she became frightened and accused you. They cleansed your name, Hudson. I was officially unable to talk. The phone made my hand go numb. She paused. I simply felt that you ought to be aware. I apologize for the delay. I finally said in a hushed voice. Thank you. She muttered. I'm married now, kids, but I never forgot what they did to you. I gave her a small smile, but she was unable to see it. Aurora, you were the only one who trusted me. That doesn't have to make you feel horrible. We continued our awkward but gentle conversation for another minute. She then bid me farewell, and that was it. After that, I spent over an hour sitting in the van and gazing at the steering wheel. I couldn't decide whether to laugh, cry, or shout. It was 12 years too late, yet my name was cleared. The call began in the morning. Emails come after private numbers. One time, My curiosity got the better of me and I received a message on my work email with the subject line, "Please call us back." I responded to an unknown number. "Hudson," murmured a tremulous voice. My mother said, "I recognized that voice right away." "Quickly, don't hang up, please," she pleaded. Stella filled the police in on everything. I hung up, saying, "We didn't know." They were unaware. They had no interest in finding out. A local newspaper requested a statement later that week. I remained silent. I had no desire in sympathy or publicity. I was hoping for something better. Quiet. However, silence was short-lived. The next email I received was from my brother, who said he hoped we could start over because he had been foolish and young. A voicemail was left by my dad. "Son, all we want is to see you." We erred. Errors. Forgetting someone's birthday is an example of a number blunder. Their actions were a decision. So I wrote letters rather of responding. Not the kind they anticipated. No pity, no gentle words, only the facts. I told them about all the nights I slept, shivering, in my car. Regarding the moldy space over the dining area. About Jude, the stranger who took me in after I was rejected by my own family. Their names made me nauseous, so I told them how it felt to burn my school ID. How I felt as I was cleaning grease pans for scraps, and saw pictures of them, grinning around Stella and her daughter. They didn't only destroy my reputation, I told them, my house, my confidence, and any remaining tranquility were all destroyed by them. I always ended my letters in the same manner. The truth was not believed by you. You can now accept it. I never sent them by mail. I just placed the letters in my desk drawer after stacking them in a shoebox. As I sat in my workshop that evening checking over bills, I took in my surroundings, the tools, the trucks, the company name painted on the walls, all of which I had constructed myself. I had lost everything, and it was gone forever. However, I couldn't lose what I had created. I felt not erased for the first time in years. Once more, I felt written. By me, not by them. However, tranquility doesn't last forever. The same individuals who had thrown me aside suddenly recalled that I existed after word got out about Stella. One afternoon, there was a knock on the door of my office. I heard my name called while I was repairing a thermostat unit on my desk. Hudson. I froze. My mother was there when I turned. She appeared older and smaller, like if someone had taken the life out of her. Her hands were trembling, as she held a foil-covered casserole dish, and her hair was gray at the roots. "I made your favorite," she whispered. I was immobile for a moment. "Chicken and rice. You used to love it." My stomach turned when I smelled it. I recalled the last time Mom had prepared it. The night before it all went haywire. I slowly got to my feet. "Why are you here?" Her eyes welled with tears. I leaned against the counter and said, "I just want to see you to say sorry. We were wrong." Stella lied. "We know that now." She dried her nose and said, "You're 12 years too late." She was crying, and your father said, "I didn't know what to believe back then." I interrupted her. "You didn't even ask me. You didn't let me speak. You kicked me out and told me never to call again." She came closer. "Please, Hudson," I yelled. "Don't call me that." She recoiled when the words struck her like a physical blow. "You lost that right." I gestured toward the door. She put the casserole on the counter and paused before saying, "You should go." I looked at it and said, "At least eat this, please. Throw it out when you leave." I felt nothing as the door shut behind her. Not sadness, not rage, just nothing. My dad arrived 2 days later. He was waiting outside the office, resting against his truck as if he owned the place, while I was out on a service call. He grinned as if our disagreement had just occurred years ago. "Hey, son," I said without responding. He added, "You've done good for yourself," as he glanced about. "Business, trucks, employees. I'm proud of you." I told him to get to the point. His jaw moved. "Your mother's not doing great. She cries every day." I figured maybe if we all sat down, cleared the air. I nearly burst out laughing. "Cleared the air? You beat me and threw me out. You left me homeless. You cleared the air that night when you told me I wasn't your son." He let out a disappointed groan. I was angry. You have to understand it was a different time. Things looked bad. "So, you hit first? Asked questions?" "Never." His expression grew tense. "You don't have to keep holding on to hate, son. Now then. I'm not holding on to hate, I declared as I took out my phone. I'm holding on to self-respect. He scowled. What are you? I hit a button. Security. I've got someone trespassing at the front. Big guy in a red jacket. His face transformed in an instant. You're calling security on your own father? When I said, you're not my father, you're a stranger who ruined my life. A few minutes later, the security officer from the adjoining building approached and requested that he leave. Dad drove to his truck, slammed the door, and drove out of the lot while muttering obscenities. I merely sat at my desk and stared at the same location where he had stood when the stillness returned. Meanwhile, I received tidbits of gossip from former acquaintances. My family was disintegrating. Dad had screamed at a supervisor at the plant, which cost him his job. There were rumors that he almost got arrested for it. Mom hardly left the house. She was unwell and no longer herself, according to her neighbors. After learning of what had transpired years prior, my brother's wife had taken their children and moved in with her parents. All of the illusions they had created about being the ideal family were crumbling. It's often said that karma takes time. It arrived exactly on time, in my opinion. Kevin, one of my employees, arrived at the workplace one afternoon carrying a tiny box. Hey boss, this was sitting outside the door, he said. There were dozens of letters inside, each with my name, Hudson Winter, scribbled in a weak hand. There is no return address. I knew who they were from, without even opening them. My mother's handwriting had always been dramatic. I went away after carrying the box into the back room and placing it on a shelf above the storage bins. I sat in my office that evening and glanced up at the window that held those letters. I considered every word that was written, including perhaps Bible passages about forgiveness, excuses, and apologies. For those who didn't spend nights in their car wondering why no one believed them, however, forgiving is a luxury. Closure was not what I wanted. I desired separation. I therefore kept the letters sealed. Each and every last one. I locked them up in that box. Because forgiveness made them feel better, they desired it. Not because they were deserving of it. They had no desire for me. They want atonement. I also refused to give it to them. I whispered to myself as I gazed up at the sky. I was once obliterated. I now permanently remove them. I assumed that was the end of it. The conclusion. However, the past always finds a way to slip through the crevices. I received the letter 3 months later. No return address, plain white envelope. There was only one page of paper inside. Stella Winter has asked to meet with you in the Maple Ridge Correctional Facility. I just stared at it for a long time. On paper, her name seemed incorrect, as if it had lost its place in my life. I put it in the garbage, took it out, and then threw it away once more. However, the idea persisted. I had been imagining what I would say to her if I ever met her again for 12 years. Perhaps it was time to find out. I therefore took a car to the prison a week later. It was in the middle of nowhere and 2 hours distant. I was brought into a gray visiting room that smelled like stale coffee and disinfectant after the front desk guard scanned my ID and buzzed me through. With my palms flat on the table, I took a seat at a metal table. Around me, others spoke softly. Parents, spouses, and children all went to see those they still cared about. I wasn't among them. Then she entered. She was hardly recognizable to me. She appeared slimmer and almost frail. Her face looked wrinkled and exhausted, her hair was pushed back tightly, and her skin was pale. The girl who used to cry in front of our family, gripping her stomach and calling me a monster, suddenly appeared to be a ghost. Her eyes flicked up briefly before dropping to the table as she took a seat across from me. "Thank you for coming," she whispered. She curled her hands in her lap and said. I didn't answer. She said, "You look different," after a brief pause. "Older. You look guilty," I remarked. In an instant, her eyes flooded. "I deserve that." "No," I quietly said. "You deserve worse." She nodded slowly, her eyes starting to well up with tears. "I know, and I'm sorry. For everything. For lying. For ruining your life? For all of it?" "Why?" I inquired. I spoke in a steady, low voice. "Why me?" Her voice trembled as she looked down. "Because you were safe to blame. You were quiet. You never fought anyone. I knew everyone would believe me because you were, you know, the good one, the easy one. And I panicked." I bent over. "You panicked. So you destroyed my life. You panicked. So you made your own brother the villain?" Her shoulders trembled. "I didn't think it would go that far. I thought maybe you'd just deny it and people would forget and I'd get sympathy until I figured something out. Sympathy, I said again. You got that? You got a house full of people loving you, protecting you, throwing parties for you while I slept in a car behind a gas station. She put her hands over her eyes. I know what I did, Asher. She stopped gasping for air. Asher was the guy who really got me pregnant. He was a dealer. I slept with him once. When I told him I was pregnant, he laughed. Said I was crazy. Said if I told anyone, he'd disappear. And he did. I didn't know what to do. So, I blamed you because you were there. I simply gazed at her. I was no longer even angry. Simply hollow. You ruined my life. I muttered. Do you know that you stole everything from me? My family. My girlfriend. My name. You made me into a monster. You made me afraid to trust anyone again. She was using her sleeve to wipe her nose while crying. In a whisper, she said, I've thought about you every day in here. I hate myself for it. I can't sleep. Every time I close my eyes, I see your face from that night. Good, I responded bluntly. You should see it. You should never stop seeing it. Desperate, she looked up at that moment. There's something else. My daughter, they never told her the truth. Stella responded, Mom said it would confuse her to change the story. So, she still thinks it's you. Even when everything was revealed, I just stared at her in disbelief. She gave a feeble nod. They said she's too young to understand and that admitting they were wrong would just open old wounds. They'd rather keep the lie than face what they did. She asks about you sometimes. Stella claimed to have seen your picture. Old ones from before everything. She is curious as to why you never showed up. She said, that hit harder than anything else. The identical falsehood that ruined me was being believed by a child elsewhere. Not mine. My chair scraped the floor as I got to my feet. A few people looked around. You don't get to tell me that, I said. You don't get to throw that on me now, like it's something I can fix. Trembling, she extended a hand. I'm sorry, Hudson. I really am. I can't undo it. I just needed you to know. I felt nothing as I gazed at her. Nothing but the end of something, neither relief nor closure. You took 12 years from me, I said. She was sobbing uncontrollably and choked on her words when she said, I hope you never sleep peacefully again. I deserve it, she declared. All of it. I lowered myself a little and gave her a final look. You do. After that, I turned and left. The guards buzzed the door open without a word. Staring at the fence ahead, I climbed into my truck and sat with my hands on the wheel. After seeing her, I imagined I would feel liberated, like if I had somehow triumphed. However, I didn't. In it, there was no triumph. Just tiredness. When the truth eventually comes out, some things don't get better. When you stop caring, certain things continue to be cracked. However, I became aware of something when I turned on the motor and started to drive away. Not forgiving, not blowing up, just walking away. That had strength of its own. I felt not erased for the first time. I was satisfied. After that visit to the penitentiary, a year went by, and things finally began to make sense. I purchased a new, respectable home just outside of the city after selling my old, tiny one. It had a gated yard, 3 bedrooms, and nothing extravagant, but it was mine. I paid for every wall and nail with my own hard effort. Quinn was another. She was introduced to me by one of my clients. She arrived to revamp the company's logo as a graphic designer. She had this calmness about her, but I didn't intend to date anyone. We had been dating for a year when she commented, whatever it was, you're not that guy anymore. She didn't probe too much about my background. I adopted a rescue dog named Max, and she moved in with her cat. The house felt alive for the first time between the 3 of us. Peace. Max. Quinn. And work. An envelope without a return address then arrived in the mail one morning. My stomach constricted. When I opened it, the name inside stopped me in my tracks, even though I had assumed it may be another apology from my family. Hunt, Lucas. Stella had accused a second man. His writing style was concise, crisp, and direct. Mr. Winner, I'm filing a civil case against Stella for defamation and emotional damage. You deserve that justice, too. My lawyer says your testimony would help both of us. If you're interested, call me. I read it twice. That afternoon, I gave him a call. The following day, we met at a coffee shop. He was perhaps a few years older than myself. He shook my hand as if we had been friends for ages. Feels weird. doesn't it? Number 4. He asked, feeling a connection that was upsetting to both of us. We talked about everything for an hour. Yeah, I replied, but I guess we both survived it. I didn't think twice when he asked whether I wanted to join the lawsuit. I'm in, I declared. Months passed during the case, but this time I wasn't hiding or running. I appeared in court, took a seat across from Stella, and spoke the truth in a cool, collected manner. When I spoke, I didn't even glance at them. The attorneys explained everything. The deception, the emotional harm, the bogus allegations, and the evidence that she had done it twice. The courtroom fell hushed as the judge's decision was made. I felt lighter than ever when I left the courthouse. Officially, I had a spotless reputation. However, it went beyond that. I felt as though a ghost had at last ceased to pursue me. My name wasn't buried in shame for once. It was next to phrases like vindication, justice, and truth. The voicemail then arrived. It was getting close to midnight. My phone buzzed while I was completing bills in my workplace. Hometown area code, unknown number. I was on the verge of ignoring it, but something forced me to listen when it went to voicemail. Your mother found this number online, son. I'm not sure if it's still correct. The message concluded with a long pause and a trembling breath. I don't have much time. The doctors say it's cancer. Stage 4. I don't want anything. I swear. I just want to see you one last time before it's too late. Please, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please. Son. I sat there looking at the phone for a minute. I then pressed play once more. I then removed it. Not out of rage, not out of retaliation, simply nothing. I recalled the evening he struck me. The expression in his eyes when he informed me that I was no longer his son. I recalled tasting rain and blood while I slept in my car behind the gas station. He made the decision to be honest. I was now selecting I muttered to myself. They threw me out into the cold ones. Now I fix other people's air. That's irony, I guess. And peace. They erased me once, but I rebuilt myself. And this time, my story ends on my terms. Steady, quiet, and always north. My daughter blamed me for her dad leaving. So I walked out. 2 weeks later. She called me crying after learning the truth about his abandonment. My daughter claimed that I was the cause of her father's departure, so I also left her. After working 2 shifts, I was preparing coffee when my 16-year-old daughter Sophia entered the kitchen wearing a costume for a party that I had never sanctioned. I'm going to Lily's house. Her mom said I could sleep over. Her expression changed to something I hardly recognized as she said, "It's a school night. You have a test tomorrow." Lily's mom trusts her. You're so controlling. No wonder Dad couldn't stand living here. I poured myself a coffee. With tears welling up in her eyes, she came closer and said, Sophia, it's true. You drove him away. Everyone knows it. I heard Lily's mom say it. You're impossible to live with. I ought to have maintained my composure. Instead, I ought to have provided an explanation. I felt hurt and tired, and I made the worst possible statement. Fine. You want me gone? I'll give you some space. I drove to my sister's place after grabbing my keys. I assured myself that I only needed one night to get my thoughts straight, and that I would return in the morning. However, Sophia didn't text, call, or do anything else. So I waited. She was unaware of what I had shielded her from. Prior to his departure, her father depleted the savings account. To keep us in our home, I had worked double shifts on those nights. The real reason he vanished, which had nothing to do with my impossibility and everything to do with his meeting a younger person in a different state. I would give her a more compassionate account. That her father simply needed room. That people can grow apart at times. I believed I was keeping her safe. Perhaps I was simply shielding myself from that discussion. Her Instagram account revealed the entire story on day 4. Party photos and remarks on her sense of freedom. An unfamiliar boy put his arm around her shoulder. On the 6th day, the text began. I answered them all in the same manner. Where's the permission slip for the field trip? Do we have laundry detergent? The school called about my test. Can you call them back? You can handle it. She broke on day 10. At $11.30. Mathram PM $. She called me in tears. She had attended a party that had spiraled out of control. A few older children appeared. It became ominous. She had locked herself in a restroom. Mom. Please come get me. I'm sorry. Please. I forced myself to ask the question even though my gut told me to rush to my car. Quietly. I found his number online. Did you try calling your dad? He now has a young boy and a new family. Last week, he shared pictures from Disneyland. She had never disclosed to me that she had researched him. He didn't respond when I asked, "Did you call him?" He simply stated that her voice cracked when I texted him. He advised me to ask my mother whether there was a reason he gave up his rights. I had already reached for my keys. She was seated outside a house I didn't recognize on the curb. Her face was smeared with mascara. Without a word, she got into the car. We didn't talk as we drove home. She sat at the kitchen table and gazed at her hands when we entered. I didn't know he signed away his rights. I never told you. Why? Because you were 12. Because I wanted you to believe your father loved you. Even if he couldn't show it. Because I thought the truth would hurt more than the lie. Glancing up at me, she said, "You let me blame you for years. You let me think you were the problem. I thought I was protecting you. From what?" She broke down once more and said, "From knowing my dad didn't want me." I grabbed her hands across the table and said, "I already knew. Mom. I just didn't want to believe it. It was easier to be mad at you. I'm sorry I left this week. That wasn't fair. I was hurt and I handled it wrong. I'm sorry. I said you were the reason he left." She gave my fingers a squeeze. "You're not. You're the reason I'm okay. You're the reason we still have a house and I have clothes and someone shows up to my volleyball games. I'll always show up." She dried her eyes and said, "I know. I think I always knew. I just didn't want to admit that the parent who stayed was the one who actually loved me." For a long period, we sat across the table holding hands without speaking. She is now 18. When I enforce curfew, she continues to push boundaries and roll her eyes. Like any other mother and daughter, we argue about clothes, boys, and screen time, but she has never again held me responsible for her father. And she always says the same thing when she leaves the house, regardless of how irritated she is with me. 3 words, "Love you, Mom." All I ever needed was that. Not perfection, not an apology, just the assurance that she knows exactly who will be there for her when she returns. Her father sacrificed her life. However, she now recognizes the difference after I provided her a home. I heard noises coming from the kitchen when I woke up the morning after our conversation. Sophia was preparing scrambled eggs at the stove when I stepped in. She had my favorite coffee mug on the counter and toast in the toaster. When I walked in, she continued to stir the eggs in the pan without giving me a look. When they were finished, she slid it across the table to me and placed it on a plate with 2 pieces of toast. She told me everything I needed to know with a tiny smile that fell short of her eyes. We were going to be all right. Over the course of the following several days, our relationship began to feel different. She had never asked me any questions before. Sincere inquiries concerning matters I had concealed from her for years. She inquired about the savings account her father had drained one evening while I was paying the bills at the kitchen table. I put down my writing and turned to face her. The truth was what she deserved. Before he went, I informed her about the math BBS, $17,000 he had taken. How I had been putting cash aside for our emergency fund and her college fund. How I had to start over from scratch after he wiped it out 4 days before he vanished. I informed her of the additional shifts I had taken on. I offered to work extra hours and miss meals so she could get new volleyball shoes. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she listened. She didn't ask questions or interrupt. She merely listened as I described how I had restored what he had wrecked. She inquired about the divorce a few days later. The true tale, not the simplified version I'd been telling her for years. I sat down with her and told her about her father's online meeting. How, when I was working double shifts, he talked to this other woman for months. How, without telling me, he planned his entire departure and made promises to her. He simply departed when Sophia was 12. While at school, she packed a bag and took a car to a different state. No conversation, no warning, just gone. When I told Sophia, she started crying. She claimed that she had always questioned why he never paid her a visit or called, and why he consistently failed to remember her birthday. It wasn't something she did wrong, she realized now. It was because he decided to leave. She thanked me for allowing her to visit and introduced herself as Ella Pritchard. I liked her right away. She looked at him. Her posture was correct. She appeared at ease yet respectful. Instead of gossiping about other children, I heard the girls discussing their arithmetic assignment as they went to Sophia's room to finish their homework. An hour later, Ella's mother arrived at the door to collect her after a car drew up outside. We spoke in the doorway for a few minutes after she identified herself as David Pritchard. She exuded warmth and a sense of stability. Ella had been chatting about Sophia all week, she said, and she was happy that the two children were now friends. Before she went, we swapped phone numbers. Sophia entered the kitchen as I was preparing dinner after they had left. She wanted to know my opinion about Ella. She seemed like a really kind person. I told her. Sophia grinned and remarked that Ella was unique among her friends, that she genuinely cared about her studies and had objectives, and that she inspired Sophia to improve. I congratulated Sophia on making healthier friendships. She gave me a brief hug before returning to her room. It was 4 months later. On a Thursday afternoon, I received a call at work from the school counselor. Concerned that anything was awry, I went outside to answer the phone. Rather, she informed me that she was phoning to offer her congratulations to both of us. In every subject, Sophia's grades had considerably increased. Her grades have improved from primarily C's and D's to A's and B's. She was turning in all of her assignments on time and participating more in class, according to her professors. This type of turnaround was unusual, according to the counselor, who wished to recognize Sophia's and my hard effort. Then she told me another thing. As a freshman, Sophia had made the varsity volleyball squad. At their school, that seldom ever occurred. Sophia was promoted from junior varsity because the coach was so satisfied with her growth and commitment. I hung up after thanking the counselor. I spent a few minutes sitting in my car before returning inside to complete my shift. Sophia was in the kitchen preparing a snack for herself when I arrived home that evening. The counselor had called, I informed her. With the peanut butter jar in her hand, she froze. After observing her face go through around 5 distinct emotions, I grinned and told her how pleased I was of her. She put the jar down and gave me a tight hug. Because she didn't want to let me down if she couldn't keep up, she stated she had been afraid to tell me about varsity. I assured her that I fully believed in her ability to keep up. I did something I hadn't done in more than a year the following weekend. I was off from work for 2 days. Just a typical weekend spent at home with my daughter, no additional hours or double shifts. We slept until 9:30 on Saturday morning. After that, we dressed and headed to the shopping center. Since everything in the stores we typically passed were too pricey, we tried on outfits there. We just purchased a few items that were on sale, but it was nice to peruse without having to keep an eye on the time. During our lunch at the food court, Sophia informed me about her classes, friends, and the persistent approach from a male in her English class. We visited Target after lunch to get snacks and a new lamp for Sophia's room because her previous one had broken. Around 4:30, we arrived home and changed into cozy attire. We cooked popcorn and Sophia selected 3 films from our streaming queue. We watched movies on the couch that evening, laughing at the clumsy speech. We didn't discuss anything serious. We didn't have in-depth discussions or work through our emotions. We simply coexisted in our living room, going about our daily lives in harmony. Sophia dozed off with her head resting on my shoulder at around midnight. I didn't want to move and wake her, so I sat there for a little longer. I have been striving to do this. My daughter felt secure enough to lie beside me on Saturday evenings, but there were no extravagant gestures or dramatic reconciliations. While I was filing bills at the kitchen table on Monday night, Sophia approached me. After a minute of standing in the doorway, she asked if she could speak with me about anything. I ordered her to sit down and shut down my laptop. She picked at her fingernails while sitting across from me. She then inquired as to whether we could all afford family therapy. According to her school counselor, it could help us develop even greater communication. She stated that although she was aware of the financial constraints and the high cost of therapy, she believed it would be worthwhile. I looked at her a moment. Even though things were already so much better, my 6-year-old daughter was taking the effort to strengthen our connection and asking for treatment. I told her that I thought it was a terrific concept and that we could make it work. She appeared relieved. For the next 3 days, I called various clinics and therapists. I eventually located a sliding scale clinic across town that charged according to income, but the majority of them were much above our means. I scheduled a meeting for the next week. Sophia thanked me 3 times after I told her. She appeared anxious but enthusiastic. I was anxious as well. However, I had the courage to follow through if my daughter had the courage to seek for assistance. On a Tuesday night, we had our first therapy session. The clinic was housed in an ancient structure with fluorescent lights and a torn carpet. We were greeted by the therapist in the waiting area. She had glasses, a warm grin, and was younger than I had anticipated, possibly in her early 30s. We followed her back to her office, where she took a chair across from us, and we sat on a couch. The meeting got off to a clumsy start. We were at a loss for words. We were asked by the therapist why we were there, and what we wanted to gain from the session. I let Sophia respond first. She expressed her desire for improved communication, her fear that we might make the same mistakes again after fighting so hard to change things, and her want to avoid reverting to old habits. I then discussed my desire to help Sophia learn how to listen better, to ensure that she always felt heard, and to provide her with the means to communicate her emotions, without fear. After listening to us both, the therapist began teaching us some fundamental communication skills. She encouraged us to try expressing our emotions without placing blame by starting sentences with our sentiments, rather than making allegations about the actions of the other person. At first, it felt strange and robotic, but by the conclusion of the lesson, we were both improving. The therapist recommended monthly sessions to sustain our development before we departed. Both of us concurred. Sophia remarked that it wasn't as horrible as she had anticipated as she made her way to the car. I concurred. Having an impartial person guide us through our relationship felt really fantastic. 4 weeks later, we had our second therapy appointment. The therapist began by inquiring about the state of affairs at home. We both agreed that things were going well. I took a big breath and stated something I had never said out before when she asked if there was anything in particular we wanted to work on. I explained to her that part of the reason I had been working double shifts all the time was to avoid having tough conversations at home, that dealing with the conflict between Sophia and me was more difficult than being at work, that I had put off dealing with our issues because I was tired. Sophia gave me a startled expression. Then, she also made an admission. She claimed that pushing me away seemed safer than running the risk of being abandoned again. That it would be less painful when I finally left, like her father did. If she kept me at a remove. She claimed to have been putting me to the test, determining the extent to which she could push before I gave up on her. Something in my chest exploded when I heard her say it. I extended my arm to grasp her hand. I assured her that even if she tested me for the rest of her life, I would remain. We worked through these admissions with the therapist's assistance. We had both been defending ourselves in ways that, as she pointed out, actually made matters worse. Vulnerability, not distance, was the source of that true safety. We were both crying a little by the conclusion of the session, but it felt nice to cry, like letting go of something we had been holding on to for too long. In late spring, Sophia's volleyball team advanced to regional championships. With games every Saturday and Sunday, the tournament took place across 4 weekends. I planned my employment so that I could go to every game. I traded shifts with co-workers. I requested favors. I managed to make it work. I was reminded of why I had worked so hard to keep our family together as I watched Sophia compete in those championship games. She was doing well. She walked confidently and joyfully across the court. She gave her teammates high fives. She yelled encouragement. Before giving up entirely, she wanted to know that she had tried everything. I asked her what she wanted to tell him. She expressed her want to share with him the impact of his desertion on her. She wanted to know if he would be open to a relationship of any type, even if it was just sporadic emails or phone conversations. I assured her that I was in favor of whatever choice she chose and that she was free to contact him if necessary, but I cautioned her to keep her heart safe and to be ready for the chance that he wouldn't reply or that his response might be devastating. I understand, she responded, nodding. I was requested to assist her in writing the email. Yes, I replied. We worked on it jointly for the next hour at the kitchen table. She wrote about her life, her feelings, and her achievements. She questioned him candidly about why he had left and if he had ever considered her. The email was measured and cautious. It did not accuse or place blame. All it asked for was the truth and the potential for a relationship. She showed it to me once more after it was done. It's perfect, I told her. She inhaled deeply before pressing the submit button. Her father did not respond for 2 weeks. During those first several days, I watched Sophia's expression droop every time she opened her laptop and checked my email nonstop. Although she never mentioned checking her mailbox, I could tell by the way she looked at the screen and swiftly closed it. She discovered me folding laundry in the living room on day 12 and took a seat beside me on the couch. Without glancing at me, she grabbed up a towel and began folding it. She claimed that she wasn't shocked that he hadn't responded. She claimed that in order to avoid living her entire life wondering what might have happened, she wanted to give it one final go. I had never heard her speak with such maturity and steadiness. I expressed my pride in her handling of the situation. She gave a small smile and continued folding the towels. Her father didn't reply until day 18. Sophia received the email while she was at volleyball practice. She sent me a copy of her initial email, and his reply appeared in the same thread, so I saw the notification on my phone. I didn't open it. I waited until she got home and found out for herself. At 7 o'clock, she entered the room, left her workout bag in the hallway, and made her way directly to the kitchen table where her laptop was resting. Her breath caught while I was preparing dinner. After reading it once and twice, she glanced up at me, tears already running down her cheeks. She swiveled the laptop in my direction. There were 4 sentences in the email. He claimed to have moved on with his wife and started a new family. He claimed that it was unhealthy for all parties to look backward. Although he wished her well, he stated that he believed it would be best if they did not communicate. He just used his first name when he signed it. For 25 minutes, Sophia sobbed in my arms. I just held her and rubbed circles on her back, exactly like I used to do when she was younger, while her entire body trembled. She dried her eyes and remarked, "At least now she had closure." As she eventually withdrew, instead of constantly wondering, she stated she was relieved to know for sure. She reopened her laptop, erased his contact details from both her phone and email, and shut it off. She eventually put it down and appeared lighter in some way, as if she had been holding something heavy. That evening, we had dinner together and discussed about volleyball practice rather than her father. During training, she chuckled at a statement made by one of her teammates. For the first time in years, the conversation felt effortless and natural. I began to notice minor shifts in Sophia's communication style over the course of the following several weeks. Rather than merely beginning conversations without saying hello, she called me mom more frequently. Rather from the teenage humiliation I had grown accustomed to, Sophia introduced me as Ella's mother with this tone of genuine pride one afternoon when Ella came over to study. "I put a lot of effort into taking care of us both," she informed Ella. Ella grinned at me and told me that her own mother had remarked on how amazing it was that I handled everything by myself. For me, these little changes were crucial. Requested Reds is currently available on Spotify. Look at the link in the comments or description. They demonstrated to me that Sophia now grasped what I had been attempting to explain to her for years. On a Tuesday in late October, I was born. Since Sophia had school and I had to work, I didn't have any specific expectations. She was seated at the kitchen table with a wrapped box in front of her when I got home that night. Her expression was one of tense excitement, as if she was eager for me to open it. I took my bag and took a seat across from her. She motioned for me to open the box after pushing it in my direction. A framed picture of us from her volleyball championship match was inside. Her arm was across my shoulders, and we were both grinning broadly. At the bottom of the frame was an inscription that said, "To the parent who stayed, I love you, Mom." Before I had even finished reading it, I began to cry. Sophia informed me that she had purchased it with money she earned from babysitting. She stated that she wanted me to have a memento that expressed her gratitude for what I did. I gave her a huge embrace and gave her a dozen or so thank yous. "I'm welcome," she added with a laugh, "and happy birthday." The following morning, I put the picture on the wall in our kitchen, so that we could both see it from the table. I was filled with thankfulness every time I passed it or sat down to eat because of that picture. It served as a reminder that being in the moment was more important than being flawless. It served as a reminder that all of the sacrifices and multiple shifts had been worthwhile. It served as a reminder that Sophia at last saw me clearly, not through the prism of Lily's mother's rumors or her father's desertion, but rather as the person who consistently picked her. After a few weeks, Sophia began questioning me about aspects of my life unrelated to being her mother. She asked me what I wanted to be when I was her age one evening, as we were traveling home from her volleyball practice. I informed her that I had desired to become a teacher. "Why didn't I become one?" she asked. I explained that I had to start working straight away to support us after becoming pregnant with daughter shortly after high school. After a minute of silence, she inquired as to whether I had ever regretted not attending college. I told her straight out that I didn't regret her, but I wished I'd had the opportunity. The chat felt different from our normal exchanges, and she nodded, saying, "Maybe I could still go someday." She saw me as a complete person with goals and passions that went beyond simply looking after her. For a little moment, my gut constricted. An old fear, attempting to come to the surface. However, when I took a close look at my daughter, I saw someone very different from the girl who had attended that party a year prior. By now, I knew Ella well, had hung out with her and David at team dinners and volleyball matches. I had faith in Sophia's judgment beyond all else, and in both girls. Without hesitation, I replied, yes. I realized that I was no longer afraid when she gave me a hug and hurried off to prepare her overnight bag. I sat in our peaceful home that evening while Sophia was at Ella's, waiting for the anxiousness to strike. I kept anticipating getting anxious or restless, checking my phone every 7 minutes, or imagining the worst. However, none of that took place. After preparing dinner and watching a movie, I went to bed at a respectable hour. I have total faith in my daughter. I had faith that she would call me if she needed anything, and that she was capable of making wise decisions. The fear that used to overwhelm me every time she left the house was so different from the tranquility I experienced. Together, we had created something genuine, a solid enough base for me to stop worrying. Sophia had this excited expression on her face when she got home from school a year after our kitchen table reconciliation. She informed me that she had written a paper about the parent who influenced her the most for her English class. Her teacher phoned me at work a few days later. After 22 years of teaching, the teacher claimed that Sophia's essay was the most poignant thing she had ever come across. As an illustration of effective personal writing, she requested permission to read it aloud to her other courses. With trembling voice, I consented, and Sophia showed me the essay when I came home that night. Sitting at our kitchen table, I read about our 10-day separation, the terrifying party, the moment she realized her father had really abandoned her, and discovering that love is more about showing up every day than making big gestures. After reading every phrase while crying, I gathered my daughter into my arms and gave her a firm hug. We discussed choosing a frame that matched the one surrounding her championship photo and getting the essay printed at the coffee shop downtown. After Sophia drove us to the store the following afternoon, we spent 25 minutes examining various frames, until we discovered one with the same dark wood finish. She assisted me in marking the location of the nail and measuring the wall space when I got home. While she made sure the frame was level, I held it up against the wall. After hanging it up, we both took a step back to examine our work. Sophia was seen mid-jumping at the net in the championship picture. The essay, which told a different kind of triumph narrative, was sitting right next to her team's celebration behind her. Two frames that depicted our shared identity now hung on our kitchen wall. Not only as mother and daughter, but as two individuals who had mastered the art of mutual honesty. Something settled in my chest as I ran my fingers along the essay frame's edge. A gentle pride that was more concerned with survival than with perfection. 3 weeks later, Sophia learned that her coach had put her forward for a leadership award when she returned from volleyball practice. The winners would give brief acceptance speeches at the ceremony, which would take place in front of all the teams and their families in the school gym. At our kitchen table, Sophia rehearsed her speech, reading it to me twice and asking if I understood crucial portions. I watched other students get medals for their academic and athletic achievements while sitting in the bleachers on the night of the presentation. After that, Sophia's name was called. She turned to face the audience after accepting her prize from the coach and approaching the microphone with a composed yet anxious appearance. After expressing gratitude to her coach and teammates and sharing her personal definition of leadership, she turned to face me in the stands. In some way, her voice became louder but quieter. She said that by working double shifts, attending every game, and persevering through difficult times, her mother had shown her what true strength looked like. Before she was even done, people began applauding, and I had to wipe my eyes since I hadn't anticipated her saying anything like that. Sophia found me in the parking lot after the wedding, and I gave her such a strong hug that I felt like I might never let go. It had been 17 months since the week I had left, since the terrifying party and the talk at the kitchen table that made all the difference. I heard my name spoken when I was comparing pasta prices at the grocery store. When I turned back, Lily's mother was standing by her cart, appearing uneasy. She claimed that she had been wanting to speak with me for some time and that she owed me an apology for her remarks regarding my parenting and divorce. She expressed regret for any hurt she had caused and acknowledged that she had propagated rumors without knowing the whole truth. As I stood there, gazing at this woman, who had made my life more difficult during an already terrible moment, I held my box of spaghetti. A part of me wanted to let her know how much harm her remarks had caused, and how Sophia had made those accusations against me during our biggest argument. However, I was sick of harboring animosity that just caused me pain, and I was sick of blaming and being angry. I wished she had learnt to keep her mouth shut and informed her that I accepted her apology. Knowing that I no longer had to harbor that resentment made me feel lighter in some way as I shoved my cart past her and completed my shopping. I had come to terms with the fact that she didn't care about our private lives back then or now. Sophia informed me a few days later that she had met Lily at the school behind the lockers. For a few minutes, they had engaged in casual chat regarding teachers and classes. Nothing sentimental or profound. According to Sophia, it was simply different from their previous friendship, and not particularly strange. When we were doing dishes together that night, Sophia brought it up once more, and expressed her gratitude for having chosen new companions, in light of everything that had transpired. She had discovered that true friends don't push you to make risky decisions, lie to your parents, or sneak out to parties. True friends are more concerned with your future and safety than they are with having fun right now. I gave her a plate to dry and informed her that, despite the fact that it was a frightening experience, I was proud of the lesson she had learned. She agreed and remarked that Ella and her other volleyball pals had taught her the value of true friendship and that she wouldn't trade them for anything. We had a conversation about new freedoms and obligations as Sophia's 18th birthday drew near. Since she was becoming older, I could understand her desire for a later curfew. On weekends, we decided to start at 11 instead of 10:30, but only if she continued to receive B grades or higher. We also needed to discuss the cost of auto insurance because she wanted to start driving as soon as she received her license. I explained to her that I couldn't afford the entire increase based just on my pay after showing her the figures. Sophia promised to obtain a weekend part-time job to help pay for it, perhaps babysitting for neighbors or working at the coffee shop by the school. We shook hands as if we were business partners after I promised to match whatever contributions she made. It felt like we were making progress when we established these limits together rather than me merely dictating rules. Rather, we were creating something based on respect for one another rather than dominance and disobedience. I came to see that this was the essence of partnership, the organic flow of cooperating to achieve a common objective. Not the grandiose speeches or extravagant displays, but the peaceful morning after, when everyone cleaned up and found happiness in the little things. Even though it was nearing summer, Sophia served us both hot chocolate when we finished sweeping the floor and loading the dishwasher. I reflected on how far we'd come since that awful week 2 years ago, when everything fell apart as we sat at the kitchen table with our cups, happy but drained. Sophia passed her driver's test on her first attempt 4 weeks later. I gave her such a strong hug that she smiled and instructed me to take a deep breath when she ran out of the DMV, waving her new license in the air. I immediately gave her the keys when she asked if she could take us to her volleyball practice that afternoon on the way home. With firm hands, she checked her blind spots twice, carefully adjusted the mirrors, and pulled out of the parking lot. She drove with a mixture of pride and fear that I think all parents have when their child gets behind the wheel. However, she was cautious and self-assured, using her turn signals, adhering to the speed limit, and maintaining both hands on the wheel as I had instructed. She asked how she was doing, and gave me a big smile when we arrived into the gym parking lot. I meant it when I told her that she drove better than half of the grown-ups I knew. I experienced a change in myself as I watched her enter practice with her gym bag, looking so mature and competent. She was no longer my little daughter. She was starting to earn my true admiration and respect. As usual, we continued to think about everyday topics. No matter how many times I instructed her to clean her room, it remained untidy. She attempted to negotiate later curfews and resisted screen time limits. She put off doing her schoolwork till the very last minute and then worried about deadlines that she might have easily completed. However, there was a fundamental shift in the way we addressed these disputes. They didn't devolve into days of icy silence or unrepentant harsh remarks. We debated, argued, and occasionally raised our voices before moving on. These superficial disputes couldn't break the foundation beneath it, since it was so strong. We both understood that we were on the same team and that we loved one another. We had learned to distinguish between the little things and the important things, so even when we disagreed about the rules, our arguments were settled in a matter of hours rather than weeks. And it was always the same thing that mattered most. No matter what, we were always there for one another. Sophia always stopped at the door to speak those 3 words before leaving the house. Whether she was upset with me because of something I said or a rule I imposed didn't matter. Even if we had just concluded our argument about her untidy room and her use of her phone, it made no difference. She would go for the doorknob, grab her workout bag or backpack, turn around, and say it. She would occasionally say, "Love you, Mom," with a smile, a grudging nod, or an eye roll. But every time she said it, I smiled because it meant more to me than any apology or justification could. They implied that she was aware that I would be around when she returned. They indicated that she had enough faith in our foundation to go, believing that it would still be strong upon her return. They indicated that she had at last come to understand the distinction between a parent who kept their word and one who didn't. That awful week when I drove to my sister's place and left Sophia to fend for herself had been 2 years ago. It had been 2 years since she had called me in tears from that party, terrified and alone, discovering the hard way that her father had moved on without her. In retrospect, I could see how that week had forced us both to face our vulnerabilities. Before we could create something genuine, the protective lies I had been saying had to go. Before she could truly love me, the resentment she had been harboring had to be let go. We have created something more powerful than before. Something founded on integrity, mutual respect, and the everyday decision to support one another. Not only during the major events, but throughout all of the little, everyday ones that truly comprised a life. Sunday morning breakfast preparation. Traveling by car to the volleyball practice. Talking about plans for college while folding clothes. These were the instances that demonstrated that love didn't require extravagant displays. It was about being there consistently, even when it was difficult, tedious, or inconvenient. As I stood in our kitchen, I gazed at the essay she had written for English class, and the framed picture from her volleyball victory. Both were displayed on the wall where we had our pivotal discussion that evening 2 years prior. Sophia was seen in the picture mid-serve, powerful, focused, and totally at her best. Her path from an angry adolescent to someone who realized that love required more than just saying the words was detailed in the essay. Even though I had committed the final line to memory months earlier, I read it again. I used to believe that I had failed in some way because of her father's absence. My father gave me life, but my mother gave me a home, and that made all the difference. That he would have stayed if I had been better, different, or more. But as I stood here and took in everything we had created together, I realized what Sophia had found out before me. He killed her. I gave everything else to her. And now she knew the difference. Truly grasped it in a level that beyond words. So did I. Well, that wraps up whatever this was. If you stayed until the end, I assume curiosity got the best of you. Might as well come back next time and see if I top it. I lost my baby and my mill made it public. But I exposed her affair of 8 years in front of everyone at the anniversary party. My ML announced my miscarriage over dinner, and I revealed her affair at her anniversary party. I was 14 weeks pregnant when I felt something warm run down my leg at work. I went to the bathroom and noticed blood soaking through my dress. I called my husband Ryan with trembling hands and said, "Something's wrong with the baby. There's so much blood. Come get me now." He said, "I'm on my way. Don't move." I could hear him grabbing his keys and running. By the time they got me into a room and hooked up to the monitors, our baby had passed away. The doctor used terms such as spontaneous and nothing you could have done. But all I heard was that the tiny heartbeat we saw on the ultrasound 4 weeks ago had stopped, and there was no medical reason for it. Matt sat on the edge of my hospital bed, holding his face in his hands and crying. And I reached for him and said, "I'm so sorry." And he looked up and said, "Don't. This isn't your fault." And he pulled me into his chest, and we stayed there until the nurse arrived to inform us of the next steps. We agreed not to tell anyone until we were ready. "I can't handle your mother right now," I told her. Ryan nodded and said, "I know. We'll tell people when you're ready. No one needs to know yet." I trusted him because I had no reason not to. And I forgot that keeping secrets from his mother, Lena, was impossible because she had the key to our house and could use it whenever she wanted. 4 days later, I was sitting on the kitchen floor, crying into a onesie I had purchased the week before, when I heard the front door open and saw Lena standing over me, grocery bags in her hands, and her lips pressed into a thin line of disapproval. "Well," she said, looking around at the tissues scattered on the floor, and the empty ice cream container on the counter. "This is quite a scene." I wiped my face and said, "Lena, I wasn't expecting you." And she stepped over me to set her bags on the counter and said, "Clearly, you know, when Ryan told me you weren't feeling well, I assumed it was something minor. A cold, maybe, not a complete breakdown in the middle of the day." She turned to look at the onesie in my hands, her eyes narrowing. "Is that baby clothes? Why are you sitting on the floor crying over baby clothes, Rachel?" I didn't want to tell her anything, but she kept staring at me with that look she gives servers when her food comes out wrong. And the words came out anyway, because I was exhausted and empty, and all I wanted was for her to leave. "I lost the baby," I said, my voice cracking with the final word. 4 days ago, we weren't going to tell anyone yet. If you didn't know her well enough, Lena's face changed into something that almost looked like sympathy. She lowered herself to the floor beside me and grabbed my hands and said, "Oh, honey. That explains everything. I knew something was off with you lately, but I thought you were just being moody again." I said, "I'm not being moody. I lost my baby." And she squeezed my hands and said, I know. And I'm sure you're blaming yourself even though the doctor probably told you these things just happen sometimes, especially with first pregnancies. Especially when the moth. She tilted her head as she looked at me. You have been under a lot of stress, haven't you? Working all those hours, not taking care of yourself properly. I told Ryan months ago that you needed to slow down, but you never listened to me. I pulled my hands away and said, the doctor said it wasn't anything I did. And Lena nodded slowly and said, of course he did. They always say that, but we both know you could have taken better care of yourself, eaten better, rested more. You're not exactly known for pudding, but what's done is done. No point dwelling on it now. I said, please don't tell anyone. I need time before the whole family knows. And she put her hand over her heart and said, sweetheart, I would never betray your trust like that. I swear on my marriage, this stays between us until you're ready. Though, I believe the family deserves to know eventually. They've been asking about grandchildren for years, and it's not fair to keep them in the dark simply because you're embarrassed. That Friday, she called and said she was planning a small dinner for us, because we needed to be surrounded by people we loved. She said it was just her immediate family. You really need to get out of that house. Sitting around crying isn't going to bring the baby back. I said, I don't think I'm ready for company. And she sighed heavily and said, Rachel, this isn't about what you want. Ryan is struggling, and he needs his family around him right now. Or is this going to be like every other time when your needs come before his? So, I put on a dress and let Ryan drive me to his parents' house, where 35 people were waiting in the den. I grabbed his arm and whispered, you said immediate family. He said, I guess Mom invited more people. Just get through it. Lena floated through the crowd in a cream dress. When she saw me, she rushed over and grabbed my face, saying loudly, oh, you poor thing. You look exhausted. Have you been sleeping at all? You have bags under your eyes. Everyone turned to look at me. Halfway through dinner, Lena stood up and tapped her wine glass, and the room fell silent. I need your prayers, she said, tears streaming down her cheeks. My son just lost his first baby, and I'm trying to be strong for him, but my heart is absolutely shattered. 35 people were staring at me. Lena sat back down, grabbed my hand, leaned in close, and whispered, you should really smile. People are going to think you don't appreciate them being here for you. I knew right then that tomorrow morning, I was going to sit back down and force him to choose between me and his mother. Lena assumed I would remain silent because that is what I had always done. But she had just made the biggest mistake of her life. She wanted to play a grieving grandmother in front of 35 people. So I was going to make her explain why she had broken her promise in front of her son. For the first time in 6 years, I was not afraid of what would happen if I stopped being polite. I'll tell you exactly how the conversation went. For the first 10 minutes of the ride home, the car was silent. I stared out the window, waiting for Ryan to say something, to apologize, to admit that his mother had just done something terrible. Finally, he cleared his throat and said, I know tonight wasn't what you expected. I laughed so hard because that was the biggest understatement I'd ever heard. Wasn't what I expected. Ryan, your mother announced our miscarriage to 35 people after she promised she wouldn't tell anyone. He tightened his grip on the steering wheel and said, she was trying to help. She thought you needed support. I turned to face him and said, she thought I needed support or she thought she needed an audience. He didn't respond. We pulled into our driveway, and he turned off the car and sat there, staring at the garage door. I need you to apologize to her, he explained quietly. I was sure I'd misheard him. Excuse me? He turned to face me, wearing that soft expression he used when he wanted me to do something I didn't want to do. You barely spoke to anyone all night. You didn't thank her for the dinner. You just sat there looking miserable, and now she's upset because she thinks you're mad at her. I opened and closed my mouth because I couldn't find words for what I was hearing. I am mad at her, I finally said. She told everyone about the baby after she promised she wouldn't. I have a right to be mad, Ryan. He sighed and rubbed his eyes. She made a mistake. She got emotional, but giving her the silent treatment all night was cruel, and you need to apologize by tomorrow morning. I got out of the car and walked inside without saying anything. He followed me into the bedroom, saying, Rachel, I'm serious. She called me crying on the way home. She thinks you hate her. I put on my pajamas and said, good. Maybe she should think about why. He looked at me as if I was speaking a foreign language. You're being unreasonable. All she did was ask for prayers. That's what family does. I climbed into bed, turned off my lamp, and said, "If you can't see what she did wrong, then I don't know how to explain it to you." He stood there in the dark for a long moment before walking out, and I heard the guest room door close behind him. The next morning, I awoke to 20 text messages. Ryan's aunt called to see if I was all right after Lena expressed concern about my mental health. His cousin asked if I needed anything because she heard I wasn't dealing with the loss well. His other cousin said, Lena mentioned I'd been acting erratic and asked if I wanted to talk to someone professionally. I pulled away from him. "You want me to see a therapist your mother recommended so she can control that narrative as well?" He threw his hands up. "Mom knows a really good one from church, and honestly, I'm starting to agree with her. You're acting like everyone is out to get you. That's not normal, Rachel. That's not healthy." That night, he moved into the guest room. He said he needed space to think because I was refusing to apologize and refused to get help, and he didn't know what else to do. I lay in our bed alone, staring at the ceiling and thinking about how Lena had managed to isolate me completely in less than 4 days. My husband thought I was insane. The next morning, I saw that Lena had posted a photo of herself hugging me at the table with her eyes closed and her face pressed against my hair on Facebook. Her family and co-workers thought I was insane. She had used my worst moment to destroy every relationship I had, all while crying and asking for prayers. The caption read, "Please pray for my sweet daughter-in-law during this difficult time. She's struggling, but our family will get her through it." 250 likes, 50 comments about what an amazing mother-in-law she was, and a dozen people tagging mental health resources for me to read. I screenshotted everything and sent it to my best friend Danielle with the message, "Am I crazy, or is this insane?" She immediately called me. I told Danielle about everything: the dinner, the texts, the prayer group, Ryan's move to the guest room, and she was silent for a long time before saying, "You need to leave there. This woman is attempting to destroy you, and your husband is assisting her." I said, "I can't just leave. Where might I go?" She said, "You can stay with me, but Rachel, I am serious. What she is doing is not normal. This was calculated. She's preparing you for something, and you must figure out what it is before she finishes building her case." I thanked her, hung up, and sat in my kitchen, wondering how my life had fallen apart so completely in 4 days. I'd lost my baby, my husband, and my reputation, and Lena was out there collecting sympathy and prayers while I sat alone in a house that no longer felt like mine. I agreed to help set up Lena's anniversary party, but I wasn't going to fold napkins. She thought sending me into her house alone was safe because she'd already convinced everyone I was the crazy one, but women like Lena always have secrets. And I was going to search every room until I found something that proved who she really was. When she handed me those keys, she had no idea what she was giving me. 4 days after the dinner, Lena called and said she needed help setting up for her 30th anniversary party. "Kenneth is out of town until Thursday, and I can't possibly do everything myself," she said in that sweet voice that made me want to throw my phone across the room. "Will you come and help? It would mean so much to me." I said yes because Ryan was standing right there, and I knew that refusing would give her more ammunition. She'd tell everyone I was too unstable to help with a simple party, adding it to her list of evidence that something was wrong with me. So, Saturday morning, I drove to her house and spent 4 hours carrying boxes and ironing tablecloths while she supervised from the couch and pointed out everything I was doing wrong. "The napkins need to be folded into swans, not rectangles," she said without looking up from her phone. "And those centerpieces need to be on the west side of the room. The light is better there for photos." I nodded, adjusted, rearranged, and fantasized about walking out the door and never returning. Around noon, she sent me upstairs to get some extra chairs from her bedroom closet. "They're in the back," she called after me. "Behind the boxes. Make sure you don't mess up anything while you're looking." I climbed the stairs and went into the master bedroom, opening the closet door. It was massive, a walk-in the size of my living room, with shelves, drawers, and racks of clothes organized by color. I pushed past the dresses and moved some boxes, and the chairs were folded up against the back wall. As I was pulling them out, I knocked over a shoebox on the top shelf, and it fell open, spilling receipts everywhere. I knelt down to gather them, and that's when I realized what they were for. Jewelry. Expensive jewelry. A diamond bracelet from 3 years ago, pearl earrings from last Christmas, and a necklace that cost more than the car. I'd never seen Lena wear any of these things, and I was putting the receipts back when I heard her phone buzz from the nightstand in the bedroom, which she must have left upstairs when she went to answer the door earlier. I should have ignored it, grabbed the chairs, and gone back downstairs, pretending I never saw anything. But something made me walk over and look at the screen. The notification was from someone named John with a heart emoji, and the preview showed the first line of the text. Last night was perfect. I can't stop thinking about you. My entire body went cold. John. I recognized the name. He was a deacon at Lena's church and had been attending family dinners for years. He always sat next to her, refilled her wine glass before anyone else's, and laughed a little too hard at her jokes. I told myself there had to be an explanation. Maybe it was a different John. Maybe the text was innocent and I was reading into it because I wanted to find something wrong with her. But my hands were already moving. I picked up her phone, typed in the passcode. I'd seen her enter 100 times at family dinners, and it opened immediately. I went to her messages, found John's thread, and began scrolling. I miss you already. You're the only person who understands me. Kenneth does not touch me in the same way that you do. I wish I'd married you instead. 8 years of messages. 8 years of I love you. I need you. You're my soulmate, and explicit descriptions of things that made my stomach turn. I kept scrolling with shaking hands and found photos of Lena in lingerie, which I'd never seen before, and John shirtless in what appeared to be a hotel room. I backed out of the messages, checked her photos, and discovered a hidden album with hundreds more, including photos from their anniversary trip to Napa, a family reunion in Lake Tahoe, and Christmas Eve 3 years ago, when she said she was tired and went to bed early. John had been buying her gifts that she couldn't wear around her husband. I went back to the closet and looked at the jewelry receipts, which were all purchased within a week of one of their anniversary trips. I found hotel rooms, restaurant receipts, and screenshots of reservations for places she'd told Kenneth she was going to with her girlfriends. I felt a shift inside me as I stood in that closet, surrounded by evidence of 8 years of lies. This woman had destroyed my reputation, turned my husband against me, announced my dead baby to 35 people, and then told everyone I was crazy when I got upset about it. And while she was preaching about faithfulness and family values while sleeping with the church deacon, I pulled out my phone and started screenshotting everything, the texts, the photos, the receipts. I worked quickly and methodically, saving every piece of evidence I could find on my own phone. Then I put her phone back exactly where I found it, grabbed the chairs, and walked downstairs, saying, "Found them. Where should I set them up?" Lena smiled at me from the couch and said, "By the windows. Thank you so much for your assistance. I know things have been difficult between us recently, but I truly appreciate you." I smiled back and said, "Of course. That's what family is for." She had no idea that I had just found everything I needed to destroy her. I spent the rest of the afternoon setting up chairs, hanging decorations, and watching Lena bark orders at the caterers while I pondered what I was going to do with the information I'd discovered. A part of me wanted to tell Kenneth right away. He deserved to know what his wife had been doing for the past 8 years. But another part of me knew that wasn't enough. Lena had publicly humiliated me, standing up in front of 35 people and announcing my miscarriage. Then spending 3 weeks convincing everyone that I was unstable. She didn't deserve a quiet conversation. She deserved to feel exactly what I had felt. Exposed, humiliated, and destroyed in front of everyone she wanted to impress. There would be a projector for the slideshow and a microphone for the toasts, and every person Lena had ever tried to impress would be in that room, watching her accept congratulations for a marriage she'd been destroying since before I even met Matt. The anniversary party was in 6 days, and 250 people were expected to attend to celebrate 35 years of faithful marriage. I drove home with my phone full of screenshots and a plan in my head. I had 8 years of proof saved to my phone, and I was finally going to show Ryan who his perfect mother truly was. Lena had no idea I found her burner while she was downstairs bragging about her faithful marriage. I waited for Matt to get home from work and sat him down at the kitchen table, saying, "I need to show you something, and I need you to actually look at it before you say anything." I applied my makeup slowly and carefully, thinking about what I was about to do. The USB drive was already in my purse. I'd spent the past 6 days organizing everything. Texts were organized by date, photos were organized chronologically, and a timeline was created to show exactly when each affair milestone occurred, and what lie Lena told Kenneth to cover it. I drove to the venue by myself. It was a ballroom at the nicest hotel in town, with crystal chandeliers and white tablecloths, and 250 guests, dressed in their Sunday best, ready to celebrate 35 years of what they thought was a faithful marriage. Lena noticed me the moment I walked in and dashed over with her arms outstretched. "Rachel, you came." She drew me into a hug and whispered in my ear, "Smile, or everyone will think you're having another episode." I smiled and said, "I wouldn't miss this for the world, Lena. Tonight is going to be unforgettable. She pulled back and looked at me with something suspicious in her eyes. But then someone called her name, and she floated away to accept more compliments on her dress, decorations, and lovely wedding. I took a seat at a table near the back and watched the room fill with people who had no idea what they were actually celebrating. Kenneth stood near the bar, looking uncomfortable in his suit. He had never liked big parties. He once told me that Lena planned these events for herself, and he simply showed up where she told him to. Ryan approached my table and sat down without looking at me. "I wasn't sure you'd come," he admitted quietly. I replied, "I wasn't sure either. But I decided I didn't want to miss your mother's big night." He looked at me with something hopeful in his eyes. "Does that mean you're ready to apologize in order to move past all of this?" I took a long sip of my champagne glass and said, "I think tonight is going to change a lot of things, Ryan. Let's just see how it goes." At 7, the program began. Lena had planned every minute. First, a slideshow of photos from their 35-year relationship. Following that, family and friends make toasts. Then Lena delivered a speech about the secret to a long-lasting marriage. Then dinner and dancing, and most likely more crying, praying, and thanking God for blessing her with such a wonderful husband. I looked through the slideshow and saw 35 years of smiling photos. Lena and Kenneth. On their wedding day. Lena is holding baby Ryan. Family vacations, holidays, and anniversaries. A whole life captured in images that told the story Lena wanted everyone to believe. The toast began. Ryan's aunt discussed how Lena was the glue that held the family together. A church friend praised her commitment to her marriage and faith. The pastor described her as a shining example of Christian womanhood, to which all young women should aspire. Then John stood up. I watched him approach the microphone, a glass of champagne in his hand and a smile on his face. He was tall and handsome, with gray at his temples and the assurance that came from years of people trusting him. "I've known Lena and Kenneth for almost 20 years. He told me. And I can honestly say I've never met a more devoted couple. Their marriage is an inspiration. The way they support each other, the way they put their family first, the way they've built a life based on faith and love and commitment." He raised his toast to another 30 years of doing nothing but the best. Everyone drank, and I watched Lena dab her eyes with a napkin as John took his seat next to his wife, the same wife who had no idea her husband had been sleeping with Lena for 8 of the previous 20 years. Lena stood up and approached the microphone, and I knew she was going to give a speech about the secret to a long-lasting marriage, about trust and communication and never going to bed angry. I reached into my purse, felt for the USB drive, and waited. 35 years, Lena said. Her voice trembled from practiced emotion. "I married my best friend 35 years ago, and every single day since then, I've woken up grateful to be able to spend my life with him." She looked at Kenneth through tears. "We've faced challenges." I stood up, my chair scraped against the floor, and a few people turned to look at me. "Every marriage does, but we've never stopped choosing each other, we've never stopped putting our family first, and we've never broken our vows to God and our families." Lena paused in mid-sentence, and her smile flickered as she noticed me walking toward the stage. "Rachel," she called into the microphone, "what are you doing?" I climbed the 3 steps to the platform and approached her, saying, "I wanted to add something to your speech, if that's okay." Lena's face changed several times in quick succession. Confusion, suspicion, followed by a smile that did not reach her eyes. "Of course, sweetheart, what did you want to say?" She stepped away from the microphone, and I took a step forward, looking out at 250 faces staring at me. Kenneth was seated at the head table. Ryan was frozen in his seat. John had already begun to stand, as if he knew something was wrong. I took the USB drive out of my purse and held it up for everyone to see. The slideshow was loaded, and all I needed was the right moment to end Lena's entire life. She had no idea the USB was already queued up behind her anniversary photos. With one signal to the tech booth, every text and photo would appear on the screen for 250 witnesses. I had complete control for the first time in our marriage. The moment has finally arrived. Before I could approach the projector, Lena's hand closed around my wrist. Her grip was tight, her nails dug into my skin, and her smile never changed. "Rachel, honey. Let's go get some air." She spoke through her teeth. "You look like you're not feeling well." I drew my arm away and said, "I feel fine. Actually, better than I've felt in weeks." She leaned in and whispered, "If you do anything stupid right now, I will destroy you. I'll tell everyone you're having a breakdown, I'll have you committed, and I'll make sure Chris never speaks to you again." I whispered back, "You've already done all of that. What else do you have?" Her smile cracked for a brief moment. She then collected herself and spoke loud enough for the nearby tables to hear. Of course, you can say a few words. We're all family here. She stepped back and gestured toward the microphone, and I could see in her eyes that she was calculating, trying to figure out what I could possibly do that she couldn't deny, what evidence I could have that she couldn't explain away. But before I could approach the tech booth, Lena grabbed my elbow and steered me down the hallway with an iron grip disguised as a loving gesture. We need to talk first, she hissed silently. She pushed me into a coat closet before closing the door behind us. And in the darkness, I finally saw her true face. No smile, no warmth, only cold calculation. I know you found something, she replied. Chris told me you looked through my phone. You've spent 3 weeks acting like a crazy person who can't handle losing a baby, and whatever you think you've got won't work. I've spent 35 years building relationships in this community and being the woman everyone trusts. I didn't lose a baby, I replied quietly. My baby died. There's a difference. Lena waved her hand dismissively. Same thing. The point is, no one is going to believe you over me. You could have video evidence, but they'd still think you faked it because I've already told them how unstable you've been, how paranoid, and obsessed with destroying me. She stepped closer, and I could smell her perfume mixed with champagne. So, here's what's going to happen. You're going to go back out there and smile and clap during my speech and act like a supportive daughter-in-law. And then you're going to go home and pack your things and file for divorce and disappear from my son's life forever. If you do that quietly, I won't tell anyone what really happened with your miscarriage. My veins began to bleed. What do you mean, what really happened? She smiled with the cruelest expression I'd ever seen on a human face. I mean that stress causes miscarriage. Everyone knows that. And you were so stressed, weren't you? Working all those hours, fighting with Ryan about having children when he wasn't ready. Pushing and pushing until your body gave out. We can find 44 point. She tilted her head. That's the story I'll tell if you make me. That you wanted a baby so badly you ignored the warning signs, that you kept working instead of resting. That you caused your own loss, because you were too selfish to slow down. I stared at her in the darkness of that coat closet and realized I was looking at someone who had no boundaries. Someone who will say anything and destroy anyone to protect themselves. Someone had already decided I was expendable the moment I became inconvenient. You know what the worst part is? I asked quietly. I actually thought you might love Ryan. I thought everything you did was a misguided maternal instinct. But you don't love anyone, Kenneth or Ryan. Not even John. You simply enjoy being worshipped. Something flickered in her eyes. Surprise. Perhaps. Or recognition. You have no idea what you're talking about, she said, her voice losing some of its confidence. I found the jewelry, I said. The diamond bracelet. The pearls. The necklace. And all of John's gifts that you are not allowed to wear around him. You keep them hidden in your closet like trophies, as proof that someone wants you. Her face paled in the dim lighting. That's what this has always been about, isn't it? Not love, not family, just making sure everyone sees you as perfect, desirable, and the center of everything. Lena's hand reached out to grab my throat, not hard enough to choke me, but enough to convey her point. You don't know anything about my life, she said angrily. You don't know what it's like to give everything to a family that takes you for granted, to smile, perform, and sacrifice for 35 years and still feel invisible. I drew her hand away and said, You're correct. I'm not sure what that's like because I would never do what you did to feel seen. I pushed past her, opened the closet door, and returned to the ballroom. She followed closely behind me, wearing that smile like armor. Rachel, wait, she said sweetly. You forgot your purse. I ignored her and proceeded directly to the tech booth. I handed the USB to the projector operator. Add this to the slideshow, I said. Play it when I give you the signal. He looked puzzled, but plugged it in, and I returned to the microphone. Lena was standing near the stage, staring at me with narrowed eyes. She still had no idea what I had. She was still confident she could spin whatever came next. She had no idea that everything she had created was about to crumble. I want to thank everyone for being here tonight, I told them. Despite my pounding heart, my voice remained steady. Lena has been talking about this party for months. 35 years of marriage, 35 years of faithfulness, 35 years of putting her family first. I paused to look at Lena. She was looking at me with that frozen smile on her face. But before we continue celebrating, I think everyone deserves to know the truth about what those 35 years really looked like. I gave a wink at the tech table. The screen behind me flickered, switching from the wedding photo slideshow to something else entirely. The first image represented a text message. Last night was perfect. I can't stop thinking about you. The second was a photo of Lena and John in a hotel room with a 5-year-old timestamp. The third text read, I wish I'd married you instead of Kenneth. The room fell silent. I observed 250 faces processing what they were seeing. I saw John's wife stand up, hand over her mouth. I watched Kenneth's face lose all color as he read the messages scrolling across the screen. I watched Lena's smile fade completely. These messages span 8 years. I said into the microphone. 8 years of lying, 8 years of cheating, and 8 years of Lena preaching about faithful marriage while sleeping with a church deacon. This is all a lie. She made it up. She's been trying to destroy me since the day she met my son. Ask Chris. Ask him what she's really like. She pointed at Chris, who remained frozen at his table. Tell them. Tell them she's crazy. Tell them she's been having a breakdown. Chris stood up slowly, and every eye in the room turned to him. He looked at his mother. He looked at the screen, which showed a photo of her and John in bed together. He looked at me as I stood at the microphone, holding the USB drive in my hand. Is it true? He questioned his mother. His voice was low, but everyone in the silent room could hear it. Have you been cheating on Dad for 8 years? Lena's eyes welled up with tears. Chris, baby, you have to understand. Your father hasn't touched me in years. John and I have a connection. It's not what it looks like. I still love your father. I just needed someone who appreciated me. And is it true? Chris went on. Yes or no? Lena sobbed. Yes. But it's not my fault. You don't understand what my marriage has been like. Your father is cold and distant, and John actually sees me. Chris turned and walked out of the room before she could finish. Lena screamed his name and began running after him. However, her heel caught on the stage's edge, causing her to stumble. She grabbed the anniversary cake display to steady herself, but it wasn't sturdy enough to support her weight. The whole thing tipped forward, and she landed face first in 3 layers of white frosting and fondant. For a moment, no one moved. Lena lay in the wreckage of her own anniversary cake, sobbing and covered in frosting, as 250 guests watched in stunned silence. Then, someone in the back began laughing. It spread like wildfire throughout the room, leaving half of the guests laughing and the other half filming with their phones. Lena pushed herself up to her knees. Frosting was dripping from her hair, and her designer dress was ruined, with mascara running down her cheeks like black rivers. She looked around the room at everyone who had spent years telling her how perfect she was and saw nothing but disgust, pity, and barely suppressed laughter. Stop filming! She exclaimed. Stop it right now. This is a private family matter. You have no right. You lost the right to privacy when you made my miscarriage public. That's what I said. Now everyone can see who you truly are. I stepped down from the stage and headed for the exit. John's wife grabbed my arm as I passed, saying, Thank you. I've suspected for years, but I've never seen proof. I nodded and continued walking. Lena was screaming my name now. Rachel, Rachel, get back here. You cannot just leave. You've ruined everything. You destroyed my family. Rachel. I was almost to the door when Chris stepped in front of me. His face was pale, his eyes were red, and he appeared to have just been told that everything he thought he knew was false. How could you do this? He inquired. How could you humiliate her like that in front of everyone? I asked, feeling something cold settle in my chest. She announced my miscarriage to 35 people after promising to keep it a secret, telling everyone I was insane, and threatening to tell them I caused my own miscarriage. And you chose her. Every time you chose her. He shook his head. She's my mother. And I'm your wife. I was your wife, and you never once chose me. I reached into my purse and pulled out the burner phone I'd taken from Lena's closet the day I discovered the messages. I pressed it into his hand. This has everything. Every message, every photo, every lie she told your father for 8 years. I was going to show you privately. I was going to give you the chance to handle it as a family, but you told me I faked the screenshots. You told me I was crazy. You moved out and stayed with her and let her threaten me. I stepped around him toward the door. So I handled it the only way she left me. Lena was still calling out my name behind me. I could hear her sobbing, choking on frosting, and begging for help. I did not look back. I walked out of the ballroom, into the cool night air, and continued walking until I reached my car. My hands shook as I unlocked the door and sat in the driver's seat. I sat there for a while, staring at nothing. I just ruined my mother-in-law's marriage and reputation in front of 250 people. I'd recently ended my own marriage in the most public way possible. I had just burned down every bridge I had with the family I had married into 6 years before. I didn't feel guilty. I did not feel bad. I felt liberated for the first time since that dinner when Lena told 35 people about my miscarriage. I felt as though I could finally breathe. My phone vibrated. A text from Danielle. I just saw on Facebook that something happened at the anniversary party. Are you okay? What did you do? I responded, I'll tell you everything. Can I stay at your place tonight? She asked, already setting up the guest room. Get here safe. I started the car, pulled out of the parking lot, and drove to Danielle's apartment without looking back at the hotel, where my mother-in-law was still, covered in cake and crying about how I had ruined her life. She'd ruined mine first. I've just returned the favor. My parents changed the lock on my room, kicked me out, and gave it to my brother after I paid off their mortgage and became the legal owner. I acquired the legal owner after paying off my parents' whole mortgage. Then, when my brother had a baby, they changed my lock and handed him my master suite. I refrained from arguing. At dinner, I served evictions. I'm now math BB S 250 $0 richer and they're all kind of homeless. Reddit. Hello. My brother and sister were treated like royalty, but my family always considered me as the backup parent and handyman. I moved out, started a genuine life on my own, and believed that was it. As it happens, they weren't finished with me. Let me take you back to the beginning before we dive into the chaos. I'm Ethan, currently 26 years old. However, this section of the narrative begins at the age of 19. I used to live with my parents, James and Laura, as well as my younger sister, Hannah, and elder brother, Caleb. I did odd electrical jobs and any other handyman work the neighbors needed as part of my part-time job. But none of that mattered in my home. Already, I was the one who cleaned up after everyone, did errands without being asked, and mended anything that broke. That year, Caleb received his college degree. You wouldn't realize from the celebration that the degree wasn't useful. Laura ordered a huge cake, rented an entire banquet hall, hired a photographer, and decorated the space as if Caleb had just received a prize for rescuing the nation. The family didn't even let me sit with them. I moved tables, took pictures, and adjusted lighting for half the day. Because, Annie, you're good with cameras. You are aware of how these things operate. Shaking hands and grinning as if everyone was waiting for him to take over, Caleb strolled around in a suit he hadn't purchased. James continued to assure everyone that Caleb was destined for success, and to introduce him as our future leader. Laura requested different napkins, so I ran to the store twice, carried trays, and cleaned up spills. I didn't voice any complaints. I still thought it was normal to help at that age. It cost about $4,200 for the celebration. They also didn't conceal it. Laura boasted about it to their audience. I recall holding the camera strap while I stood close to the back wall and watched Caleb receive more ovation for a degree he barely passed. Laura told him how proud she was and gave him another hug. Throughout the entire evening, nobody mentioned my name until they had to move something. Hannah's high school graduation came 2 months later. Even though the celebration was smaller, it still had a commercial-like appearance. Laura decorated the garden and had food provided, while James got her an old automobile with a large bow on top. As people gave Hannah gifts and envelopes, she sat in the middle like a celebrity. Half of them she didn't even glance at. She couldn't handle the curve of the driveway, so I parked the car they bought her. The vehicle also didn't last. It was constantly having issues. And for some reason, I was expected to drive her around because of that. A year later than expected, I also graduated that same weekend. I ended up finishing late because of my job, getting pulled into family duties, and missing credits. The focus was different, but they didn't forget. We're on a limited budget after everything for Caleb and Hannah, so we had dinner at a little diner close to our house. Halfway through my fries, James told me that I needed to start planning ahead because I wasn't going to college like Caleb, so he bought the cheapest things on the menu. Laura expressed her belief in me in a way that is typical of someone who needs to be controlled. My function became clearer after that. I fixed the sink if it was leaking. Before attempting a switch, They called my name whenever something electrical flickered. Since you're better with numbers, James would shove a stack of paperwork at me every year when tax season rolled around. Even though Hannah could operate a mower and Caleb was older, I was in charge of the lawn starting when I was 14. Hannah wouldn't drive herself somewhere unless it was to pick up her buddies, even when the car was running. I thus became her driver. Caleb left chaos in his wake. Somehow, I ended myself holding plates, clothing, and unfinished tasks. Laura would respond with, "Just help your brother. He's stressed." Or, she would add, "Caleb has a lot on his mind right now," even though he barely lifted a finger in the house. James remained silent. If anything, he behaved as though my function was predetermined from birth, and that this was all to be expected. Although I heard several directions, I never heard a thank you. I heard Laura conversing with her sister in the living room one afternoon while I was repairing a loose cabinet hinge in the kitchen. They believed that I was unable to hear above the threshold. I sat with a screwdriver and stared at the cabinet door while Laura said, "Oh, we don't worry about Ethan. He's like a rock. You pile anything on him and he stays put. But Caleb needs guidance. He needs our attention. He's sensitive." I couldn't ignore it till it clicked for the first time. I was not viewed by them as a human being with needs or boundaries. I was a backup generator, a tool that would continue to function regardless of how much you depleted it. I immediately started working in trades after high school. I chose electrical because I was already familiar with most of it from mending things around the house. I was earning consistent, respectable money by the time I was 21. It was good to have something that was mine, even though it meant long days and early mornings. I paid for my own clothes, my truck, and my tools. I got nothing from anyone. I was never concerned by that section. I was troubled by how quickly my income became into everyone else's issue rather than mine. It began modestly. With a power bill in hand, James would enter my room as if it were a summons from the court. "This month, we're short. Are you able to handle it?" He stated it as if I already knew the solution. A few days later, Laura followed with the same tone and a grocery list. "Right now, groceries are ridiculously costly. Will you be able to see us until next week?" I refrained from arguing. I had a full-time job. They didn't. I assumed it was normal to assist. Next was Caleb's auto insurance. He pretended that the world owed him patience, even though he hadn't held a job for more than 2 months since graduating. Laura handed the bill in my direction across the kitchen table. "Caleb is trying to find a new job. Right now, he simply needs a little help." Caleb never even raised his head from his phone. He simply stated, "I'll pay you back once I'm settled." This implied that he would never do so. Hannah then declared her intention to attend a wellness retreat. Stress and the desire to replenish her energies, perhaps. When she mentioned it, James gave me a direct look as if the funding had already been granted. They didn't even act as though it was a choice. Even though Hannah spent most of her days on her bed looking through her phone, Laura insisted that it was crucial for Abby's mental health. Every time I attempted to save money for myself, a problem at home arose. Someone experienced unforeseen bills, a tire went flat, or a pipe burst. It's funny that unless I had a little extra saved up, none of those crises occurred. Laura would appear out of nowhere with a bill just when I was getting ahead. Caleb would indicate his card was denied once more. Or James would allude to past due payments. It wasn't a coincidence. There was a pattern. I didn't require an explanation from a therapist. After a storm, the roof began to leak 1 month later. They didn't call anyone, despite James's promise that they would later. They turned to face me after waiting for the stain on the ceiling to spread. "You ought to take care of it," James added. "You are familiar with this material." Although I was unfamiliar with roofing, I managed to figure it out. I went up there, corrected the flashing, replaced the plywood, ripped off the damaged shingles, and sealed everything. Since James and Laura weren't sure when they would be able to reimburse me, I then purchased all the materials on my own. They never reimbursed me. Rachel began dating Caleb at this time. When I initially met her, she was amiable. However, Laura treated her like royalty right away. She continued saying, "She's perfect for Caleb. Someone who makes his life simpler is what he deserves." It wasn't nuanced. Even though I was the only one paying for everything, it was one of those remarks aimed to make me feel like I wasn't doing my fair share. I didn't hear much from Rachel. I was just background furniture to her. Caleb pretended to be pleased that he had landed her. Every time Rachel visited, providing her food, beverages, or anything else she desired, Laura seemed to glow. James had overloaded an outlet, so I was in the garage rewiring it. She claimed that she left college because it was too rigorous and that she was now studying spiritual healing, whatever that meant. She then questioned why I hadn't returned home to assist her with money or transportation. I disregarded those requests. The pattern eventually became recognizable. To keep the peace, I would take one call every 2 months. James would bring up the subject of bills. Laura would let out a deep sigh in the distance. Hannah would discuss meditation or energy crystals. The cycle was that. Next up was Caleb. Laura was the only person who kept me informed about him. Once more, he was unemployed. Rachel had gotten pregnant once more. They were temporarily residing with my parents. Nothing had changed, according to James, who maintained they were working things out. That's how 5 years passed. I worked, saved, renovated, and there was no stress, confusion, or unforeseen emergencies that suddenly materialized when I had money saved. At last, I had a secure business and a peaceful existence. I had workers. There were days when I didn't think about my family. Then there was a call. Late on a Wednesday night, I noticed James's name appear on my phone. I nearly let it ring, but I felt compelled to respond. He wasn't calm or collected when I called. He was crying so much that he was having trouble speaking. "We're in trouble, Ethan. The house is about to be lost." I remained silent for a while. His voice broke as he continued to speak quickly. He claimed that they had been overdue on their mortgage payments for some months. Notices had already been sent by the bank. There was a foreclosure proceeding. Before the sheriff posted the final eviction, they had 8 weeks. Laura was sobbing heavily in the background when I heard her say, "Call him again. Tell him we need him. Tell him, we need him." James made an effort to control his voice. "Please, Ethan. You must return home. You are necessary to us. You are needed by the family. Act like a decent son." It was there. When they desired something, they would always say this. "Act like a decent son." I took a while to respond. James broke the stillness by pleading, panicking, and explaining that they did their best, that Hannah was unable to help, and that Caleb was unable to find steady employment. They only had a demand wrapped in desperation. They had no money, no plan, and no direction. One thing was evident from the call, even if I didn't immediately agree to anything. I created a stable existence. They expected me to make things right when their lives were falling apart. 3 days after James called, I took a car back to my parents' house. To do it, I didn't give up on my business. By then, my staff could manage jobs without me breathing down their necks since I had a foreman I trusted. Since this wasn't a visit, I gave the timetable, remained reachable by phone, and took a brief leave of absence. A takeover occurred. Compared to my memory, the street appeared smaller, the house had a worse appearance. Laura hurried me inside as soon as I entered, sobbing so loudly that the neighbors could hear. She took hold of my arm as if she thought I would collapse alongside her. James wrung his hands as he hovered behind her. I didn't give anyone a hug, but Hannah stood close to the hallway, peering at her phone, pausing just long enough to say. Finally. I remained silent about the mess. The tone was set when I simply asked, "Where's the paperwork from the bank?" Just business. No warmth. No reconnection. I followed James to the dining table, which was piled high with unread mail. Letters from the bank, final notifications, warnings, all of this should have been handled months ago. I glanced at the stack. They were telling the truth. The maximum projection was 8 weeks. As if I hadn't been the one keeping the property together for half of my life, Laura kept saying, "We're losing everything, Ethan. Everything. Your childhood home." I took a seat, arranged the documents, and uttered the words that completely altered the course of the day. "I'll pay the Rs and I'll pay the mortgage off in full," I replied. "But I'm not giving away that kind of money for free." Laura was frozen. James looked at me as if he didn't comprehend what I was saying. He questioned, "What does that mean?" I explained that if I save this house, I will legally be the sole owner, no disputes afterwards. In other words, when the payoff posts, I will have cleared the bank's claim and registered the house in my name. Laura's voice instantly became louder. "How can you possibly say that, Ethan? We call this place home. You can't simply take it." I didn't answer. I put a collection of documents on the table after opening my folder. A quitclaim deed for title transfer. A purchase agreement attesting to my loan repayment. The card of my lawyer. I didn't push them or yell at them. I simply moved the documents forward. Laura gave the table a slap. Did you bring a lawyer? Do you consider us to be strangers? Your parents are us. James supported her. Ethan. This is insulting. Considering family like a business. Hannah appeared bored as she rolled her eyes. This is deceptive. This was arranged by you. Who visits their own parents with legal documents? For half of it, she didn't even look up from her phone. I decided to ignore the rants. It's easy. I'm willing to save the house if you want it saved, but I won't give the bank 6 figures to watch everyone mismanage it once more. I own it if I pay for it. This only works in one direction, because the bank still holds a lien. At closing, I fully repay the debt, and I receive the deed that same day. Talking about treachery and how she didn't raise me to be like this, Laura hid her face and began to cry even more. James began to speak about duty and loyalty. Hannah said that I was treating my own family like a landlord. The numbers were not contested. The foreclosure was not denied. They didn't provide an alternative. They simply attacked the notion that I was in charge. I learned everything from that. James eventually ran out of justifications. Laura's tears dried up. Hannah walked out of the room. They had no choice but to sign even though they didn't want to. Caleb was not making any money. Hannah signed because they had no savings and they were avoiding responsibility like it was a sport. Following the transfer, my lawyer also had them sign a simple month-to-month lease. Written rules prevent misunderstandings later. Laura sobbed during the whole ordeal. James had a defeated expression. Something about karma was whispered by Hannah. I didn't respond. After the signatures were recorded, I collected the paperwork, called my attorney, and declared, "It's done." After the legal aspect was resolved, I proceeded to examine the house. It was worse than I thought it would be. The carpet in the living room contained stains large enough to trace the outline of a tiny animal. The walls of the hallway were covered in crayon drawings. Obviously, Caleb's child. The leak I patched years ago caused water damage to a corner of the ceiling. Now it's terrible. I looked in the restrooms. Mold. Black stains are appearing on the tiles and behind the toilet. Something I didn't want to name was clogging the bathtub drain. Hannah's previous room was a complete mess. Half-burned candles, broken jewelry, empty cups, piles of clothing, and notebooks with scrawls concerning energy fields. Nothing was touched by me. The house was littered with boxes, bags, toys, shoes, and wrappers belonging to Caleb and Rachel. They had a cleaning crew and handled the property like a hotel room. There was only one thought on my mind as I stood in the corridor and observed everything. It wasn't a house. This was a sinking ship that had been fixed with excuses and duct tape. But suddenly my ship was sinking. For the remainder of the day, I took pictures, made notes, and made plans. It wouldn't be a little renovation. It would not be inexpensive. I would have it, but it wouldn't be fast. At least 6 figures, months of labor, the most of which I completed. Furthermore, none of these modifications were discretionary. In contrast to every project I worked on as a child. The house was collapsing. They allowed it to occur. I have to recreate it now. Not for them, not for nostalgia, not for control, not for ownership, not for a future free from catastrophe. I began the renovation as soon as the mortgage was paid off and the paperwork was completed. I handled it as if it were a real job site. No patchwork, no shortcuts, and no procrastination. There was more to the house than just repairs. It needed to be completely rebuilt. Deconstruction took up the first 2 weeks. I tore out the sagging kitchen cabinetry, removed damaged baseboards, and tore up old carpet. Beneath it all were shoddy fixes, mold patches, and water damage. Years ago, James had done things that hardly made sense. I continued to work. Dawn until dusk. Caleb did not do anything. On most mornings, by the time I started moving trash to the dumpster, he was already gaming on the sofa. He continued to wear his headset. When I carried tools through the living room, he seemed irritated. Most days, Rachel sat next to him, looking through her phone or commenting on the design of the house as though she were the project manager. Rachel would advise you not to tear down the wall. It closes the area. Or the family needs a warm, softer color scheme in the kitchen. She used the word family, as if she owned the house. Hannah wasn't any better. My room was adjacent to hers. She also complained that the noise interfered with her energy healing sessions each time I used a power tool. I need quiet time to recharge, she would say, waving her hands around as if she were pushing invisible air. The roof was the first significant project. I installed a brand new system, replaced the damaged plywood, and tore off every old shingle. The HVAC system followed. Like a dying engine, the old unit rattled. I installed a more contemporary system with improved zoning and ventilation. James pretended to understand everything as he stood beside me as I worked. With his arms crossed, he once remarked, "I would have done that years ago." It was just a matter of timing. Every time she could, Laura added her voice. "Make sure the kitchen has space for the island, but not too much. Don't obstruct the walkway either." Additionally, Caleb needs room to make snacks. She spoke as if Caleb had really used the kitchen. James felt compelled to criticize everything when I installed the new electrical system. He said, "Those outlets are too high. Caleb will not enjoy stooping." Caleb hadn't left the couch in 4 hours, but he didn't mention that. I began working on the interior as soon as the construction was stable. The entire house has new floors. Nothing cheap, clean lines, thick planks. There was an instant difference. Already, the area appeared cleaner. Rachel trailed me from room to room as though I asked for her opinion. "It should be blue on this wall. Shelving is required for this one. There should be more seats in the living room for everyone." She spoke with assurance as if she were the house's owner. "I'm reconstructing this place," I told her once. "Don't touch the tools, please." She didn't pay attention. The master suite was the largest project. The only place I made just for myself. I installed a reinforced door, a strong lock, insulated the walls, and used premium materials. It wasn't very large, but it was peaceful, tidy, and entirely within my control. It was the only room in the house where nobody else was permitted. To ensure that there were no ambiguities, I posted a single rule for the duration of the remodeling. Maintain the common area's cleanliness. That was it. Just basic respect, no heavy lifting, no chores. They instantly disregarded it. Everywhere he sat, Caleb left cups and food wrappers. Rachel strewn her belongings on tables and counters. Everywhere were Hannah's diaries, candles, and crystals. For whatever they didn't want to put away, James and Laura used the kitchen as a dump zone. They behaved like supervisors rather than offering assistance. "Don't put the island there," Laura advised. "Caleb requires more room in the pantry. Hannah requires a space beside the window for meditation." They didn't inquire about my desires. None admitted that I was the lone one reconstructing the building under their feet. They talked confidently, as if the house still belonged to them and my choices were merely ideas that they could disregard at any time. The entitlement extended beyond remarks. Rachel nodded as I heard Caleb say, "Ethan only owns the house on paper. Mom and Dad won't let him do anything big. He knows better." I had just come back from the hardware shop one afternoon. "He's too gentle to throw anyone out." Later, Hannah gave Rachel her own version. "He doesn't genuinely move us. Yet he presents himself as harsh. He isn't constructed that way." They spoke it casually, as though I hadn't even been mentioned, as though I was weak for not threatening them or blowing up. I listened while standing in the corridor. They continued. Their voices remained high. They thought I wouldn't take any action. I didn't answer. I didn't criticize them. They weren't corrected by me. I simply continued to work. I invested about Math BB S 180 $0 in a home that was regarded by everyone as a vacation rental. And their sense of entitlement became louder every day. I remained silent. They thought it was a sign of weakness. Already, Rachel had been all around the house. However, Laura made the announcement as if it were a community choice on the day she moved her bags in. "She'll just stay until the baby comes," she replied, giving Rachel a royal-style slap on the arm. Rachel didn't wait for permission. She entered the house right away, left her bags in the hallway, and made herself at home. As soon as she was settled in, she behaved as though the house was her own. She took her time going through each room, examining everything I had constructed and pointing out things she wanted changed. The following morning, she approached me in the kitchen while I was taking measurements. She calmly said, "The master suite is way too big for one person. You should move your stuff to the basement. It makes more sense for a family to have that space." I didn't respond. I continued to look at my notes, as if she were talking about the weather rather than asking me to leave the one room in the house that I had kept private. Later that afternoon, James pulled me aside in the living room and said, "Son, don't be selfish. They have a child on the way. Rachel needs comfort." He spoke as if this had already been decided, and Laura followed him. She interpreted my silence as hesitation. "The baby needs room," she added. "You'll be fine downstairs." "You're young," she murmured, thinking about the family. I was the one who rebuilt the place, board by board, dollar by dollar, but none of that mattered when they needed something. It was strange to hear them talk about space as if they had paid for any of it. They had let the property to fall apart for years. My tools, which I always kept organized, started to disappear. I would find them in random rooms, outside on the porch, or shoved into drawers where they didn't belong. Rachel claimed to have borrowed them for a project, but she never specified what it was. Groceries no longer lasted 2 days. The pressure didn't stop there. I would stock the refrigerator in the morning, and by the end of the night, half of the food was gone. Rachel helped herself to everything else, citing pregnancy cravings as an excuse. Hannah went through my snacks because spiritual healers require clean energy sources. And Caleb ate most of it without thinking, grabbing whatever he wanted while yelling at his game. Laundry wasn't safe either. Every time I left clothes in the washer, Hannah would take them out in the middle of the cycle, and toss them on the floor so she could wash her delicate items. She pretended that I was to blame for not keeping an eye on the machine. Every day felt more constrained and smaller because no matter what I did, someone would find a way to cross my boundaries. I grew accustomed to opening drawers and discovering that my belongings were missing, to food vanishing more quickly than I could replenish it, and to Rachel giving commands as if she owned the property. However, the master suite was the one area where I drew boundaries and prevented chaos because it was my room. I built it, paid for it, and intended for it to remain unaltered. The lock was there for a reason, and no one was permitted inside. One night, after working a 14-hour shift on a commercial job site, I returned home exhausted, my hands sore, my clothes covered in drywall dust, and all I wanted was a shower and a good night's sleep. I headed down the hall to my suite, prepared to close the door and unplug. Before I got there, I heard laughter coming from inside, not just any laughter, but relaxed, comfortable, settled laughter, Rachel's voice, Caleb's voice, and the sound of the TV playing something loud. I stopped, looked at the door, and tried the key, but it didn't turn. I tried again, but it didn't. They had changed the lock, and I could tell they hadn't done it carefully either. My hand lingered on the doorknob for a few seconds as the noise inside persisted. Rachel discussing paint colors, Caleb making jokes about taking the large room, and the sound of someone unpacking bags but they hadn't asked. The hardware was scuffed, and the frame had new marks, as if Caleb had muscled it and said it was good enough. "Don't make this dramatic," Laura replied, appearing behind me in the hallway as if she had been waiting. "It's our house," she continued, adding that they hadn't even pretended to respect the one limit I had established. "Rachel requires the room." She didn't sound sorry. "You'll understand when you're a parent." They all pretended that switching my lock out and taking my private room was normal, and it was irritated, as if I was being unreasonable for wanting access to my own room. James showed up a moment later and nodded at her words, and Hannah peeked from the end of the hall, grinning as if she had foreseen this very situation. I looked at the door again, not because I was unsure, but because something inside me moved cleanly and quietly, and I didn't raise my voice or shake my hands. There was no point in arguing. It would only reinforce their sense that the house still belonged to them. After Laura informed me that it was their house and Rachel needed the space, I didn't say anything when I left the hallway that night. I also didn't sleep. Instead, I stayed in my truck for a while, letting the engine idle while I stared through the windshield. My chest didn't tighten. Instead, I just fell silent, not the kind of silence that comes from exhaustion, but the kind that comes right before a decision, a final one. After a while, I went inside to take a shower and change into clean clothes. I went to the master suite to check if anyone had changed their mind, but they hadn't. Instead, all of my belongings and personal belongings that I had kept ordered in that room were thrown in the corridor like trash. My work clothes were strewn all over the carpet. My toolbox was open with half of the outlets missing. My PC case had a dent in the side panel. And my safe, which was so heavy that no one should have touched it, was sitting crookedly against the wall with scratches all over the top, obviously dragged out. When I stood there staring at the mess, I no longer felt shocked, angry, or incredulous because they had already broken the lock on my room. So this was just the next step. The door to the master suite opened, and Caleb came out wearing my robe, stretching and drinking from my cup as if he had just woken up from the best sleep of his life, and he grinned at me. "Calm down, man," he said. "Mom and Dad said it's their house. Couch won't kill you," as if I was being dramatic about wanting access to the room I built and paid for. Instead of responding, I simply moved past my disorganized belongings, entered my former room, picked up a duffel bag, and packed the essentials. James called after me once, asking where I was going, but I didn't answer. I left the house without telling anyone, leaving only a few clothes, documents, and small necessities. I took pictures of everything before I left, including every mess, broken item, and infraction, not for nostalgia, but for proof. Then I called my lawyer and explained everything: the lock change, the property damage, the takeover of the master suite, the displacement, the ongoing disruptions, and he didn't hesitate. "We'll move forward immediately," he said. I drove directly to a hotel on the opposite side of town, paid for a week in advance, and sat on the bed with my phone in my hand. For the first time in a long time, things felt easy. 2 days later, the paperwork began to move, and I returned on a Thursday night with everything my lawyer could do quickly, not the actual eviction, but the first step that made it inevitable. You have full ownership and a signed lease agreement with your parents, and they have broken it. As I walked in without knocking, I saw them at the dinner table, laughing as if nothing had happened, with Rachel eating like she owned the kitchen, Laura pouring drinks, James carving something, Hannah scrolling while she chewed, and Caleb talking loudly about some online tournament. Laura forced a smile, not out of guilt, but out of surprise. "Ethan, sweetheart, grab a plate." I placed an envelope with a notice of termination in front of James and Laura. James quickly glanced at it before slamming it down. "You're evicting your own parents? Are you insane?" I put more papers on the table before the yelling got out of control. One in front of Caleb, one in front of Rachel, one in front of Hannah. Notices to vacate. Unauthorized occupancy. Caleb stood so quickly that his chair scraped. "You're kidding." Rachel's face pinched. "I'm pregnant." "You can't do this." Hannah yelled. "You have no soul." Laura began with the same line she always used to regain control. "This is our home." Caleb stepped toward me, saying, "We're not leaving." "Then you'll explain that to a judge." I walked out as the yelling chased me to the door. "You changed my lock. You dumped my property in the hallway. You damaged my things. You violated the agreement." This isn't a debate. It's notice. They treated the papers like a tantrum, something they could ignore until I got tired and folded. My lawyer filed, and after a court date, another step, and the ruling, they showed up acting offended as though the whole thing was a misunderstanding and I was just being dramatic over a room. They tried guilt, which is why they didn't leave for the next few weeks. They tried crying, they tried getting angry, but it didn't matter. The judge reviewed the deed, the signed agreement, the pictures, the lock change, the property damage, and then it was easy. The judge granted the judgment. The writs were issued. The day was set. The sheriff arrived on the appointed day, not as a surprise or a threat, and he posted the notice. It was instant chaos inside the house after he explained the timeline and gave them the last window to move what they could. In any case, Laura screamed loud enough for the neighbors to hear. James quarreled like he could change the volume on paperwork. Hannah packed things into bags and grumbled about energy. And Rachel paced the yard while talking on the phone, telling anyone who would listen that I had ruined her future. I stood by my truck, not gloating, just watching the process happen, and Caleb came out to me, crying for real now, his voice breaking. "Please, man," he said. "Please don't do this." Caleb stomped around, grabbing electronics first, as if priorities were a joke. None of them packed like people who thought consequences were real. My parents are currently somewhat homeless. Rachel is under a lot of stress. Everything is wrong up with the baby. We have nowhere to go. I whispered to Caleb, "Try getting a job." He broke down in tears as if the floor had fallen out from under him. "You can't leave us like this." I cried, feeling nothing sharp anymore. The sheriff completed his task. The locks were changed. The house was quiet. I cleaned up what needed to be cleaned. I called a realtor, and within weeks I had an offer that I couldn't turn down. The closing took longer, but when it cleared, it was much more than I'd put into it. I walked past him without saying anything more. After the last payment cleared, I sat in my truck and went through the list of people I had spent the better part of my life trying to please: James, Laura, Hannah, Caleb, Rachel, and so on. One by one, I blocked them. Just before the last block, James texted me one last time, saying, "Son, come home. We can fix this." That was it. If you like this video, please hit the subscribe button. Thanks to it, the channel is able to provide you with more and better stories. My family called me to dinner. But instead of reconciliation, they came to insult me and ask for $2 million. and I made them face the harsh truth. The most significant event in my life was missed by my family. No message, no call, not even a courteous justification. Just enough quiet to shake something deep within of me. I therefore didn't anticipate anything when word leaked about my valuation, and my identity began to circulate online. However, my phone suddenly lit up with a brief text from my father that sounded like a summons. Family dinner at 8 p.m., a crucial conversation. I felt something change as I gazed at that shining screen. I knew this wasn't reconciliation, therefore it wasn't hope, dread, or anything colder. It marked the start of their reckoning. When that communication reached me, I was still in my office, shining behind the glass like if someone had strung a constellation across the skyline. My desk was piled high with documents, including contracts, estimates, and plans. However, it didn't feel heavy for once. The journey to this point had been lengthy. Years of late nights, shared desks, and mornings when my cheek was imprinted with the keypad of my laptop. And now the news was about my company's valuation. Investors were phoning, people were chatting, and I felt like the world was finally paying attention to me for the first time in a long time. However, my family had always perceived something different. John, my father, was always reminding me that real business was about land and bricks, not tiny electronic toys. Catherine, my mother, would rather act as though my employment was merely a phase that I would soon outgrow. David spoke to me as if he were imparting knowledge from a summit he had never reached. And Jack, well, he spent much of his time filming himself, while he awaited the universe's recompense for his existence. I knew it wasn't about me when I received the text. Family dinner at 8 p.m., crucial conversation. Not at all. It had never been. Still, I hesitated for some reason. A little, brittle fragment that recalled being 23, waiting for a good fortune call that never materialized while holding a half-read textbook in a small college dorm room. My parents thought that hardship would develop character. So I wrote a piece that recalled the night I spent sleeping in my car since my rent was due. A story that, despite all the headlines and handshakes, raises the question of whether one more appearance could ultimately alter the course of events. Hope, however, may be a risky habit. It was easier to blend in than to explain myself. So I shut down my laptop and picked up my basic jacket that I wore to family gatherings. Unaltered, the opulent SUV remained parked in the garage. Rather, I picked the ancient sedan that my family knew, the one with the worn steering wheel and the uncooperative air conditioner. They remained predictable by seeming modest. People who are predictable make blunders. Memories were coming up to the surface throughout the trip to the country club. Each one served as a subliminal reminder of my position within the family hierarchy. The half-hearted holidays, the missed graduations, and the way their focus constantly shifted to the person who was most admirable for them at the time. And how, over time, I'd learnt to shrink in order to lessen the magnitude of their disappointment. Tonight, though, was different. I wasn't going in with the intention of being noticed tonight. I knew exactly what they were as I walked in. Perched on a small hill on the outskirts of the city, the country club was illuminated as if it were overly eager to prove something. I drew up behind a line of immaculate vehicles, sporty models in hues that were opulent even in the dark. As I closed the door, my sedan moaned, and I briefly grounded myself by placing my hand on the roof. It had never felt like neutral territory here, but tonight it did. It seemed like a stage designed for a show I was already familiar with the script for tonight. Every stride reverberated on the marble floor within. I recognized the smell of old money and lemon polish from childhood gatherings where I had stood on the periphery of discussions I wasn't invited to. After giving me a nod, a young valet looked over my shoulder as though anticipating the arrival of someone more significant. I continued to walk. Before I could see their faces, I could hear their conversations as I got closer to the private dining room. Too much practiced laughter. The kind that fills quiet instead of delight. They all looked up at once, caught in the middle of their show, when I opened the door. My father was the first to stand, grinning broadly, and opening his arms as if I had just returned from combat. At last, Emily, my mother, came next, kissed my cheek, and then quickly withdrew with a worried expression. Jack hardly looked up from his phone as David grinned from his chair and swirled a glass of wine, asking, "You look tired. Are you eating enough?" As if they had planned it, I took a seat in one chair apart from the others. Perhaps they had. The chat started with the typical small talk amongst family members, which was so polished it seemed like a butter knife stab. With tones that implied they were making fun of me, they inquired about my hectic schedule and little company. I nodded, gave a courteous response, and let them to act out whichever version of themselves they felt would make me more lenient. Then David narrowed his eyes and leaned back. So, your name made the news today, he added. There was a trace of appreciation in his voice, but it was primarily calculated. My father chimed in. Yes, quite the attention grabber, must be exciting, he added. Exciting in a way that another person could describe as bothersome. That's when it occurred. The instant the performance faltered, the slight change in the atmosphere, Charles cleared his throat the way he did before embarking into a pitch, and my mother and John exchanged glances. That tightening between the ribs, the instinct refined over years of stepping into traps I didn't realize were traps until they snapped shut, was something I felt immediately. John pushed his fingers together and leaned forward. We actually wanted to discuss something important with you tonight, Emily. There it was. The beginning of the disintegration. The true reason I had been called. John wasted no time. As soon as he said, something important, the environment changed. Every face turned toward me with the same silent yearning as the lights lost their glow and the conversation ceased. I had previously witnessed that sight on investors who came to take rather than to develop, not on my family. Charles cleared his throat, as though he were starting a lecture. He began by straightening the front of his jacket. As you know, he said, the motel group has been weathering some challenges. His voice enveloped the word challenges in silk, as though pronouncing it more beautifully might make it less disastrous. John interrupted me before I could answer. We're on the brink of something big, he remarked. A full transformation of the flagship property, spa upgraded suites, a proper event space, the works. I blinked slowly. The flagship property was essentially kept intact by nostalgia and duct tape. With his elbows resting on the table and his confidence radiating, David leaned forward. This could be legacy defining, Emily, he remarked. The kind of long-term asset your digital thing just can't match. Digital thing. Adorable. My mother put a gentle, quivering hand on my arm as she stretched across. Honey, this is an opportunity to be part of the family's future. To give back. We carried you for so long. It feels right. Yes. She would say that, of course. Now they were all staring at me, anticipating the Emily they had always known. The reserved one, the accommodative one, the daughter who is frantic to fit in. John's voice dropped to a business tone as he leaned forward. He repeated status as if it were a faucet that I could turn on for them whenever they wanted. We need a bridge loan. Just $2 million. You've got access to credit new connections. The status. Charles swiftly added. Once construction financing hits, we'll pay you back with interest. This is a chance to buy into the family's empire. Empire? I nearly burst out laughing, but I didn't. I remained motionless, taking in my father's perspiration-streaked forehead, Charles' fidgety hand on his glass, and David's radiant smile. At last, Jack looked up from his phone and tried to provide an unmerited nod of support. Once, when my family's acceptance seemed like oxygen, I would have collapsed under all of this. There was a moment when I thought their neediness was love. However, I was no longer hungry, and was no longer their food. I laid my napkin on the table, carefully smoothing the fabric. You skipped the biggest moment of my life. But you're here for this. I spoke steadily, but nobody responded. The quiet was like burning against my skin. My dad's mouth clenched. Don't be dramatic. This is about family. Families. The word hit the ground like a stone. Calm and uncompromising. I met his eyes. My mother exclaimed. I didn't come here to rescue an empire you already burned down. Charles tensed up. David's grin broke. And something locked into place deep within me. A calm, unwavering clarity. They believed they were cornering me, but in reality, all they did was open the door for me. After I finished speaking, the room stopped breathing. The air seemed to freeze for a brief period. As if even the air conditioner knew better than to ruin what was about to happen. John gently leaned back, his face losing its phony friendliness. He asked, So that's your stance? David shook his head and mocked. You're really going to sit here and lecture us about sacrifice, about commitment? My mother wiped her eyes with an unnecessary napkin, and said, She gets a little attention online and suddenly thinks she's above the family. We're trying to include you, Emily. Don't twist it into something ugly. A ugly thing. If only they had a clear view of themselves. Charles folded his hands and assumed the condescending, patient demeanor he used with anxious customers. Let's not escalate things. Look, Emily, $2 million is pocket change compared to what your valuation suggests. This is a strategic move for all of us, I repeated. For all of us. Allowing the words to slowly slip from my lips as I tasted them for the deception they were. Tell me, Charles. When exactly did you consider what was good for me? Was it the year I asked John for help with a first rental lease? Or when I applied for my first accelerator, and you called it a hobby dressed up as ambition? He tightened up. No, I said in a quiet but piercing voice. I was trying to guide you. John clenched his fist around the stem of his wineglass and said, You were trying to keep me in the box you built for me. But I stopped fitting a long time ago. We didn't come here to dig up old grievances, he stated. We came here to build something real. Something lasting. The words, something lasting, I repeated. Like the motel roofs that keep leaking, or the broken heating system at the downtown property, or the mounting maintenance bills you haven't paid for months. The room was quiet. My mom's face turned white. David sat up straight in his chair. Charles squinted his eyes. John blinked. I ended for him by asking, How would you know? Jack, who had been remarkably silent up until now, eventually put down his phone and said, I pay attention. I always have. You just never paid attention to me. I glanced at him and then back at them all, asking, Emily, what are you saying? Charles's courteous veneer fell as he said, That you're not looking for an investor. You're looking for a lifeline. Calm and meticulous, like someone unwrapping a fact they've practiced exposing. I grabbed for my purse and said, That's an outrageous insinuation. I came tonight because I wanted to hear what story you were going to tell. And you didn't disappoint. Same script, same guilt, same entitlement. David was leaning forward. Stop being dramatic. If John says the properties are fine, they're fine. Are they? I responded. I put a basic, heavy, unlabeled folder on the table. Quietly, I continued. I showed up with the one thing you never expected. John narrowed his eyes and said, The truth. What is that? I asked. But the door opened before I could respond. Ava entered. Her eyes never missed anything. Her stance was steady, her jacket was ironed, and she always exuded quiet precision. There was something more acerbic about her tonight though. Goal. Ignoring the shocked expressions on the faces surrounding the table, she walked straight to me. Her words. Everything has been finalized. My father sprang up so quickly that his chair scraped the floor and said, The transfer is complete. Ava set a pile of papers in front of me and said, Transfer. Transfer of what? I moved them in his direction. Charles's voice broke. Your motel group? I said. Your debt, your outstanding payments, your property obligations, all of it. That's impossible. The bank hasn't. The bank sold the debt, Ava interrupted last week in an even tone. John's face twisted in bewilderment as he said, To a private investment entity. I looked him in the eye and asked, What entity? Mine. The absence of sound, not its presence, caused the chamber to shatter, a collapse. My father's tongue moved back and forth as if his brain was having trouble forming the words quickly enough. David shook his head and pushed his chair back. Jack muttered something beneath his breath that sounded like a curse, or a prayer. At last, my mom said something. Emily, what have you done? What you forced me to, I responded. Charles picked up a document and scanned it, saying, You wanted me to invest in an empire. But there is no empire. There is only debt. Debt so deep no responsible lender would touch you. The numbers looked back at him, draining his face. Months of unpaid invoices, grievances from contractors, problems with municipal compliance, and maintenance documents that have been disregarded to the point of danger. Whispering. This can't be right, he said. This isn't salvageable. It is. I kindly corrected. John eventually found his voice, heavy with anger, and said, Just not by you. You think you can humiliate me like this in front of my family? You think because you made some money, you can play God? I was leaning forward. I'm not playing anything. I'm cleaning up what you broke. And I'm done financing the illusion that you're still in control. David burst into tears. You blindsided us. You should have told us. Told you what? I inquired. With tears now streaming down her face, my mother tried again, saying, that I wasn't going to write you a blank check, that I wasn't going to be your bailout plan in heels. Emily, please. This is our life, our home. And it will continue, I replied softly, but not under your management. Another envelope was handed across the table by Ava. John looked at it as if it were a trap. My buyout offer, $250,000, clean, rounded, enough for them to start over. More than the equity was worth. More than they deserved. I'm not taking your pity money. It's not pity, I replied. He banged his hand on the table and said, "It's severance. You are no daughter of mine." Those comments didn't hit me like a knife for the first time in my life. They landed with a sense of liberation. I straightened my jacket as I stood. "You're right," I replied. David sought answers, saying, "I'm not the daughter you wanted. I'm the daughter you made." Regarding legal issues, Charles murmured. Jack muttered curses to himself. However, when he realized this was not a negotiation, my father simply stared at the paperwork, his world contracting. I took a step back, allowing the cacophony to envelop me. They were doing precisely what I expected, unraveling, grabbing, blaming, and yelling. I got the door opened by Ava. I took one last look at them before I left. Not with rage. Not with victory. Nor with assurance. "I didn't come here to save your empire," I replied. "I came to end my part in it." After that, I left their mayhem behind and ventured outside into the refreshing night air. Like a reset button, the night air struck me, calm, steady, and truthful. The muffled cacophony behind me persisted, voices blending in fear and accusation. However, everything felt real, clean, and calm out here. Ava's heels clicked steadily and calmly against the pavement as she walked beside me into the parking lot. She questioned, "You sure you're okay?" Her voice was present, not anxious. "Solid," I said with a nod. The solution wasn't a performance for the first time in years. I said, "I'm more than okay." At last, I gave up on the idea that they might change into someone they weren't. I didn't need the disguise tonight. But my old automobile was parked in the lot's corner. I was given the keys to my beautiful, dark SUV by Ava. "You don't have to hide anymore," she declared. A weight dropped from my shoulders as I unlocked the door. For 10 years, a combination of habit, remorse, and expectation had burdened me. Sitting behind the wheel, I listened to the quiet. No requests, no missed calls, and no negotiating with guilt. Once, my mother's number buzzed on my phone. I saw it flicker, light up, and then go out. I didn't even hesitate to respond. I blocked it, allowing the number to disappear just like their ultimate version of myself had. The city stretched out in front of me as I turned onto the main road, lights twinkling like small invitations to a life I hadn't let myself envision, not one that was designed to save the lives of people who had no intention of coming to my aid. The future didn't seem scary for the first time in my adult existence. I didn't need anyone's permission to enter, because it appeared to be open. Family, they always told me, was forever. However, sometimes the only thing that matters is how long you let somebody harm you. As I left that country club, I came to the straightforward yet poignant realization that love isn't based on blood. It is determined by the number of people who support you. And mine didn't appear until they detected a chance. You're not selfish. You're just surviving if you've ever had to choose yourself above those who continued to take advantage of you. Tell me where you're watching if this tale resonated with you.